Seeing that the two soy sauce were asleep, Tang Qing closed the window so that they would not catch a cold. Although the summer wind was warm and comfortable, it couldn't stand the strong blow. Tang Qing was not idle either. I was training my nerves all the way, and no one knew it. Just under the car, an unremarkable little rock was hovering under the chassis at the same speed as the car, flying forward tremblingly. The picture was very strange, because this consumes a lot of nerve power. So Tang Qing also took a few breaks along the way, and then continued to grab new stones to exercise. It was a joy to play. Tang Qing is a little looking forward to one day in the future. He can be a humanoid metal storm, pushing various substances with neurological power, ejecting at high speed, reaching the same destructive power as firearms, then a bunker. Every time he thinks of this, Tang Qing was very excited, and his enthusiasm for training was high. Remembering that sharp weapons might be his first choice for self-defense in the future, he planned to find time for people to build a weapon that can carry a large amount of ammunition. Noon. Everyone ate a light meal at a fish farm along the way and hurriedly set off on the road. Before leaving, Tang Qing bought a lot of fried dried fish and wiped out the store's inventory. Don't even say it, deep-fried. The dried fish tastes really good. The fish is a large grass carp weighing more than 10 or 20 catties. It is cut into finger-wide pieces. The meat is delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sprinkle with cumin and chili noodles. Tang Qing never stopped talking all the way. This thing is really addictive to eat. For 30 in the afternoon, the car finally came to the gate of the camp. Wang Sa looked a little excited and watched the team slowly move away. Wang Sa was happy for a while when he learned that Wei Jun was also here. He and Wei Jun's family were neighbors before. He often went to Snover and chatted together, hunting, fishing, etc. The relationship was very good. It's just a pity that they are from two countries. Facing Naiden's Ling Li's offensive, the Wei Jun family's territory has been retreating steadily. He has no choice but to help, even if the other side is not under the actual control area of Burma, but strictly. Shu is also the land of Burma. No matter how fierce the fight is, he can't send a single soldier. If you helped Wei Jun's family fight in the past, it would be a dispute between countries. No matter who you are fighting or whether your actions are just, the government of Burma will jump. Even if they cannot control the internal problems of Burmese, they will not allow him, as an outsider, to intervene. This is a diplomatic principle and a national territorial sovereignty issue. There is no room for sand. In this regard, he can only say sorry to Wei Jun. He was very happy to learn that Wei Jun was still alive. The car came to a halt slowly. Watching Wei Jun get out of the car, who was much more mature, Wang Sa hurried forward with open arms. Xiao Jun, you are fine. Wang Sa stepped forward and gave Wei Jun a bear hug. He didn't say where your father was, because he knew from Tang Kai that Wei Xiong was dead. To say more is not helpful, and it only adds to the sorrow. Brother Wang Sa, it's good these days, Wei Jun said happily. He is 5 or 6 years younger than Wang Sa. He is usually called Big Brother. Looking at this old neighbor, he can't help but think of his father again. Somewhat moist. Haha. I'm fine, eating well, sleeping well, and business is good. Uncle Wang looks pretty good. It's great. I'll catch the wind for you in the evening, and the banquet is ready. Wang Sa looking at the familiar old man on the side, he laughed. This smile dilutes a lot of the sadness in Wei Jun's heart. The deceased has passed away, and those who are alive should live stronger. Thank you, Brother Wang Sa. Wei Jun thanked. What are you polite to me, President Tang? Who are these? Wang Sa will not forget that there is a big living person like Tang Kai next to him, as well as a few fresh faces, looking at this combination curiously. Sir Wang Sa, this is a friend of mine who is in the liquor business. His name is Tang Liang. This is my nephew and 2 of his classmates. Follow me to see the world. Tang Kai introduced one by one. Tao. Tang Liang quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to say hello. Li Kai and Feng Sun were shocked by the battle in front of them, and they were frightened. They were obviously here to buy the goods, but it was actually related to the soldiers in Thailand. The two were puzzled, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. Sir Wang Sa. Hello, my name is Tang Qing. Tang Qing, as the protagonist, couldn't admit it anymore, and reached out and said generously in Thai. Wang Sa was taken aback. This young man was a little brave, and he was not scared at all when he looked at him in a military uniform. As for why Tang Qing could speak Thai, Wang Sa was not surprised at all. He thought that Tang Qing's family was also developing here. How could Tang Qing be afraid of Wang Sa? He has seen many times in the video. Hello, good guy, very courageous. Wang Sa stretched out his hand and smiled. Yu Guang looked at the trembling nervousness of Feng Sun and Li Kai, which formed a sharp contrast. At this time, Feng Sun and Li Kai were embarrassed. They hadn't learned a word of Thai except for Savatica, and they were unavoidable. Nima, it's because they are not nervous. What is this place? The army camp in Thailand, surrounded by soldiers with guns, fully armed, and at first glance is the elite regular army, as well as this guy who is the biggest boss at first sight. He is burly, and he is not easy to provoke at first sight. Yes, can you not be afraid of the flowers in the 2 greenhouses? If they hadn't known it was an acquaintance, they would have weakened their legs. Thank you. These are my 2 classmates. Chief Wang Sa's aura is too strong. It frightens them. Tang Qing teased. Wang Sa felt particularly comfortable when he heard it, and turned his head to laugh at the 2 Li Kai and Li Kai. Ha! Don't worry, you too. I'm not a bad guy. Go. The food is ready. Mr. Tang's friend is my friend, please. Hear this. The 2 people felt that the atmosphere was not so terrifying, and they followed the crowd step by step, not daring to talk too much. Under the leadership of Wang Sa, a few people came to the 2nd floor of a large canteen. In a separate box, the decoration was not luxurious, but rather simple. The dishes were ready in a while. Good guy. It's basically all game. Think about it. The mountains here are dense and the species are rich, but the method is really not good, and it can be imported, but this does not affect Tang Qing's urge to eat. Several old friends talked about the wine and recounted the past, and the 3 of Tang Qing just ate with soy sauce. After a meal, Li Kai and Feng Sun had no longer had the tension and fear they had before, but they felt that this officer Wang Sa was quite approachable and easy to talk, so they slowly let go. Because it was too late tonight, Tang Kai did not go to the territory to trade. After eating, Tang Qing's children were taken to the bedroom by the soldiers, and they caught a glimpse of Tang Kai's wink. Tang Liang also followed with interest to rest, while Wang Sa continued to chat with Wei Jun and the others. See Tang Qing, and they are gone. Wang Sa turned to invest and said seriously to Wei Jun, Xiao Jun, do business well in the future, don't have other ideas. The opposite is very difficult now, and the strength is unfathomable. Wei Jun smiled bitterly. No one thought he might go back to grab the site. He hadn't planned to die like that. He said, Brother Wang Sa, I know, it was useless in the heyday of our family, let alone now. In fact, I don't want to live in such a dangerous life anymore. From now on, I will be ready to do business with Uncle Tang, make money, get married, and have children. Wang Sa also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Tomorrow, and let's go and have a look. There was no one to accompany you before. It's really hard for me to go there often, and I don't know how the development there is now. To be honest, every time the leader zero over there looks at me, I feel uncomfortable. The tone and expression make me feel nervous like never before, giving people a cold feeling, but leader zero does things. He is resolute and principled, and I admire him for what he says. Wang Sa said with emotion. Although he has cooperated many times, but let him describe what kind of person Zero is, he really can't describe it. He can only say that his acting style is very characteristic and his execution ability is so heinous. Otherwise, he won 2 in one day. A sight. Is this something ordinary people can figure out? I would like to see what it is like to avenge our family. Wei Jun became interested after hearing the introduction. Hee. Xiao Jun, you saw it once. If it wasn't necessary, you wouldn't want to see it a second time, right? Mr. Tang. Wang Sa smiled bitterly. Besides his own father, he realized that he still had so afraid of the people you see. After hearing this, Tang Kai was taken aback, then echoed. Yes, Leader Zero is a bit cold. He doesn't have the feeling of Wang Sa. Every time he sees Zero, he doesn't know why. He always feels that Zero treats him differently. There is no hostility and defense. It just doesn't mean to be close. It feels weird anyway. But you can't dismantle Wang Sa's station at this time. This night, several people chatted for a long time. Recall the past years, imagine the future time, and talk about the various changes on the other side of the river. I heard that Wei Jun and Uncle Wang looked incredulous. Is there such an operation? The next day, the group was ready to go. The location of the transaction this time was not at the port, but at Xian town in the territory. In the past, it was zero, no matter what, no matter how much. Tang Kai would buy it all, no choice. However, the future cooperation model was chosen by Tang Kai instead of giving it to Tang Kai all in one mind. So trading at the border is no longer appropriate. The second uncle picks the rest and will not discard it. Tang Qing is not so extravagant yet, but is sold by the second uncle. This is part of the cooperation model to be discussed next. The change of the trading location was agreed by Tang Kai and Zero yesterday morning. Transactions within the territory are also safe. To be honest, if someone who trades jade and jewelry at the border takes a few photos, there may be nothing in a short time, no one will come to trouble, but if someone wants to do things in the future, this will be a headache. The territory will definitely make a lot of enemies, and any means may be encountered, so you have to guard against it, so as not to drag your second uncle into the water. In the conversation yesterday afternoon, Ling also said that he could allow him to drive the car over. This surprised Tang Kai. He used to go to the car in the territory. Suddenly, it was a little uncomfortable to play like this, because even before Wei Jun they never did this when the family was there. Because subconsciously these are two countries, it always feels a bit out of bounds to drive directly there. But regardless of him, the Jeep on the Zero side is indeed uncomfortable, or his own luxury car is softer. How do they know that this is what Tang Qing meant? Tang Qing had enough of various military vehicles in the training area, and the operation was extremely poor. In reality, he didn't want to ride anymore. It was really uncomfortable. It would be great to drive all the way. Then, Tianma is bright. Those employees in Wanzhou have not yet gone to work. 4 cars drove across the shallow river beach. Zero did not come to pick him up this time. He just sent a car to lead the way and didn't do anything to check the vehicles. If Wang Sa came, he would definitely escape. But Tang Qing is here, everything is simple. In the car, both Li Kai and Feng Sun already knew where they were going today. My heart became more tense. Let me put a big cross. The Wang Sa I saw yesterday was a soldier from Thailand. It seems that his level is not low, but now I am going to meet the warlord from Burma. This is a legend. Your sisters. Don't be too exciting to see these 2 days. Even if they were sitting in a soft car, they felt like sitting on pins and needles. Old Tang, aren't you scared? Li Kai asked in a low voice, rubbing his hands. Tang Qing smiled and said, "You can't help but create a nervous atmosphere. It scared Feng Sun and told you that this is normal business behavior." He added, "It's just a bit illegal." Li Kai looked at Feng Sun with a serious face beside him and said with a wry smile, "Can I not be afraid? The guys watching on TV are all fierce and vicious, and they are cruel and cruel. Don't worry, it's different here, it's very safe." Tang Qing comforted. "How do you know? If it's not safe, my second uncle will bring me here. I'm the only seedling of our Tang family." Tang Qing said weakly. He knew that Li Kai's persecution paranoia had committed again. Li Kai nodded suddenly and said, "That's true, but you said that we won't be arrested by the police when we return to Congress?" "Why?" Tang Qing asked. "Because this is considered as smuggling, illegally crossing the border. No, we haven't smuggled over from the country. Then do you think the Thai police will arrest us?" Li Kai's brain was open. Your imagination is so rich. After a restful Li Kai twittered for a while. He stopped talking because his tension slowly disappeared. Tang Qing rolled down the car window, tilted his head, and looked out the window. A strange taste emerged in my heart. This is one's own territory, a territory under his complete control. All resources on the ground and underground are under his control, and he controls people's life, death, richness, and poverty. This feeling is really good. It's no wonder that so many people yearn for rights. The feeling of looking at my Jianshan is really good. What emerged with it was responsibility. With so many people eating with him, he has to take this home well. Tang Qing is not an outright interestist. Money has gradually become a tool. He doesn't want to be controlled by tools. At sunrise along the way, the villagers who saw this luxury convoy they had never seen before stopped their work and stood and watched. But now the territory is still in the era of wired telephones, and the mobile phone has no signal, so naturally they even took pictures. No cell phone. The civilian communication network has not yet been established. Now every village has a walkie-talkie, one master and one backup, which are used to communicate with the villages for meetings and so on. When the communication network is established in the middle of next month, the sale of mobile phones will start slowly. This kind of high-end product. In the territory, they see all kinds of construction vehicles, freight vehicles, and military vehicles, as well as motorcycles. This is a luxury car. To be honest, many people see it for the first time in their lives, and they just feel so beautiful. I have the urge to own one. Tang Qing looked at the longing eyes in the distance and smiled secretly in his heart. As long as you want. If you have no desires, those who do not work with the whip are called jiaorun. With desire, there is demand. People will try every means to make money. It's like some Western countries, where various welfare systems are simply amazing and a lot of money is paid out. But these countries have basically been abandoned and are waiting to become lambs to be slaughtered. For example, in Greece in the previous life, people in that country were surprisingly lazy. When they had no money, they took to the streets to protest and asked the Greek government to send money. The welfare was super good, but the result was that the government owed huge debts, hundreds of billions of euros in debt, and the Greek government simply paid it back. I can't afford the money. The interest is enough, let alone the principal. In the end, the Greek government had no choice but to sell off the country's core assets in accordance with the treaty. All banks in the country, as well as airports, wharves, a large number of Greek state-owned companies, land, and minerals, were all paid off by Greece. And it's far from enough. This is just interest. Immediately after a new round of EU rescue, he poured a dose of poisonous chicken soup, debt restructuring, postponement, and a renewal of his life. Then the Greek government stared at the debt of hundreds of billions of euros and was dumbfounded. Only slowly. Wait for the next poisonous hair. Only the creditors can hollow out a country's core assets step by step. Tang Qing wanted to talk about this. Keep doing it. Hey, if possible, let's try to get a share of the pie in the future. Lazy. Keep lazy. Too lazy to be good. Too lazy. When you sell all the assets that the Greek government can sell, and after the Greek state is bankrupt and liquidated, no one will lend to those people anymore. Without the state, you can build it. Haha. It's strange to see that group of creditors don't take you up to work with a whip, don't even try to run away. This is the modern mode of war. Occupied economically, you still can't resist because you have been deeply kidnapped by international capital and others have robbed you of your sight. You can still stand up and beat them up, but they are all grown-up employees who still resist the reason. You still have reason to do not work. But don't rush. Take your time. This is an advanced gameplay. Without tens of billions of euros of funds, you can't play at all, and you can't play without qualification and admission tickets. Tang Qing also wants to try this. It just takes a long time. All countries with loopholes in the legal system are actually targets. Countries like Western Europe or countries with such hidden dangers are not less than the first-hand number. Iceland, Cyprus, Sweden, Italy, etc. all have serious debt problems, but they are currently covered by the prosperous economy of globalization. Now, when the tide recedes, everything will surface. It is not impossible to hunt for the core assets of these countries when it is time to operate properly. This is the main way for a banker to rob the country's wealth in the future. Money, waste paper. Physical assets are the real goal. There is no one. In another car, Wei Jun looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked face. Many familiar places have not changed much, but there is an extra modern road. The road is the fundamental mark of the development of a place. He found that the roads here are very clean, and there is no. On the roadside, this is also the rule in the territory. Environment and hygiene are the top priority. The territory is not big, and it is easy to do it. It's messy, so Tang Qing feels that he can't wreak havoc. In the future, heavy industries and other light industries that are likely to cause pollution will all be moved to other countries. This is also one of the purposes of the next investment conference. The territory also stipulates that littering is not allowed, especially in the towns. If you are caught throwing garbage indiscriminately, you will be fined. There is a trash can every 300 meters along these roads, and sanitation workers walk back and forth every day. Clean. Since these places have never been calm before, and there are frequent battles of various sizes, there are currently many disabled people in the territory, lacking arms and legs, and varying degrees of severity. In this regard, The territory will arrange some work according to the situation and completely quit. Life is impossible unless there is really no labor ability, or working will aggravate the condition. It's really impossible to do anything, and the territory will not be left behind. Instead, it will provide basic living security. Now hospitals, various welfare homes, and orphanages are also under construction, and those who have no family members or the ability to work will be unified resettlement. Fair labor. There is no discrimination. This is what can be done in the current territory. Seeing some people who still had impressions flashed in front of him, Wei Jun was very pleased. They had a good time, and they felt much better than before under their own homes. Everything is fine. That's good. At this time, his heart was grateful to the Zero leader. Revenge for father is one aspect. On the other hand, there is a lot less guilt. I thought that after being occupied by Naden, they would have a hard life. Now that they are better, their Wei family will not be too pierced in the backbone. Under my father Zhichuan, it is time to rest in peace. Wei Jun and Uncle Wang looked out of the car window, thinking of the people they used to and what happened. Their expressions were a little excited. Tang Kai, who was sitting in the front, did not comfort them either. This is not only Wei Jun's home. He is also very familiar with it, but time has passed, and the world is unpredictable. Wei's family has been in business for decades, and it has been easy in less than half a year. After the Lord, everything seems to be yesterday, but it is very far away, but that memory has been deeply imprinted in his mind. Occasionally, I found it out, but it was embarrassing. The atmosphere in the car is a bit dull. Move forward slowly. It didn't take long. The car drove into Xianan town. Looking at the modern town that suddenly appeared, Wei Jun's eyes widened. Uncle Wang murmured softly, "Young master, is this true?" "It's true," Wei Jun said firmly. Wei Jun's eyes gradually moistened. In the old days when the Wei family ruled here, his father Wei Xiong wanted to build a town here, but he just stayed in the plan. Because he was facing threats from the surroundings at any time, his concentrated life would be wiped out by others, as mentioned several times before. All plans to build the town have been stranded. Now, in the place originally planned, the new leader has built a town with great efforts. It is still such a modern town. Wei Jun has the feeling of fulfilling his father's last wish. Master will be very happy to see it. Uncle Wang said in tears. Yes. Wei Jun also choked up. Tang Kai didn't bother them to act like daughters. The man did not flick his tears, but he didn't feel sad. The car drove into the town. Several luxury vehicles that have never been seen before appeared in the town and caused a huge sensation in the town. Although there are no restrictions on the import of cars in the territory, the businessmen did not dare to import luxury cars so arrogantly. It's very simple. The boss here, Zero Boss, used to drive old Jeeps before. Although they have recently replaced them with new military off-road vehicles, I don't know where to buy them. But that doesn't mean they dare to show off their wealth here so arrogantly. Lest you get wronged if you get caught up in the mold. Before figuring out the rules in the territory, the businessmen thought it would be better to relax a little. In addition to the recent construction of a large number of factories and investment projects in the territory, the businessmen are short of pockets. So how can they spend money on luxury cars? Looking at these cars, some business people feel a lot more relaxed. In the future, if you make money, you will be able to drive a good car. Everyone is wondering what big man is here today, and there are military vehicles leading the way. Xianan Town Comprehensive Service Center. Martial law was already here at this time. Since the headquarters of various functional departments in the territory have been built one after another, they have been moved to other places one by one. They are only used as a place for consulting and handling certain types of business, so the flow of people is much less. Tang Qing's coming today is of course a major event. Early in the morning, the place was under martial law, and access was restricted. This is not a trivial matter, because as the territory appears in front of the world, there are a lot of spies who come here. The merchants here are free to enter and exit, and it is inevitable that two will be bought. Does the command room know? Of course I know. As for why I didn't get it out, it's because I hope there will be a message at a critical moment, such as Godin and his assistant. After the last incident, Burma was very annoyed, but he had to strengthen his relationship with the territory. Make a good relationship, so as not to be out of control in the end. So Gedin and the two were sent here for a while, as liaison officers, collecting information and finding change from time to contact and connect with each other as a bright eye. Originally, Tang Qing didn't want to agree, but when he thought that the territory would always go to the world, you can't keep the door closed. It's better to have an opening so that the other person can look through the crack of the door, which makes them feel a little deep. Otherwise, it is not a problem to always send people. Blocking is worse than sparse. The car stopped at the door. Everyone got out of the car and was taken directly by a soldier to the VIP reception room on the first floor. President Tang, our chief wants to see you alone. Please here. The soldier directly raised his hand and said, "Okay, trouble." Tang Kai immediately agreed, and then turned to Tang Qing and the others. "You guys wait here first, and I will come as soon as I go." Finished. Tang Kai followed the soldiers upstairs. This was arranged by Tang Qing. Zero's setting was originally a rigorous person. He didn't like politeness, saying that one is one. Therefore, Tang Qing did not ask them to be treated too special, so Zero has never appeared. Exactly like this. The others didn't have the slightest doubt. Indeed, if Tang Kai and Lin Kai have something to do, please talk. The other people basically come to make soy sauce. They are all trivial matters. Tang Kai just mentions it. If it succeeds or not, let's go ahead. If you refuse directly in person, the atmosphere will be very embarrassing. Office. Tang Kai stepped forward and exchanged a few warm greetings and gave out his carefully prepared gift, a limited edition Rolex watch, worth millions of yuan. Zero was not polite and put it aside carefully after receiving it. Upon seeing this, Tang Kai was finally relieved. Relations between courtesy and Shang received such great affection from others, and only Zero acceptance will represent the long-term cooperation in the future. President Tang, how much goods do you plan to take this time? Zero said straight to the point. Tang Kai hesitated, looked at Zero carefully, and said, "This Zero Chief, I'm currently digesting the last shipment. This time I have prepared $50 million here. Don't think Zero Chief is too small." He was scared. "I feel that $50 million is less." President Tang, don't worry. Since we have determined that you are the only supplier, we will not break our promise. The previous cooperation has established a basic trust between us. We were short of money before, but you also know that the issuance of Yuan, we have temporarily got rid of the predicament of lack of money. I have a suggestion. I don't know if Mr. Tang Kai is willing or not. Zero said at the end of his tone. Please speak. Tang Kai said happily, as long as there is no problem. Zero said slowly. Mr. Tang, you also know that if you choose to choose, there must be something left to pick. We can't keep it in the warehouse. So, in order to deal with these tails, we can let Mr. Tang sold it on his behalf. Reseller? Tang Kai murmured. He hadn't thought about this idea before, not that it was bad, but that it was too good. Before, he worried that he would only pick the good ones and the other party would be very unsatisfied. Therefore, he planned to pick a little bit for the good and the bad, but he didn't expect it. The other party thought of him in such a thoughtful way in advance. Simply, he picks the rest of the others. What's wrong? But this is too caring. It's a bit too good. Whatever the reason, let's say yes first. I agree. Thanks to Chief Zero for your care. How to sell it on behalf of you? Tang Kai agreed, without losing money anyway. Zero said, Mr. Tang, I will set up a company with me. We own 100% of the shares and form an alliance with your company. When the time comes, our company provides goods and you are responsible for the sales. Finally, you will own % of the sales revenue. 5. As for what goods will be classified into this company, the external selling price will be determined by our appraisal experts and you. I agree. I will call someone to appraise it immediately. Tang Kai agreed without thinking about it. The 5% sales revenue is definitely not low. As for the external sales price, it is also well understood, and there is no consensus. You can't always count as much as you sell. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. Just call someone to appraise it together this week. After all, you have to prepare for all aspects of sales. Zero waved his hands and said. When Tang Kai heard it, he nodded happily. No problem. By the way, Chief Zero, do you have any investment projects? If you can, I would like to help. No matter how bad it is, I can create some jobs. No, this time one of the bosses who brought me is also interested in investing. After I have finished my business, I can't forget the affairs of Tang Liang and Wei Jun. Zero agreed directly. Yes, we welcome investment. But Mr. Tang should be more than this today. the descendant of the Wei family. Heard this, Tang Kai was shocked, but in an instant it realized that Zero was not angry. Otherwise, the previous conversation would not be so friendly. Tang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said with a thumbs up, Chief Zero is really amazing. You can know this. Yes, you know. I knew Wei Jiao before and were taken care of by their family, just like you took care of me. I am very grateful. I am also a person who knows his grievances. It is difficult for me to refuse his request, but you can rest assured that Wei Jun can't have any crooked thoughts. He came back this time just to see his previous home. After that, Tang Kai looked at Zero nervously. It's just that the Zero complexion is indifferent. There is no sorrow and joy at all. No problem, I promise this. I am not a Dragon Tan tiger lair here. He can go back and have a look at any time. Ling said directly. Wei Jun is no longer a threat to the people's aspirations in the territory. Thank you, Chief Zero. Tang Kai thanked him sincerely. Well, okay, let's put this purchase until the afternoon. Later, I will show you around. If Mr. Tang has any investment projects he wants to achieve, we will discuss it carefully. Ling continued. Okay, thank you. It didn't take long. Zero ended this discussion with Tang Kai. Tang Kai was very satisfied with the gains from this trip. This smooth sailing made him feel a little unreal, but reality told him it was all true. It is foreseeable that with the establishment of this company, his interest relationship with Zero will be stronger, and in the future, his influence in the industry throughout Thailand will grow. Because all the goods will go to his company, everyone will think that these goods are his. Talking about business with the Chief Zero who doesn't care about the word interest at all, Tang Kai feels that it's not too high. During this time, he felt that it was the smoothest time in his life to do business. He does not know the future operation mode of the Bank of Myanmar, nor how the Asian dollar will get out of the restrictions of regional currencies, but he hopes that all this will go smoothly, and hope that the rule of the Zero leader will be as long as possible. As long as Yuan goes out, as long as the economy in the territory does not collapse, his business with Zero will last. Without waiting for Tang Kai to think more, Ling got up and led Tang Kai downstairs. Downstairs, Tang Qing boringly wandered around in the reception room, watching here and there, let alone a bit interesting. The layout of the reception room is very Chinese and classical, including screens, porcelain shelves, antiques, wooden tables, and landscape paintings, although they are all combined. It feels a bit nondescript, but it can also bluff ordinary people. The antiques here are naturally authentic. Since ancient times, China has had close cultural exchanges with neighboring countries, and there are many good things that have been passed on. These leaders like to looting everywhere and arty, so they have a large inventory. Finally, it is natural. Tang Qing is all cheaper. However, there is no shortage of these 3 melons and 2 dates in Tang Qing territory now. So the antiques that have been passed down by China are kept for self-checking or giving away in the future. Most of them are sealed in warehouses, and a few are taken out to install the facade, like this reception room. Contrary to Tang Qing's behavior, Wei Jun and the others were all sitting awkwardly looking at the direction of the door, waiting for Tang Kai to come down. Seeing Tang Qing, the Ling Taoqing, turning around, it was all right. Everyone was nervous and relaxed. Old Tang, don't mess with other people's things. What should you do if you break them? Li Kai sat down honestly and said to Tang Qing, who was holding a piece of porcelain and looking at it carefully, watching Tang Qing wandering around his house. Looks like he couldn't help having a thin man on his forehead. That's right, Brother Tang. This is not your own home. It's better to be careful. Feng Sen also agreed. What are you afraid of? The host here puts things here for the guests to see. If you don't appreciate it, the host's mind will be wasted. Tang Qing gave an explanation. Hear the words. The two were choked. This theory. They were speechless and wanted to say something, but for a while they couldn't find a reason to refute. However, seeing that the 2 soldiers in the reception room turned a blind eye to Tang Qing's behavior, the 2 of them also let go, but they only let go of their hearts, not daring to learn Tang Qing's so boldly messing with Bala. Seeing Tang Qing even overturning the cabinet, Li Kai almost rushed over to stop him, his heart beating. I rely on. You are okay. What other people's cabinet is doing. What he doesn't know is that Tang Qing overturned the cabinet and just felt the carved painting on the mahogany cabinet not bad. The mahogany furniture is still an antique, not to mention its value. The techniques and skills inside are also of interest to Tang Qing, and he is going to look at the structure inside. Finally, seeing that there was nothing to watch, Tang Qing returned to his seat. Li Kai finally let go of his heart. After a while, seeing Tang Kai and the two coming down, the others quickly got up and looked at Zero, the king of this land. Ling looked at Wei Jun and said faintly, "Mr. Wei Jun, Mr. Tang has already told me about your affairs. It's okay. You can visit your house. If you like, you can buy it there and come back to live at any time. After all, this piece of land is now ours. Your family gave up everything here. Therefore, the ownership has been transferred and cannot be given to you in vain." Hear the words of Zero. Wei Jun was excited and could buy it back. This was the best ending he could think of. Uncle Wang also held Wei Jun's arm tightly. Thank you, Chief Zero, thank you." Wei Jun and Wang Bo kept bowing and thanking him. This is the home where he grew up, and he kept the memories of himself and his father. He would never see each other again for this life, but I didn't expect to come back and have a look. You can also buy it and come back to live at any time. I am very grateful. President Wei is polite. Your previous behavior is similar to our purpose, and it is considered like-minded. If you also plant flowers, I won't be so easy to talk about. Okay, I don't want to pay high prices before your family. $100,000 is enough. Ling said lightly. Zero really is not asking for random prices, because Weijia's house occupies a lot of land, so it's easy to round up. Okay, no problem, I'll give it. Wei Jun quickly agreed, 100,000 US dollars. Of course, this era is very expensive. You can buy a big yard in Beijing, not to mention the broken house in this township Kaka, but it is home and luxurious. The degree is irrelevant. Well, it's still early. Let me take you around. It's a look at investment projects and the environment. Ling said. Others dare not say anything. Subsequently, a few people turned around in the territory under the leadership of Zero. Of course, this time they were not driving cars, otherwise they were all in the car, and they really turned around. Zero is in front, and the others are walking behind. Tang Kai is still a little nervous at this time. Although he knows that all the firearms of the people in the territory have been confiscated, it is inevitable that there will be fish that slip through the net, especially since Zero has just taken 2 places by thunder means. There will always be revenge and trouble. Yes, this happened often in the past. What Tang Kai didn't know? Those who wanted to do things had already worked in the mining area. Now, all the people in the territory who are able to move freely are basically responsible. They agree with the rule of the territory, and those who have different intentions have all been screened out. Then the intelligence department finds a way to investigate the reasons. According to circumstances, dispatched to different mines. Of course, there are also differences between the mines. It is impossible for murderers and thieves to be locked together. The degree of labor is different. The intensity of labor and the degree of danger are different, and the difficulty of correcting evil is also different. Therefore, each reform through labor mine is aimed specifically at the crimes of every night. Those people have to go to class together, do homework, exams, memorize the rules, and learn how to be a useful person to society. Quite science. This has tortured those guys. They are basically illiterate, and they have to recite the laws and regulations they violated without missing a word. Everyone is like a concubine, scratching their ears and scratching their cheeks, with a bitter face all day long. The greetings at each meeting turned into, "Have you memorized the laws and regulations?" Not to mention, the effect was good, and those with lesser crimes did not commit any more crimes after they went back. Because they know that if they commit a crime again, they will have to copy the things they memorized last time 1,000 times. For example, a person who suffers from domestic violence, every time he thinks about it 1,000 times before he does it, his hands become soft, and he can't do it. Tang Kai feels that today's Zero is completely different from before. A lot of words. Along the way, I was introducing the surrounding buildings, as if talking to them, as if talking to oneself, and as if reporting to others. In short, Tang Kai felt that the Zero persona had collapsed. This is the largest supermarket in Xinan town, with 3 floors above and below. At present, most of the items are purchased from Thailand, but in the future we will realize 50% of our products by ourselves. Many new factories are under construction. Before the end of the year, our product self-sufficiency rate should be able to exceed 40%. This is the head office of the Bank of Myanmar, which is also open to foreigners. Deposits and loans are now open. This is our police headquarters. This is our administration for industry and commerce. Looking at such a modern town with complete facilities, the bustling crowd, and the merchants hawking along the street, even Tang Kai and Wang Sa, who had been here twice, were a little surprised. In the 2 previous visits, they hadn't visited the Xian and Zheng carefully. In addition, many places were still under construction at that time, and there were building materials and unbuilt houses everywhere, and it looked messy. But now, since the plan of Xian in town is mainly 2- or 3-story buildings, it was built very quickly. In addition, it is summer again. The sun is basking, and the concrete solidifies very quickly. In the case of working overtime, 1 building will be built in half a month. 3 floors are not difficult. According to the plan, more than half of the current Xian in town has been built and part of it has been put into operation. The streets are very tidy, and there are many shops. Various breakfast shops, restaurants, clothing stores, such things that have never existed before, are everywhere in the town. Visible. Since there are many Chinese here, Chinese characters are widely used on the streets, and even Tang Qing is considering whether to fully implement Chinese in the territory, because he really does not like other languages, which sounds strange. However, considering that if it is such a vivid, hugging Huaxia's thigh, it may be self-defeating, and Burmese will be very angry at that time. It would be unspeakable to buckle in the country. So I still don't trouble the country. The big deal is to implement the coexistence of multiple languages in the future, focusing on Chinese and English. Along the way, Tang Kai saw no less than 3 Chinese restaurants. Such a sight was a bit as novel as having arrived in Thailand's Chinatown. However, Thailand's Chinatown is rather messy, with narrow streets, old facilities, and poor environment. You can only see the excitement and novelty. It is far less beautiful than the reasonable planning, unique and modern Chinatown. No, it can't be compared at all. If tourism is set up here, Tang Kai feels that business will definitely not be bad. Of course, the premise is that the Thai government allows it, because the current territorial contact with the outside world is only in Thailand in a relatively peaceful direction, and people cannot enter in other directions at all, unless there is an airport. However, Tang Kai does not think it is necessary to build an airport in a few years. Looking at the curious and fearful people on the street looking at their group, Tang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This is the breath of civilization. On the other side, the Zero side walked and introduced each one, and they were quite different from the previous reticence. Although these buildings are far behind those in Thailand and China, no one who listens dares to underestimate such a positive force. As long as they dare to think and do, there is nothing impossible in this era. When passing by a branch of the Bank of Myanmar, I looked at the line of people. Tang Kai suddenly curiously said, "Zero Chief, take the liberty to ask, how big is the issuance scale of the Asian dollar of the Bank of Myanmar?" Tang Kai knows that if a currency wants to be strong, its issuance is an important indicator. For example, the US dollar has become the world currency. Its issuance is the largest among all currencies. Only if there is too much, others can hold it. Otherwise, the home country is not enough, how to go out. During this period of time, I heard that a large amount of foreign currency was confiscated in the territory, but Tang Kai didn't know how big this scale was. But as you can imagine, it was definitely much more than his worth. Hear the words. Zero did not conceal the slightest. This is not a secret. By the way, he also showed his strength and said indifferently, "Mr. Tang, as of 24 o'clock last night, the circulation of the Asian dollar has exceeded 30 billion, and all kinds of foreign currencies nearly 1 billion US dollars in reserves. Buy one get one free. 30 billion. It is definitely an astronomical figure for individuals. Half a month ago, the circulation of the Asian dollar was only more than 10 billion, but with the exchange of various foreign currencies in the new 2 territories, with mortgages, the circulation of the Asian dollar is rising. It is not only ordinary people, but the locals actually. There are also many family powers, and each family has a little accumulation of treasures, a lot of gold, silver, and the like. They were still hesitating before. Later, under a lot of publicity, there were various conditions promised, and considering the issue of surrender, many people took out the gold and silver at the bottom of the box, plus the gold mining during this period of time, every month. 5 or 6 tons, Plus, many merchants raised funds from elsewhere to buy equipment and set up factories, etc., etc. The combination of multiple factors has caused the Asian dollar issuance in the entire territory to exceed 30 billion, which directly doubled from half a month ago. It seems to be a lot, but compared with the 300 billion issuance scale, there is still a huge gap. And 30 billion is already a very high number. If there is no large-scale foreign trade in the future, even if 1 year passes, the phased issuance target of 100 billion Asian dollars will not be achieved, and so must be expanded externally. After listening to the words of Zero, the shock in other people's hearts can be imagined, especially Wang Sa, who thought it would be more than 10 billion in the past, but now there is an issuance scale of 30 billion. He really can't figure out where the money is issued. Will it cause inflation, or will it? Will cause future exchange disputes? But I don't want to come to Zero to do anything like this. There is no need to do it like this. Only when money is valuable can it make sense to stabilize the economy. Otherwise, there is absolutely no discussion about inflation every minute. The crowd behind. Old Tang, what is the value of Ye Yuan? Ling speaks in Thai. The others are okay. Li Kai can't understand it, but fortunately Tang Qing is commenting on the side. Tang Qing is not impatient and explains his own. Something, there is also a sense of pride is not. 1 Asian dollar is equivalent to 1 renminbi. Tang Qing explained. What? Isn't that 30 billion renminbi was issued, and the foreign currency reserve is more than 8 billion renminbi? Li Kai covered his mouth and said in surprise. This is an extra sum of money. Yes. Tang Qing shrugged. Then can I get some Asian dollars back? Li Kai thought suddenly. Come here. How can I go back without some local specialties? What is the most local specialties? Of course it is the local currency. Tang Qing pointed to the branch of Bank of Myanmar and said, yes, every branch of Bank of Myanmar can exchange 1-to-1. Have you brought any money? Take it, I'll quickly change it. Hee, go back and sell it at a high price. Li Kai hurried to the branch after saying that. Feng Sun followed closely, and the others walked very slowly, so I'm not afraid of not being able to follow. On. But 3 minutes. Li Kai and Feng Sun came back. It was not that there was no one in the bank, but watching Li Kai and Ling walk together. Many people unconsciously stepped away, allowing Li Kai and Feng Sun to enjoy a privilege and jump in the line. It's pretty good, it feels pretty good. Li Kai grinned and looked at it carefully while holding a 100 yuan Asian dollar. He brought more than 1,000 renminbi on this trip, and he converted all of them into Asian dollars. Whether it was going back to collect or give away, it would have no face. As for what to do if the money is exhausted, how could it be that he has been here for so long? Even Tang Qing had reported the ticket, and there was no opportunity to spend money to go to other places, and it would be a waste to keep it. Well, it seems that the anti-counterfeiting technology is very good. Feng Sun nodded in agreement. He thought it was a simple printed currency. After all, it was only a small place, but he did not expect that the technology content is so high, and it is by no means worse than the RMB. No wonder it can be accepted by people. Keep up with the team. Keep going. Speaking all the way, introducing all the way, after visiting Xian in town, the group went to the industrial town aside by car. Coming to the construction site of the industrial town, the talents were truly shocked. Standing on the other side of the river, looking at a huge construction site no smaller than Xian in town in the distance, densely crowded people like ants moving there to work, the clanging sound is endless. They even saw all kinds of military vehicles shuttle back and forth. Some of them were walking on the road with civilian buckets, such as a wheeled armored vehicle pulling a bucket and a car of cement driving in front of them. It was weird. Pull. This is also the use of waste. The previous construction vehicles are not enough. Wangsa can't provide so many vehicles. The construction of a town requires hundreds of transport vehicles. All of them are started at the same time. At least thousands of vehicles are needed. What about Wangsa? It may be scheduled. In order to speed up the progress, the previously eliminated military vehicles have been used as waste, so they have to be remodeled. These obsolete goods were originally intended to be used by the police department, but looking at the old waste, Tang Qing felt very embarrassed. So with a swipe of a pen, all of them were welded and used as a project. All vehicles can be scrapped when they are used up. And because there were few transportation vehicles, Tang Qing had to buy a lot of military trucks. In order not to be so obvious, he painted these military trucks and looked a little normal. Not to mention, military trucks are sturdy, and they are very easy to use. Such behavior of selling dog meat. Why can't everyone see that it is a military vehicle? But they didn't say that the corner of Wang Sa's mouth unconsciously twitched. After so many years of dealing with weapons and equipment, how can he not see that these are all good things? But he was so rudely treated. Treated a bit unbearable. It's very strange. Where did these things come from? He had never sold these things before. Maybe they bought them secretly elsewhere. Even Wang Sa even felt that the zero behind was the government of Burma. The vehicle is one aspect. Those factories are also the focus of everyone's attention. Xianan town belongs to civil and commercial use, but the industrial town is different. Huge steel structure factory buildings appear in front of you, and the buildings are tall, and some have been repaired to the level of 7 or 8 floors. It looks spectacular. It's hard to imagine that this place used to be a place that relied on agricultural civilization to make a fortune and industry developed. Zero was walking in front. Although it is not listed, it is hard to get a robot. This is a lighter factory. This is a plastic products factory. There are thermal power plants under construction, mainly to supply electricity to these plants. Under the leadership of Zero, the group of people visited the small industrial town. The shock of the heart is nothing to say. They feel that this place is not like a small force with only 200,000 people, but a huge country, which started its industrial revolution in a small town. That kind of enthusiasm, such an urgent change. There are also technologies and equipment that shouldn't exist here at all. Although the core high-tech equipment has not been seen, some of the equipment that has been built in the factory has begun to be installed, and even the equipment that has reached the debugging stage. Believable. Wang Sa also seemed to have seen a ghost. It is not that he is not insightful. In his opinion, the technological content of these equipment is definitely not low, and the degree of automation is high. He wanted to ask, but he couldn't open the mouth. This should belong to someone else's secret transportation channel. How could he tell him that they wanted to find clues based on the logo on the device? But there was no brand logo on those devices. Only some internationally used technical parameters are marked, and it is impossible to see which domestically produced. Wang Sa can't help it. Except for Wang Sa. Everyone thought that these equipment and materials came from Wang Sa. No matter how bad they were, they passed through that port. Wang Sa should understand that, but they didn't know that Wang Sa was also wondering. Approaching noon ended this visit. A group of people drove to a campsite. The campsite was located in a valley in the northwest corner of the industrial town. It was surrounded by lush trees. The campsite was covered by military green camouflage nets, although the location of the campsite was not for the locals. It's not a secret, but this is a rule. There are unified camp construction standards, and they are all the same there. Although the sun today is in the clouds, it is also very sultry. The mountains are humid, and there is little wind. The heat is nowhere to be dissipated in the moisture in the air, except for Tang Qing. Everyone is sweating, holding their straw hats and fanning them vigorously. A few cars drove slowly into the heavily bordered camp. The soldiers along the way saluted the convoy. This is the site of the 1st Detachment of the Special Operations Brigade of the territory. It is full of fighters. There is no ordinary person. Tang Kai and the others thought they respected Zero, but these fighters respected Tang Qing. Got out of the car. Looking at the high-spirited, disciplined, and resolute soldiers around, Wang Sa is not calm. This is absolutely equivalent to the existence of special forces here, especially with all kinds of brand new weapons and equipment. Kind of vehicle. Infantry fighting vehicle. Armored transport vehicle. Military truck. Military off-road vehicle. All kinds of military functional equipment made Wang Sa doubt whether he was in a camp in a developed country. The equipment was fully equipped, and the equipment was simply horrible. This equipment configuration was even more sophisticated than his subordinates seemed. I just didn't see any big weapons. Wang Sa thought it was hidden. Wang Sa swallowed his mouth. I was surprised where these weapons and equipment came from, but I didn't dare to ask. The ghosts knew where they came from. Maybe they were refurbished, or maybe their best equipment was used to show their face. But no matter what, I have to report to my father when I go back today. These people, it is by no means miscellaneous. Things here. It's getting bigger and bigger. Everyone followed the other side of the Zero camp. I didn't go far. And I came to the place where I was eating today, a shed that was more poetic. Next to the camp, there is a small river running through. It is not deep, but relatively wide. By the river, a simple military shed was built with a long table inside. The most exaggerated thing is that there are 6 air conditioners on all sides, constantly blowing. The cold wind. Hiss. The air conditioner is blowing in this weather, which is more than a cool one. Everyone sat down with joy. Flowing water, people, although there is no small bridge, but it is also a very good environment. The sound of insects and birds are endless. It is really a good place. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Next time you have the opportunity, you can often come here to play and sunbask in the sun, go fishing. However, the premise is that the use of transmission nodes is not tight. At this time, the table was full of various fruits and snacks. Tang Qing directly grabbed a handful of melon seeds and ate them. Knowing Tang Qing's preferences, these melon seeds were bought from China. Eating melon seeds has a familiar taste, and Li Kai doesn't doubt anything. Now that the economy is so developed, the transportation is so convenient, and the trade is so frequent, it is so strange to eat melon seeds that taste the same as domestic ones in a foreign country. Zero is discussing investment matters with several bosses. With today's knowledge, they have also straightened out the development route of the territory, that is, export, a large number of exports, and in a while, each has chosen the investment project he wants. Tang Kai chose a copper cable factory, which was really random, as long as it could create jobs for the territory. Tang Liang is still in his line of business, brewing, food and wine, because he is not familiar with other things. As for Wei Jun, he chose a breeding factory. The Wei family did not do too many good things for the territory when he was in the past, or it is insignificant compared to what he did during the period of Zero, so he plans to start with eating this piece. Don't ask for money, just forge a good relationship and benefit the local. By the way, everyone, we have an investment promotion conference at the beginning of next month. If you have any good friends who want to invest, you can come and take a look. Zero finally invited. No problem, I'll call in a few more friends when the time comes. Tang Kai promised that many people still bought his face. I can't guarantee how many, but I will definitely come next time. Tang Liang said. Me too. I will definitely come. Wei Jun said, not daring to speak up. Wang Sao also said that even if you don't say it, some business people in their family will come. If the future mobile phone project cooperation is successful, it will definitely be a huge opportunity to get a variety of advanced equipment. Thank you. Zero nodded. After a while, the dishes are slowly brought together. A table of Chinese food made them feel Zero-friendly. What was served with the dishes were bottles, blue and white ceramics, which looked quite different, and I didn't know if it was a shareholder. Everyone didn't pay much attention to it. They just saw the wine glass instead of the wine. When they were curious, one by one soldiers opened the blue and white ceramic bottle, and each poured a cup. Smelling the faint scent, he immediately realized that it was wine. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Liang's eyes. He had never smelled this wine before, but he knew it was a good wine when he smelled it. The gluttons in his belly were rolling, but he didn't dare to drink it first, so he could only swallow continuously. Come on, let's drink fruit wine for this meal. This is our own brew. It tastes good. I hope you like it. Ling made a gesture of invitation. After speaking, I took the lead to taste it. Upon seeing this, Tang Kai also took a small taste first, and then his eyes lit up the next moment. It dries immediately. Others too. Just taste it and just do it. Feeling the fragrance in his mouth, Tang Liang almost moved and cried. Real Nima is delicious. This is definitely the best fruit wine he has ever drunk. Open the same. A warm current spread all over the body. It's delicious. Chief Zero, what kind of fruit is this brewed? Tang Kai put down his cup and exclaimed. A soldier filled up again. Tang Kai had a familiar taste, and he felt that he had drunk it, but he couldn't recall this memory in his memory. This is a mixture of several kinds of fruits. What is the specifics? This is our secret, but you can take back a box later, go back and taste it. By the way, you can also promote it. In the future, this will also be ours. It's one of the specialty products, but the price will be a bit more expensive. Our ex-factory price for a bottle is 2,000 Asian dollars. Zero nodded and said, 2,000 Asian dollars? Everyone has the final say. This is equivalent to 2,000 yuan. It seems that a bottle can hold about 400 milliliters, which is more expensive than the most expensive liquor in China. Of course, this is to throw away those vintage wines. There are really few new wines produced every year in the world that are more expensive than this. But thinking back to the taste just now, it's really good value for money. Zero boss, I can become a dealer, Tang Kai said first. But Tang Liang, who was about to talk, smiled bitterly. Tang Kai is also a person who loves alcohol, but he never drank alcohol, and Thailand does not have this kind of drinking table culture equivalent to alcoholism. Therefore, it depends on hobbies. This kind of alcohol is worth 2,000 yuan. Yes, no problem. Zero agreed without hesitation. Today, if you take it out, it means looking for an agent. It doesn't matter who it is, you can agree to the order he gets. Ms. Tang, you were ahead of him again. Wang Sa smiled bitterly, and he also thought the wine was too good to drink. Then let's do it together. With such a big market in the world, it would be better to have an agent in each region, and it is impossible for me to do a monopoly business. Tang Kai said indifferently. Sharing interests is the way to survive. That's right. Hee, no matter whether it is by state or country, we will divide it again when that time comes. Wang Sa nodded and said with satisfaction. No problem. When we work together to get a high-end alcohol brand out, don't blame me for grabbing business, Mr. Tang. Tang Kai looked at Tang Liang and smiled. How dare Tang Liang say anything, and immediately said, It's okay. Such a big market will not conflict with my business. We will make a fortune together at that time. Okay, by the way, Chief Zero, how about the output of this wine? Otherwise it will be troublesome. Tang Kai realized the problem of output. Without output, this business is like a castle in the sky. Don't worry, this problem is not big. The early stage is mainly for promotion, and the price is expensive, and the demand is not much. In the later stage, our production is enough to meet the global high-end wine market. You should know that the X-Factory price is 2,000 Asian dollars. Plus the tariffs of various countries and your profits, the selling price should be more than 3,500 to 4,000 Asian dollars. At this price, the consumer group is not large. Zero explained. Of course, this thing is brewed from the fruits in the training area. There are so many fruits on the tree that you can't finish eating, and it's a waste to store them in the warehouse. So Tang Qing thought about using it for something, and finally thought of making wine. Give it a try, don't say it, it tastes really good. But it's just delicious, and if there is any special effect, it won't be enough. But in terms of taste and preciousness, it can definitely sell, and just the best fruit wine can sell for a lot of money. As for liquor and wine, Tang Qing has little interest in getting involved. Liquor is China's world, and wine still needs a foundation, but fruit wine is a leading brand with no international authority. In this case, this market is better to do something, and Tang Qing plans to expand the scale of planting next. The training area covers an area of 1,500 square kilometers. With a total of tens of square kilometers, a total of 50 square kilometers to plant fruit trees, the output can fully satisfy the global high-end market. But don't worry now. Open the market first, and then expand production. Anyway, the growth cycle of plants in the training area is different from the outside world. 3 months is enough for the transplantation to mature and produce the final product as soon as possible. The territory has obtained another gold-sucking weapon liquor and high-end wine. Not surprisingly, the annual sales of this fruit wine will exceed billions of yuan in the future. No one else can imitate it. It's an absolute monopoly. However, Tang Qing can only do so much. He won't get involved in white wine, nor will he get involved in wine to fight for the background. Let's just get a good drinking fruit wine and can't hit a car with anyone. It is impossible to convert all the land in the training area into farmland. The training area is naturally useful. It is definitely not for him to cultivate such a large plot of land. The designer of the system is not so brain ally disabled. Maybe he has not discovered it yet. That's it. The final price is 3,000 to 4,000 Asian dollars, which is too expensive for the average person to die, but for those present, and for those rich and nowhere to spend, it is not too much, and there is no water to drink. Problem. Besides, they are distributors and can get the goods for 2,000 Asian dollars, which is a lot cheaper when you think about it. Okay, this business needs it. This is not only a question of good drinking, but also a question of cooperation and support. Otherwise, Tang Kai would not immediately agree with him for a few glasses of wine. This is just a statement. Tang Liang wanted to inquire about the brewing method. He was not interested in the recipe. He wanted to see if he could improve the taste of his own winery, but he did not dare to speak. For a bottle of more than $100, he can only ask what he is qualified to ask. Now let's talk about the relationship first. Next, everyone drank one cup after another. The fruit wine was not high in degree, but like wine, it was full of stamina. After one person and one bottle, everyone was a little drunk, but this drunkenness was not uncomfortable, but a very warm feeling. After a meal, Tang Liang, who had an average drinking volume, was directly dizzy. This is also an anecdote. The owner of the winery was overturned by the wine, and the others did it well, but this is the truth. Tang Liang's drinking volume is really not good. He was carried to the barracks to rest. Tang Kai and his party will not go back tonight, but stay here. In order to keep secret or avoid being harassed by some people, they will stay in this camp tonight instead of going to the guest house. The soldiers cleaned the table. Tang Kai and Wei Jun were eating fruits and blowing on the air conditioner, not feeling too good. There is wine. There is meat. Have friends. Tang Qing and the others all drank a bottle. Li Kai lay on the chair without an image, clutching his stomach. It was obvious that he was struggling to eat. Although the food on the dinner table was all made in Chinese food, the ingredients were not usually available. As a mountain, of course it is to draw on the spot, especially to entertain distinguished guests. As a result, all kinds of things that definitely protect animals in the country will inevitably appear on the table. These animals are extremely common here. They only go hunting in the mountains. This is a way of life. Tang Qing didn't stop it. He couldn't finish it anyway. After introducing the origins one by one, Li Kai's foodies started to eat, and Tang Qing was no exception. These things considered Tang Qing's large appetite, and each portion was full, but Tang Qing was full at best, and Li Kai was a supporter. After 1 hour, it's so full, old Tang, it would be great if I had a gun to shoot. I haven't played with a gun. Li Kai looked at the armed soldiers around him and the cold weapons. So scared, he started to pay attention to playing with guns. Since I'm out to play, I'm still on my own turf, and my good friend wants to shoot a target. It's just a trivial matter. At this time, Ling was discussing with Tang Kai and the others about the division of the fruit wine sales area. Tang Liang was already sober, and he was listening to the side, not daring to speak, as he would need as much as he wanted. Taking a moment to talk, Tang Qing said, "Leader Zero, can we go shooting? My friend wants to see." "Of course it's okay. I'll ask someone to take you there, Mr. Tang. Do you want to have fun and talk while playing?" Zero immediately agreed, and the commander spoke, "Don't dare to refuse." "Okay, I haven't played robber in a long time." Tang Kai echoed with a smile. His nephew came here to show that he really saw it, as if he had never been afraid of anything, whether it was guns or people, or those who didn't. The thing that should have appeared here now directly proposes to shoot, and he can only sigh in his heart. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. But this is also good. Only those who are neither humble nor overbearing and generous can make great things. As expected of us from the Tang family, Tang Kai is very satisfied with Tang Qing's performance. Immediately, Ling led everyone to the shooting range of the camp. The shooting range is not an open area. There is not such a big place in the valley, but on the other side of the river, where the target is on the other side, there is a relatively spacious river beach. The guns are placed in the shade of the trees, and the ground is covered with thick steel plates. At the beginning of the construction here, it was considered to receive guests and protect the soldiers throughout the process. The camps of the other two special operations units do not have a shooting range. The full-skilled fighters do not need to feed bullets to improve. They are in peak state at any time. When it comes, a long row of weapons racks were already full of various firearms, and the boxes of ammunition below shocked some who had never seen this scene. That's right. They are talking about Li Kai. In China, where do they have the opportunity to see this scene? Even if Feng Sen's father Feng Hai is in a high position, Feng's son is well informed and has been to a shooting club in the province, but he is not shocked here. Nima, what did he see? Barrett. His blood boiled as he watched. You can't see this thing in domestic clubs at all, let alone touch it. You can only see it abroad. Feng's son rushed directly, picked up Barrett, who weighed dozens of kilograms, and felt the weight and material in his hands. His heartbeat accelerated, and his eyes were full of love. Sure enough, There is violence in a man's genes. Wow, so many guns. Can I try them all? Li Kai exclaimed, he too dazzled. Will you play? Tang Qing asked. I won't, they adjusted it, I just shoot. Hey, it's not in China anyway. This is called the wisdom of smart people. Learn something. Li Kai grinned and said straightforwardly. Tang Qing gave him a look of contempt. Li Kai was proud to ask Feng Sun for advice. He knew that Feng Sun had played guns in the shooting club before. Tang, you go play. I and Leader Zero will go to see the goods. A few people. We are missing. Tang Kai remembered the important thing. That is, choose the goods, try to finish it soon, wait for the children to get bored. Now he comes back to try again. Okay, go ahead. Finished. Tang Kai left with Zero. Wei Jun and Tang Liang each took a gun, unloaded it skillfully, and slapped at the target on the other side of the river. Tang Qing found a place to sit down and watch them play. He didn't go up to join in the fun, because he was tired of playing in the training area. He hadn't played any guns, and dozens of guns were destroyed. The original novelty has long been lost. Unless he really fights, he will be really meaningless. After half an hour, both Li Kai and Feng Sun had a great time playing. Feng Sun didn't care whether it was dirty or not. He lay on the ground and shot all kinds of shots, preparing to play all the blocking guns that he wanted to play before, but had no chance. Li Kai played with other rifles, guns and pistols, but Li Kai's hands and arms couldn't stand it after not firing many shots. Tang Qing wanted to say that you can play with high recoil guns as soon as you come up. Does it hurt? In the end, Li Kai found Wei Jun as a master and slowly enjoyed the fun of disassembling the gun. The other side. Ling brought Tang Kai and 2 bodyguards to the other side of the camp. It was a large concrete building with only 1 floor, more than 4 meters high, and heavily guarded. There was also a cave connected to it. The cave was not big before, but later after being reinforced, it has expanded a lot. Looking at the full shelves in the warehouse, there are all kinds of jade, jewelry, and rough stones on them. There are also the same large quantities of antiques as last time. Tang Kai's heart is beating wildly. A lot of money. Mr. Tang, these are all our goods, which have been classified according to their value. There are our estimated selling prices on them. If you get the goods from us, they will be at this price, a one-stop price. Ling Bak began to introduce. Tang Kai followed Zero around in the warehouse. Look at the price tag above. From his perspective, he knew that these prices were definitely about the wholesale price, and there was no random writing, which also made him relieved. Thank you, Leader Zero. Tang Kai thanked. Zero went on to say, well, you can choose which company we are working with today. As for the company you want to buy, you can choose it before you leave. By the way, because gold and silver are useful for us, in future transactions gold and silver will be eliminated. Even if Mr. Tang has gold and silver, we can all increase 1 level according to the international price to deduct the settlement payment between us. As a guarantee for the issuance of Asian dollars, Tang Qing does not intend to sell gold and silver. Tang Kai quickly agreed. Okay, no problem. I know a few precious metal shippers. If they have a large amount of goods, I will buy it. He didn't ask why. It didn't matter to him. But it is conceivable that these must be urgently needed by the other party, otherwise it will not increase so much to deduct the purchase price. Fortunately, I can save a lot of money. A little bit of exposure. The difference in the middle is tens of millions of dollars. Why not do it? Then trouble Mr. Tang. You see first, I'll go to inspect the camp training. Zero can't always follow Tang Kai, and needs to be dealt with by official affairs. Okay, Chief Zero, go slowly. Tang Kai said. See Zero after leaving. Tang Kai turned around in the warehouse, and 4 soldiers followed. Tang Kai became more surprised as he watched. These goods, even those antiques, were priced according to new products, and it was almost a profit. Subsequently, Tang Kai carefully selected the goods and assigned the bad things to the cooperative company. All the good things were left to him, but there were too many good things. He had decided to avoid long nights and dreams and raise funds as soon as possible. Eat everything. It's really one's own to be safe. There are too many things in the warehouse. 2 hours later, Tang Kai was only divided into about 1/5, because he could not classify all by looking at the above price. In business, he would carefully identify each one and observe that this is not trust, but real business. Respectful performance. With so many good things, Tang Kai was dazzled. especially when he saw an antique that has been recorded in Thai history, a large glass eagle-shaped jade sculpture. The market price of the new product is only about 2 million yuan. But this thing can't be sold at 20 million yuan. Tang Kai hesitated for a moment and then planned to wait a while and talk to Zero so that he would take advantage of the silence and affect the relationship between the two. Last time I really didn't know the package price, but this time, if it's something else, he thought he had earned something with little value added, but he would have snatched something with huge value. Another hour later, Tang Kai was really tired, so he left the warehouse. As for the rest, it seems that I have to wait for tomorrow's appraiser from my company to come here to sort together. The other side, Li Kai and the others were still happily playing with the guns in the shooting range. Today is a rare opportunity. I don't expect to encounter such a big scene in the future. So, enduring the pain, Li Kai also tried all the guns in the venue. As a result, his hands were already shaking so hard to hold them. Stop the gun. 2 hours. Naturally, Tang Qing would not watch them play the target stupidly. Instead, he asked for a fishing rod to catch fish by the river. This is a place for receiving important guests. There are some simple entertainment facilities, basketball courts, and nets. The stadium and the like are all available. But up to now, no fish has taken the bait, and he was shocked by the sound of shooting targets. Fortunately, Tang Qing didn't even think of catching it for food. He just fished for fun and enjoyed this leisure time on the battlefield. Listen to the gunfire. Fishing for fish. Don't say it, don't have a flavor. At this moment, Li Kai walked over with an M16 and squatted beside Tang Qing. Old Tang, what's wrong with you today? Go playing with guns. What's so fun about fishing? Or can't you go back to catch them? Maybe you have the chance to get in touch with the guns this time in your life. These stray fishes, let me show you one shot one at a time. After that, Li Kai held a gun and aimed at the looming fish in the water. The water was very shallow, not to mention clear, but it was almost the same, and a trace of black shadow could be seen. Tang Qing glanced at Li Kai's hand, shook his head, and said, "Do you still have the strength? Your hands are shaking like this. Remember, when your hands are shaking, don't put your fingers on the trigger, so as not to hurt people." Seeing Li Kai's hand on the trigger, he trembled, obviously because he shot too many shots. Hear the words. Li Kai didn't pretend to compare, and quickly took his index finger off the trigger. This Nima is all acquaintances. If it really goes wrong, it will be a big deal. Tang Qing laughed. Continue fishing. Oh, it's also not allowed to take pictures here. Otherwise I have to take some pictures back. Envious of them. Show our Lon, how prestigious I am. Li Kai regretted that somewhere here is heavily guarded. Although Zero did not say that taking pictures indiscriminately is not allowed, but anyone who is not a fool knows that pictures cannot be taken. How are you and Lon? Tang Qing asked casually. Li Kai was a little excited when he talked about this, and he laughed and said, "Hey, it's okay. After my hard work, she also applied to the university in the Shanghai stock market where I was located. Although I couldn't pass the exam at Fudan University, that school it's not a big problem. We can be in one place again, and we can eat and drink again. Well, take care of others, don't give up at the end." Tang Qing exclaimed, looking at the rippling water. Li Kai has become A in his previous life, and Li Ji hasn't married yet. In this life, he hopes that Li Kai will find someone to live his life well. In fact, he doesn't know if it's right to persuade him. After all, marriage and love intersect, and there are not many people who have been happy. Whether it's firewood, rice, oil, or salt, disputes over interests, family conflicts, and children's education. Few people have perfect fit without contradiction. Most of them are going to live on. This is also the reason why many people are afraid of marriage. But from a moral point of view, it is absolutely no problem. I know. I will treat her well. We need to look good. We need money, and also make her happy. It is a perfect husband. We will definitely be a couple. Li Kai vowed. That's good. Tang Qing nodded and said, I have seen too many marriages before, all kinds of harmony before marriage, all kinds of matches, and don't split too much in the end. From then on, I don't think that some people are born with each other. At the end, it is true that it is not done, and he can only wish Li Kai. At the same time, I am always alert and cherish the people in front of me. Tang, why are you fishing here? Tang Kai passing by saw Tang Qing and Li Kai sitting on the shore and greeted him. I don't want to play with guns, just entertain myself here. Tang Qing turned his head and stood up. Well, I'll try it. It's been a long time. Tang Kai thought Tang Qing was bored just now. Finished. Tang Kai walked to the shooting range, and after a while, there were bursts of gunfire. Tang Qing continued to chat with Li Kai. Let's talk over. Talk about the future. In the evening, the temperature hasn't dropped much. It's just that there is no sun, and people who are still hot are sweating. Still in that shed. With 6 large air conditioners on, this kind of weather is simply overwhelming. Zero and graciously entertained them. Throughout the dinner, Tang Kai and several of them were chatting with Zero to get closer, while Tang Qing slurped regardless, chatting with Li Kai and Feng Sun beside him from time to time. Full of wine and food. Slightly drunk with a drink. The atmosphere is very good. Tang Qing heard that before Mara and the others would have women performing and dancing to entertain guests. How could corrupt things appear here? Of course they were cut off, and everyone would just have a chat. After a meal, after playing badminton for a while, everyone was taken to their respective rooms, and the house was on the other side of the mountain. It's a 2-story villa. Everyone has a room. It's a good shot. There is a TV in the room, which can receive TV signals from many countries. After drinking, the others fell asleep early. On the other hand, Tang Qing opened the window of the room, turned over, and stood on the top of the villa, watching the roar of machinery coming from the mountain. One jumped up and jumped off the roof of the villa over 8 meters. Crack! Stepped on a few dead branches. With a kick, he rushed toward the top of the mountain. The branches in front of him were blocked by his nerves, and his clothes were not soiled. 1 minute later, Tang Qing stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, feeling the breeze. He could perceive that a soldier was lurking in the grass 20 meters away from him, motionless, watching everything around him like a ghost. If someone else came up, he would have been arrested long ago. Such secret whistles are basically all over the hills around the entire camp. Standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the many busy workers in the distance, the various machinery and vehicles rumbling by, and the fuzzy prototype of the entire industrial town, Tang Qing really looks forward to the fact that his little butterfly will give the world in the future. What changes will it bring? He hopes that this change will be positive, not seeking to go down in history, but to have no regrets for a lifetime. After all, it's not a fun thing to be named in history. It may be drawn out and criticized many years later. There are many examples in later generations. For example, in the United States, others have died for hundreds of years, and they are also pulled out by boring people for criticism. It's nonsense. Even Washington has never escaped. The statue was almost picked off because it turned out to be the employment of black Indians. Thought of this. Tang Qing thought of a character Luo Ji in the science fiction Three Body. He was repeatedly worshipped by all mankind as the savior, and was repeatedly abandoned by all mankind. Therefore, he doesn't want to be a savior in this life. Thankless, just ask for a clear conscience, and occasionally do some good deeds. Didn't watch it for long. Tang Qing returned to the room after he was full of emotions. He stepped into the command room and exercised his nerves. Being strong is truly strong. The next day, morning, the adults were all talking about business, but the 3 of them, Tang Qing, who had nothing to do, went shopping around and stopped shooting, because Li Kai and Feng Sen's hands were not working well within a few days, and they even grabbed their chopsticks in the morning. Unstable, can only hold a spoon. Xian in town. Street. The 3 of them walked aimlessly on the street. There were no soldiers to follow this time, but there were quite a few people who saw them paradise yesterday. They all knew they were big shots, and those who recognized them deliberately avoided them. There seemed to be people around them, like a wall. This makes Tang Qing a little regretful of being watched as a monkey yesterday. The 3 of them were not only watched as monkeys, but also watching from a distance. This feels good. Nima is weird. Lao Tzu is also a human being. He doesn't have 2 horns on his head, and he doesn't have a tail on his buttocks. Fortunately, no one takes pictures because no one dares. However, Tang Qing, with sharp ears, was very happy to hear being praised for being handsome. Old Tang, don't tell me. It feels good to be scared. As he walked, Li Kai suddenly said something. Tang Qing was stunned, looking at Li Kai with a little excitement on his face, and said contemptuously, "Have you not noticed that we have become arrogant sons who swagger through the market? We are just a bunch of gangsters." Really? It's no wonder I have a familiar feeling. Li Kai also realized that the style of painting was wrong and watched many people look at him cringingly. After a long time, there was a feeling of being regarded as a plague god. The mood is not beautiful anymore. At this time, another child was hurriedly pulled by his father. The child looked at him fearfully. Li Kai's excitement disappeared in vain, and he nodded to the child kindly. If he didn't have a lollipop in his hand, he would go over and give one. Little brothers, good morning. At this time, a middle-aged man walked up and said with a smile, "He speaks Thai." Tang Qing knew this person. Godin, the intelligence agent that Mianxi sent here, but didn't see his assistant Sang Jin. Seeing this, it's an idiot to think about it. Hee. Tang Qing shook his head lightly. It's really many people are right and wrong. Fortunately, we live in seclusion behind the scenes and be the deepest crocodile. Don't worry about these people coming to harass every day. It's nice to throw away the shopkeeper. Li Kai and Feng Sun looked at Good Dan in confusion and turned to look at Tang Qing. It was not that they didn't understand, but this kind of stranger came up to talk to each other. He was from a foreign country, obviously not a good bird. "Hello, we just wander around. Please don't disturb us, thank you." Tang Qing is too lazy to talk to this kind of person, because any questions the other party has are purposeful. This kind of conversation, even a few words of greeting, he wasn't interested. Let's get and climb up the pole. It's better to block his mouth as soon as possible. The little brother, excuse me, Golden said awkwardly. He watched yesterday's Pearling Street in the crowd, and Zero personally introduced him. It was the first time he had seen this kind of treatment in the territory. Just now I wanted to come up and cover it almost, to see if I can inquire about useful information. Unfortunately, people are very vigilant. Tang Qing said thank you. He will be really ignorant if he stays, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't catch up. Anyway, he remembered the license plates of those Mercedes-Benz cars yesterday. Know the owners of these cars. Tang Kai, Thailand's largest jade jewelry wholesaler. This time, the result of his analysis was to buy the goods. Therefore, Tang Kai is just a businessman, and the value is not high. Today's reaching up is just thinking about whether he can go out and pick up a few dollars. Add a ham sausage to the noodles. If you don't find it, you can just eat instant noodles. Finished. Godin smiled and left. Old Tang, what is this man doing? Looks very pitiful. Li Kai leaned over and said in a low voice, seeing the embarrassment of Good Dan being driven away by Tang Qing. He felt a little sympathetic. Tang Qing thought for a while and explained, "Look at ordinary people. They are afraid of us. This is normal. If someone who is not afraid of it, there must be a plan. Let's be careful not to contact strangers. After all, here it has just stabilized, and there must be many factors of instability, so it is better to be careful in everything." Frightened Li Kai. Really? Hearing the factors of instability, Li Kai and the two quickly put away their sympathy. Subsequently, a few people walked around for an hour and then stopped shopping. The results were brilliant. They were all local products and handicrafts from various territories, as well as some mountain products, that is, wild animals. Tang Qing suggested that they should be before returning to China. Eat it, because this thing must never be brought back to the country, otherwise it will be troublesome if you put on a smuggling hat. In the afternoon, Tang Qing took two hands can't lift, all kinds of vehicles and equipment in the camp again, and drove through the city in a wheeled potash carrier, their faces flushed with excitement. The other side, Wei Jun borrowed a Mercedes-Benz from Tang Kai and went home. His previous home was not far from the road, and he parked the car to the side of the road. He didn't go far before he saw the familiar building. Running quickly to his house, Wei Jun had tears in his eyes. All his past events have happened here, but the person in the past is no longer there. Looking at the door of the clean and tidy courtyard, I think someone should clean it. Wei Jun walked to the unlocked door and was about to knock on it. "Master Wei, Steward Wang, is that you?" A trembling voice sounded behind him. Hearing the familiar voice, Wei Jun shook his whole body. Turning his head, he saw a strong old man pushing a motorcycle named Xiang Yong. This was an accountant on their side. He used to be in charge of the sale of medicinal materials, but later ran away. "When I went to Thailand, I didn't expect to see it here today. It's me. When did you come back? Are you okay?" Wei Jun hurriedly stepped forward and gave a hug. "I'm fine, very fine. When I knew that flowers were cut here, I dragged my family back. After all, this is the place where we used to live. It's great that you are still alive. We thought you, sir." Xiang Yong said excitedly. He. Wei Jun looked dark. Xiang Yong immediately understood. I see, the master is a good person. After you left, Naden destroyed a few of the houses and moved a lot of things in it. Then we came back and often cleaned them, waiting for you to come back and have a place to live now. It's fine if you come back. Should you come back to stay here or take a look? Xiang Yong asked. Chief Zero here promised to sell it to me, and I will come back often in the future. Wei Jun explained. Xiang Yongyi said happily. That's good. Leader Zero is a good person. Although I have never seen him in person, he is the object of our worship. This sentence has a reminder meaning. Lest Wei Jun have other thoughts. Otherwise, as far as he knows, no one will follow Wei Jun. The changes during this period have allowed them to see the future. Wei Jun can't give this future. Okay, it will be good for you to live a good life. You can ride this motorcycle. How can Wei Jun not understand the meaning of this sentence? This is the fourth time someone has reminded him, and can only transfer with a wry smile topic. This is the welfare of the village chief. Leader Zero gave each village chief a motorcycle. Xiang Yong was happy when he said this. When he came back, the village chief had been elected, but later this village chief had a drink. He hit a tree by bike and broke an arm, so he came up. Okay, we haven't done well before, Wei Jun said with emotion. Looking at the smile on Xiang Yong's face, Wei Jun knew that what his family had done before was far from enough. There was no aggressiveness and no change. It's good to just want to protect the site securely, but the times are different, and people's needs are diversified, which can't be met by food and clothing. Xiang Yong hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Master Wei, I didn't mean that. Wei Jun smiled and comforted. It's okay, I know you didn't mean that. Okay, where are you going? Xiang Yong breathed a sigh of relief and explained, I went to lead people in Exinen town. The baby from Zhangjia in our village stole something and was arrested. Now that I am released after serving my sentence, I have to go to the police headquarters to sign and lead the person. Okay, you go quickly. Wei Jun won't delay other people's business. Okay, you watch first, I'll go back quickly and have a drink at night. Xiang Yong said on his motorcycle. Also, don't worry, slow down the road. Wei Jun waved and exclaimed. Okay, finished. Xiang Yong rode away quickly on his motorcycle. Watching Xiang Yong go away happily and the winding concrete road in the distance, Wei Jun said softly, Uncle Wang, this is probably what my father would like to see. Yeah, it's just that the old man is too old and he can't do what he wants. Adding to the limitation of his strength, it is difficult to make it. I don't know how Zero won these places. What is the confidence to play like this? Wangbo said, Maybe it is the Burmese government. Wei Jun said, Perhaps. This kind of thing should not be discussed too much. Anyway, it has nothing to do with them. Just go home. After speaking, the two opened the door of their home and looked at the familiar yard and everything they were familiar with. Although many tables, chairs, and benches were gone, as long as the house was there, it was a home. After 1 hour, knowing that Wei Jun came back, many villagers came to visit and brought some food from their homes. Wei Jun was very moved. They had never bullied these people before, and now they have been rewarded. There was a roar of motorcycles. Xiang Yong's car stopped in front of Wei Jun's house, and a young man with a straight head came down in the back seat. He was much younger than Wei Jun. He was in his early 20s, and his name was Zhang Fu. Of course the two knew each other. Xiao Fu, don't do this kind of thing anymore in the future. I'm short of money and tell me, but you can't use it for squandering. Wei Jun stepped forward and patted the young man on the shoulder and said, Got it. Zhang Fu lowered his head and said. Xiang Yong scolded with a smile. You kid, you don't learn well at a young age. From now on, you will honestly find a job for me on the construction site and let me pick you up next time you go in. I'm going to punch someone. Hearing the word in, Zhang Fu trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Yes, I don't want to go in anymore. Mother, it's terrible. Saying this, Zhang Fu clasped his arms tightly. Although it was very hot, he felt a cool breeze blowing from the bottom of his heart. What's the matter? Did you hit you? Is it serious? Wei Jun said nervously, but he didn't want to be beaten as he looked alive and kicking. Zhang Fu paused and explained with a wry smile. Brother Wei, they don't beat people, they just let us do the work. The punishment for Leader Zero is the same as in other places. Whether it's a big mistake or a big crime, A big crime or a small crime, everything is fine. To work is to go to the mining area to dig. There is only such a punishment method. There are 3 conditions to come out, and they must be met at the same time. Those 3 conditions. Wei Jun said curiously. Zhang Fu said, first, the number of labor days to be judged is not enough if 1 day is less. Second, the prescribed weight for digging minerals is to avoid stealing and slippery work. Third, fluently recite the specific laws and regulations that are violated. No one can come out. I remember that there was a hapless guy who didn't have enough brains. He couldn't memorize the 20-odd laws and regulations. The other 2 were not released for a month. Still carrying it every day. Speaking of this, Zhang Fu thought of the elder brother who was about to lose heart reciting the clauses all day, and his heart trembled unconsciously. It was too horrible to memorize it all day. Or he could not. Yes, there are always talents that are bad. Will they force you to work? Wei Jun asked again. Zhang Fu nodded and said, yes. Those who have the ability to work have to leave work every day. But if the guards give you a negative review of your performance, then the total amount of minerals will be increased accordingly, not too much. The negative review is 1 ton a day. It's a coal mine, but I'm exhausted. I don't want to go in anymore. Next time I go in, I will have to copy the clause 1,000 times. It's better to die. Everyone was speechless. 1,000 times. Punishment? This is not a punishment for elementary school students. Weird places, weird regulations. But looking at Zhang Fu's appearance, let alone really effective, all punishments have become labor reforms, which can create value and play a vigilant role. Copy the legal terms 1,000 times. The one who came up with this is really a talent. What if I don't want to work and don't want to copy? Wei Jun asked curiously. I won't kill people, and I won't be cautious. I just arrange you to another mining area. Speaking of this, the entangled face is full. Other mining areas? Zhang Fu nodded and said, yes, there are different mining areas for different crimes. We are just stealing. Some are murderers, some are homosexuals, and some are mentally abnormal. Anyone who wants to cheat will be upgraded to mines. It's terrible. Thinking of living with those gays, Nima, he didn't want to imagine such a beautiful scene at all. Amount. All of you here feel a little uncomfortable. It's a spicy method. It can scare people. June 27th. The sky is bright. Tang Qing and his party set off and ended this journey of each has its own gain. There were 2 trucks when they came, but 5 when they left. Just yesterday, the appraiser from Tang Qing Company had already come here to appraise a whole warehouse of things and loaded a half of them. There are 2 of them that Tang Qing spent $50 million on purchasing funds. The remaining 3 cars are sold on behalf of him. Each of them has an independent number and a corresponding market price. Tang Qing will meet every week. Check out the sold sum in 0 at one time. In order to operate transparently, Tang Qing also took the initiative to send 0 to 2 supervisors. These goods sold on behalf of Tang Qing have already thought about the sales target. Maybe they will be sold out in less than a week, and the net profit will be more than tens of millions. As for his own good things, it takes a lot of time to sell them out. Excitingly played for 2 days here. Li Kai is still a little bit reluctant. Old Tang, when can I come to play again in the future? Li Kai sighed as he looked out the window. At this time, he had already lost the nervousness when he came. The experience of the past few days is simply irritating. He has met warlords, played with various firearms, and experienced all kinds of military equipment, and experienced things that most people would never experience in a lifetime. He suddenly felt that he had grown a lot more inexplicably. You can come by yourself in the future, but if you want to play with a gun, you can only look at luck. If my second uncle doesn't come, you won't be able to get a gun. Tang Qing said truthfully, there are no such opportunities. Yes, I guess nobody cares about me by myself. Forget it, it's enough to play once. Li Kai dismissed the idea. It is enough to play once, and more will be boring. It is better to keep this feeling in the memory and never fade. Li Kai turned and said, Old Tang, you said what will develop here in the future. I really look forward to it. But if it develops well, Burma will never let it go. What should I do? Many forces will definitely not let go of this piece of fat. Tang Qing did not expect that Li Kai would say such a philosophical remark. After thinking for a while, he said, we don't need to worry about it, and it's useless to worry about it. Leaders should have their own plans. Otherwise, they will not spare no effort to promote local construction. I think there must be a solution. Yes, what am I worried about? I just hope that this place will get better and better. The war will make the people suffer. Li Kai said with emotion when he looked at the peasants working outside the window. After holding the gun, he really knew what it was like. It was a killer weapon. Feeling the soreness of the shoulder and the various targets that were beaten into shooting range, he felt that his view of life had been sublimated. Tang Qing didn't expect that Li Kai would be so decent today, and his character painting style has changed in vain, making him a little uncomfortable. He did not answer. Choose silence. War. The people who suffer the most are indeed the ordinary people. If ordinary people want to take Naden and Mara and other people's turf, if they attack, the deaths and injuries on both sides will definitely be very heavy, and many innocent people will be involved. However, the soldiers' actions were carefully planned decapitations. They had been deployed for a long time, and the actions were as fast as lightning. After a few battles, they did not harm a few innocents, so he did not feel the cruelty of the war too intuitively. Sex, but he doesn't want his place to become a battlefield, which he cannot accept. Want to avoid war. That, you have to control the war. Tang Qing felt as if he had realized something, but it was a bit vague. Control. War. Tang Qing muttered these two words, thinking about the logic inside. Moment. Tang Qing's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand. He understood how timid he was before. Now that he has embarked on this path and regards this as his own territory, there is no turning back. Before, he was cautious and prepared to maintain a balance with Burmese and the forces that are separated from talents. China's pursuit of interests, strategically close and close defenses. But now it seems that although that is not a problem, it is too conservative. Once the territory becomes a big piece of fat in the future, attracts the attention of the whole world, has huge wealth and the threat of Asian yuan, fierce conflicts of interest will be inevitable. Burma is very likely to unite with that force to deal with him. Even if the two parties don't want to, there will be many people who covet things in the territory, inciting people from both parties to take action, and even the roads on the Thai side may be blocked. Live. Although Thailand is an independent country, in the face of those powerful international capitals, they are just a local power. As long as they give enough benefits, Thailand will sell him without hesitation. If all around the territory are reversed, it will be very troublesome. Is it true that a modern war will come to defeat them all? That's impossible. When the time comes, such a small place will probably be divided up as a dish. Until then, what would I do? Tang Qing couldn't think of it for a while, but it was certain that in order to preserve the safety of the people in the territory, he was very likely to compromise and transfer his interests. This result, he can't accept it. My sight. No one will be allowed to come in and grab my things. Tang Qing murmured softly. His voice was so subtle that no one else could hear it. He decided, it is necessary to increase and speed up the establishment of intelligence and penetration networks of forces around the territory. Don't ask for offense. Just ask for self-protection. That's it. Everything is just for survival. The journey back is a long one. The motorcade drove for more than a long time before returning to Bangkok. During this time, Tang Qing went to the fish shop and bought its fried fish today. After eating it happily, Tang Qing felt relieved after thinking about certain things. A lot. Tang Kai's villa. Knowing that Tang Qing came back, Lin Jiaxue, who was reading, hurried downstairs. Although she hadn't seen her for only 2 days, she missed her Tang Qing very much. She knew that this might be dependence in a foreign country. Got out of the car. It doesn't matter what to sprinkle dog food. Tang Qing walked quickly to Lin Jiaxue's side, hugged her tightly, feeling the heartbeat of her lover in her arms, without the slightest desire in her heart. Although Lin Jiaxue didn't talk much and didn't have a strong sense of existence, the image in his heart was abnormal. Fresh. Brother, are you ashamed? There are so many people. Tang Miener, who was dressed in a simple dress, covered her small mouth and smiled. After a few days of contact, she was completely familiar with Tang Qing, her brother, and slowly started to drive. Just kidding, but she only does this with her family. Hear the words. Tang Qing slowly let go and turned to hold her hand. If you are not ashamed, you are not ashamed. At night, command room. After listening to Tang Yi's report, Tang Qing ordered, Tang Yi, I will give you an exchange quota of 3 billion Asian dollars to speed up the all-round penetration of surrounding forces and the establishment of intelligence networks. Some methods are allowed, but no harm is allowed. Innocent, increase our influence on surrounding forces as soon as possible, safeguard our local interests, and protect the security of the territory's foreign trade channels. Thailand, Burmese. As long as these two countries don't come to him, he can sit back and relax. Although he is not an enemy in a short period of time, Tang Qing does not want to be out of control at that time. Only when the plan is successful will the territory be considered truly safe. Tang Qing didn't like the feeling of being pinched all the time. A full 3 billion Asian dollars. If you exchange fighters, you can exchange 1,500 second-level fighters. But this time Tang Qing didn't let them go to war, mainly for infiltration. So Tang bought 1.5 billion Asian dollars of spy robots. 5 million. 300 in total. With good results in Africa, Tang Qing's US spy robot is a bit more expensive, but it's really worth what you pay for. The resilience and various aspects are really professional, and it can be upgraded, but it's not yet open. It is estimated that the next level of talent. Previously, he used intelligence analysts as spy robots, but as the types of exchanges increase in the future, the division of labor must be clear. Therefore, the addition of these spy robots will change the existing layout. For example, the intelligence analysts previously sent to various departments in Thailand will be replaced by those who have not achieved much at present. They will either become businessmen and join the industry alliance plan, or return to the command room to serve as auxiliary work behind the scenes. Because with the exchange of a large number of spy robots, the demand for the number of intelligence analysts is also increasing. As for those fighters, there is basically no need to replace them, because these fighters are all added to the various armed forces, so you don't need to spend a lot of brains, just fist. Most of the remaining 1.5 billion are exchanged for intelligence analysts and new fighters. The basic standard configuration is that one spy robot corresponds to one intelligence analyst, and the remaining money is used for 3 fighters for 1 intelligence analyst. The key robots were upgraded, and many of them performing important tasks in the local area were upgraded to level 4 by Tang Yi. For example, the soldier who serves as the deputy chief of the Bangkok police headquarters has already occupied a high position. Of course, he will not be replaced. Instead, he will concentrate resources to find a way to push him up. But this is Tang Yi's business. After reading the plan, Tang Qing went to the training area and began to exercise his neurological ability on a daily basis. And there is a happy event waiting for him. That is, the 5-level genetic lock is about to be unlocked. It's almost a step, and only a little source of energy is needed. The next day, June 28th, they just came back yesterday afternoon. Naturally, they won't go out to play today. Instead, they will watch TV at home, prepare to take a break, and go out tomorrow. Tang Kai is busy for these 2 days, contacting shipping and raising funds. In the villa hall, Tang Qing took Lin Jiashue's boneless little hand, rubbed it gently, and watched the TV. Inside it was the Thai version of The Legend of Condor Heroes. Boring Li Kai and Feng Sun were also in front of the light bulb, and Tang Yinner accompanied Yuman to do their hair. Have to say, the Thai version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is really a bit contrary. The voice in my memory was dubbed in Thai. It always feels a bit nondescript. The many exaggerated pronunciations made Tang Qing and several people can't help but laugh. Lin Jiashue, sometimes I leaned forward and backward with a smile. Old Tang, why didn't they hire a better dubbing? Yang was dubbing is really ugly. Gu Tianla couldn't laugh at it. Li Kai looked at it with gusto and couldn't understand what was said, but he just listened to this voice. Wanna laugh? This is a language habit, and it can't be changed. I think even if it changes to a mature and stable one, it sounds a little weird. It's better to be a little bit happy. Tang Qing began to analyze nonsense. Yes, anyway, the whole atmosphere looks so funny. Li Kai also nodded. The more he watched, the more comedic effect he got. Feng Sun has always been a boring gourd. After that, Li Kai stopped picking and prodding. That's it. One day is spent in this way. It can be said to be a waste of time, but it is enough to be happy. At night, Tang Qing returned to the room. Close the door. Anti-lock. Enter the command room and come to the training area. Tang Qing called up his personal information. Name, Tang Qing. Level 5. Experience, 859 of 1,600. Loan amount this month, 8/800 million. Personal quota this month, 1.6/1.6 million. Withdrawable assets, 164.02 million. Spirit, 500. Physique, 499. Origin value, 1. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars, euros, yen, rubles. After 20 days of growth, a total of 49 points of source energy have been obtained, which will be upgraded, and the extractable assets will also have a great increase, exceeding 1.6 billion yuan, because it is true that no money has been spent these days. However, Tang Qing doesn't think that the money is too much. It is very likely that the system will eat it in a few seconds. There are too many places to spend money now. But he was ready. At least so far, none of the money spent is worthless. Immediately, Tang Qing took a good look at his achievement tasks, and the completed tasks Tang Qing let the system automatically block. Achievement Series Tasks 1. 3. Loan Issuance, Reward Content. Every 100 million yuan is converted into experience +1, source value +1, completion degree, 82/100. 4. Absorb Deposits, Reward Content. Every 100 million renminbi is converted into experience +1, source power value +1, completion degree, 75/100. 5. Bank Tier 1 Assets, Reward Content. Every 100 million yuan of Bank Tier 1 assets is converted into experience +1, source value +1, completion degree, 52/100. 6. Currency Issuance. The total value of the new currency issued is 300 billion renminbi. Reward Content. Every 100 billion renminbi is converted into experience +100, source power value +20, completion degree, 0/3. It is estimated that it will take a long time for the first 3 achievement tasks to be completed. Even if they are all completed, the source energy value obtained is not enough to unlock the next gene lock. Unless the 300 billion Asian dollar issuance task is completed, new gold coins will be issued. The task comes out, but leave it alone. At it first. Immediately Tang Qing increased his physique to 500 points, which met the conditions for unlocking the 5-level genetic lock. System, quickly unlock the 5-level gene lock and don't block the senses. Tang Qing commanded. The last time I got a lot of benefits, although it hurts a little, it is not intolerable. I have tolerated it twice, will it be far away from 3 or 4 times? Host, unlock the 4-level gene lock and don't shield the senses, please confirm. The system asked. Confirm. Tang Qing said. Even to cooperate, Tang Qing lay directly on the ground. Anyway, the pain was the same, not to roll all over the floor. The order is confirmed, and the unlock will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. After the 1, familiar pain came. Familiar with sweat. The familiar rolling all over the floor. The familiar wants to hit the wall. Countless words of MMP popped up in the familiar heart. After being tortured, Tang Qing lay on the ground like a dead dog, covered in mud. He didn't go to the hard ground, lest he really hurt his head and slapped his head hard. What should I do? Right. Nima. When is this day ahead? The highest level of 98 gene lock is really a long process, and this time it seems to be more painful than last time. Your sister, are you playing a scene of death and rebirth? I hope that the system will not kill myself. As the pain slowly disappeared, a refreshing sensation spread all over his body. Tang Qing got up and moved a little bit. Not bad. He felt that his body became lighter again and his senses became sharper. Immediately Tang Qing felt the nerve power. He found that it used to have a control range of only 10 meters, but now it has suddenly doubled to 30 meters, and it is more smooth and powerful to use. Just now the nerve power. Using a knife to carve wood carvings is definitely like an arm's finger, because the neurological power is also in accordance with the rules of the Constitution. As long as it is broken, the neurological power of the previous level will be extremely easy to control, which is quite good. After feeling the changes in neurological power, it is natural to verify it. Soon Tang Qing bought an American-made military dagger from the mall. He didn't bother to look at the model. He only liked to look at pictures. In order to avoid rolling all over the floor, there were no sharp objects within 100 meters of him, and they were all cleaned up by the soldiers. He didn't bother to run to the edge of the training area entrance to get a blade and simply exchange it. The dagger came out. Holding a dagger, place it in front of your eyes and gently loosen your fingers. The dagger, weighing 261 grams, stood firmly in the air. That's right, it's freeze frame. There is no trembling and shaking before. The corner of Tang Qing's mouth curled up. I saw this dagger accelerate in vain towards a tree more than 150 meters away and flew out with a whistling sound. But after more than 70 meters, the dagger was gone and landed on the ground. Tang Qing didn't have the slightest excitement. A similar military dagger appeared in his hand again, and with another swish, the dagger flew out twice as fast as before. This time it flew more than 130 meters before landing. There are still 20 meters away from that tree. This is not over yet. Another dagger appeared in Tang Qing's hand. This time, instead of launching it straight, the dagger circled around Tang Qing, like the previous blade, getting faster and faster, slowly reaching the point where only the sound can be heard. The dagger cut through the air. The sound of which swish is endless. That's right. Tang Qing is experimenting with the acceleration ability of neurological thinking. The same dagger was used before. Accelerate only once within the control range, and can only fly more than 40 meters away. But in the control range, it has been accelerating straight, and it can fly out for more than 70 meters while whirling acceleration. It was 160 meters, but did not plunge into the tree. In other words, this dagger is lethal at least within 100 meters. If it is replaced with a smaller sharp weapon, such as a small blade, it should not be too simple to kill a person. This time he is testing the gyration acceleration ability of the upgraded neurological power. This kind of control is very complicated. One must control the forward kinetic energy of the dagger, and the other must maintain the centrifugal force of the trajectory. The faster the speed, the stronger the centrifugal force. When it reaches the limit of neurological force, it is its strongest attack limit. This time, Tang Qing was looking forward to it. 60%, 70%, 80%. The balance limit keeps improving, and Tang Qing becomes more and more struggling to control. When it reaches 100%, his 500 physique has played a role. With a thought, his brain instantly overclocks, and everything in front of him seems to slow down. Same. Tang Qing's thinking is extremely clear. Brain overclocking. It was the ability that he had a long time ago, when he unlocked the first-level genetic lock, or discovered it when he was learning to fight with Han Long. But it was not obvious at the time, but he had a relatively powerful dynamic vision and attack prediction ability. But as the gene lock was unlocked time and time again, the overclocking effect of the brain became more and more obvious. Just like now, ordinary people can no longer see the true position of the dagger, but Tang Qing can capture its position every second. Watching the dagger slowly move to the attack angle of the tree, the centrifugal force exerted on the dagger suddenly disappeared, and the streamer flashed, and the dagger flew towards the tree. Release the overclocking status. The picture in front of me paused. Hearing a louder swish, the tree 150 meters away swayed a few times. Tang Qing's eyes condensed, and he saw like a telescope that the blade of the dagger was completely submerged in the tree, and the direction of the blade was still up and down. There is a crack. Powerful. Tang Qing nodded in satisfaction. The attack power of the whirling acceleration did make great progress, but the acceleration time was too long. If you want to form a silent combat power, you need to increase it. This is a rigid indicator. There is no opportunistic. If the move is used in reality, it is basically a target. Thought of this. Tang Qing remembered that the system seemed to have said that there was a cheat book in his place. Tang Qing's heart immediately became hot. System, come out soon. Didn't you say that there is a new method of using neurological power? Come out quickly. Tang Qing said with anticipation, rubbing his hands. Nian Chu has long been penetrated by him, and he is eager to learn new knowledge. Host, Nian Zhong sells for 1 billion yuan. Do you confirm the purchase? The system replied. Tang Qing's face froze. It's also a shorthand. Say a few more words and you won't die. The most important thing is that the last time was only 500 million yuan. This time it will be 1 billion. But fortunately, brother is mentally prepared. Otherwise I have to be angry. 1 billion. We can still get it. Your sister, robbery. I'll give it to you. Hurry up and go. Damn. Is your advanced user guide cost 2 billion yuan? Tang Qing said irritably. Sorry, insufficient authority, unable to inquire. You're about to buy Nianzhong. The price is 1 billion yuan. Please confirm. The system is still so rigid, can't find it, rely on it. Confirm. Tang Qing was too lazy to say anything. If he couldn't check it, he couldn't check it. He felt that most of the money he earned was eaten by the system. But now that he has boarded this thief ship, what else can he do? Finished. Next moment, Tang Qing only felt some messages in his mind. Closed his eyes, Tang Qing began to read this book. The Intermediate Guide to Neurological Thoughts has a lot less content than the previous elementary. Also, the elementary is a variety of production mechanisms and methods, and there are a lot of bragging. While the intermediate, these low-level theoretical introductions are cancelled inside. Basically, it's dry goods. Take a cursory look at the complete book. Tang Qing had some understanding of his own strength. If divided according to the strength of the neurological power, his strength is equivalent to the level of a 12th level ability awakened person. Of course, only the neurological power. The body is a little weak. Also introduced inside. A neurologically awakened person does not rely solely on neurological power to fight. Standing still is definitely a very brain-dead behavior, because if the opponent is also a neurologically awakened person, the advantage will be lost, but with various advanced weapons and equipment. There is also its own strength. The awakened person with the same level of neuropsychiatry can sling the unawakened person of the same level because it seems to have a lot of hands and is good at using the hidden weapon. Therefore, the neuropsychiatric awakened person must have powerful martial arts in addition to training the mind. It's just that there is no martial arts in it. What's more cheating is that Tang Qing doesn't have the neurological attack weapon inside. Looking at the introduction above, Tang Qing's heart is already cursed. Your sister, drawing so many weapons with various functions and introducing them. You have to buy them. And it seems that the materials are very awkward. What is the number 357 element? What is the 6-element array phenomenon of the song? There are so many introductions that ghosts can understand. System, do you sell these weapons? I can't make them. Tang Qing can only find the system. Back to the host. The weapons inside need to be upgraded to level 3 in the research area before some neurological weapons can be manufactured. The system replied, This. Just can't make it myself. If this is a book, Tang Qing must have fallen directly to the ground and stepped on a few more feet. It's a pity that in his mind, he can't hit the wall. Okay, Tang Qing admitted, who told him to awaken his neurological powers in advance, and the various permissions cannot keep up. The 3-level scientific research area, that is, 2 levels to be upgraded, not only can create the various neurological powers introduced here. Weapons can also purify unidentified substances to cure cancer and the like. Level 3. He can only wait, and it will probably not be long before, and it will be almost the end of this year soon. Too lazy to tangle. Tang Qing looked at the introduction of other application methods that could be used. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing decided to practice the 2 skills of Mind Power Barrier and Magnetic Resonance. Mind Force Barrier. As the name suggests, it is mainly defensive. There is no way. Now there are no weapons to attack, and only blades are used. Fortunately, there is no abnormality on the earth, and there is not much danger. With so many fighters, it is not necessary for him to go to the field to kill the enemy. The highest level 4 fighters now are enough to destroy all Xiao Xiao. 1 group that doesn't work, 1 group if 1 group doesn't work, and 1 division if 1 group doesn't work. As long as he has money, it's so easy for him to want violent soldiers. The mind barrier is very simple to say. It is to control mind power to form a barrier around the body to defend against foreign material and energy attacks. Yes, in the introduction, mind power can not only defend against kinetic energy attacks, but also against energy attacks. Of course, the premise is the density of mind force is higher than energy. His current highest mind power density is 3.6. The stronger the mind power, the higher the mind power density. There is nothing to steal and slip. The book says that to defend against general laser weapons requires at least 100 mind power density, and he wants to be in the fire. There is nothing to go around here. It only needs 40 power of thought density. To be able to defend against bullets, Tang Qing estimated that a mind density of about 20 would be fine. Unfortunately, still early. Then we'd better take it step by step. We can't take tricks. The exercise of the mind barrier does not happen overnight. It requires a long period of training to increase proficiency. Tang Qing wanted to reach the level of being handy and going out of the way, not even more than half a month. In addition to this, there is another skill. That is magnetic resonance. As literally, it is related to the magnetic field. It is mainly through the induction of the magnetic field to achieve the purpose of interaction. For example, Tang Qing thought that his nerve thought power was strong before, and he could hold himself up and soar into the sky. He also tried it once before, and it could slow down the falling speed, but the magnetic resonance has subverted his previous view. It turns out that wanting to soar into the sky is not to use neurological power to hold oneself up to fly, but to sense the magnetic field of the planet, form a connection, and urge the mental power to interact with the magnetic field. There is also an easy-to-understand explanation. Then, it is anti-gravity. Yes, it is anti-gravity. The method is to quickly form a thought force node in the body, such as under the feet of the feet, and then sense the magnetic field after formation, and then act in the opposite direction according to the method in the book, so that the purpose of flying can be achieved, not only up and down, but also there are all directions. In the planet, it is mainly to sense the planet's magnetic field. Leaving the planet and flying in the stellar system, the magnetic field of the planet is not enough to provide such a large reverse kinetic energy, that is, the magnetic field of the induction star. As for the outer star system, the guide does not say it, just click it to the end. I think it should be induction, a deeper level of physical power. Or, Nima, in such a vast universe, who would fly on their own stupidly? Isn't this exciting? There must be all kinds of flying equipment. Magnetic resonance can not only fly everywhere, but can also quickly accomplish many things that are generally difficult to do. For example, in battle, if you can't borrow force in the air, you can use the mind node to force steering or move out of thin air. It is very convenient. However, this is also a difficult skill, and it is impossible to master it for 1 or 2 months. So next, throughout the night, Tang Qing has been proficient in these 2 skills. If he were in a war world, he would be eager to practice madly, but now that the world is peaceful, he is not eager to improve, just try his best, take it slowly, and make a little progress every day. Just fine. Anyway, it will take a long time to unlock the gene lock next time. The next day, after washing, Old Tang, your sister, why is your skin so good that it is better than your daughter-in-law's? Li Kai said with envy. Tang Qing's skin has been the object of his complaints more than once. Nima is too shocking. Not only men, women will be mad with envy when they see it. For Tang Qing, who is increasingly developing towards a small white face, it is also very distressed, but there is no way. With the improvement of strength, all aspects of body function are naturally in the best state, and it is difficult to get a tan. He has a physique of up to 500, and his recovery ability is so strong that he can't be black after a month of exposure. Now he is going up with a knife, and the wound is healed within 10 seconds. This is still a lot of energy he has exerted. If it is an ordinary person, Tang Qing, the source of qi in the body, can strengthen the muscles to the point where it is difficult to penetrate. If it is pure mind power, the mind power density of more than 20 can be lower than the bullet. Now, as long as the source energy is all over the body, it can be done with a dozen. And even if the mind power density is as high as 10, you will at most suffer a little injury. That's it. Tang Qing is a little curious. If a society is full of good-looking men and beautiful girls, what will happen to people with outstanding looks in a society like this? Will they be so handsome that the world is jealous? Your sister wants to be crooked again. Tang Qing did not answer Li Kai's words, but only gave him a satisfied look. That's how he hung up. Envy you to death. Li Kai was anxious, but he couldn't help it. If Tang Qing had a hairstyle, he could go up and mess up a bit and vent his anger, but Tang Qing had a flat head and short hair, so he couldn't take his clothes off. Nima, what if Feng's son misunderstood? Old Tang, if you can become a model like this, it is estimated that you can make a lot of money, and you can also fascinate thousands of young girls. Li Kai said sourly. I'm not interested. The model is not fun. It's almost the same if I'm a mastermind. Tang Qing said with a smile. Life lies in constant experience, filling memories with goodness, and finding meaning in life. So Tang Qing wants to experience a lot of things, such as running a dragon, being a street craftsman, going to Antarctica to amuse penguins, and going to meet polar bears fight, walk through the Sahara Desert once to find the unknown treasure, etc., etc., many, only waiting for the opportunity to come true slowly in the future. Performance? What do you want to play? Li Kai curiously asked. The rich second generation. Tang Qing took it for granted. Shameless. 3 words popped out of Li Kai's mouth. Then I will play the rich generation. The early morning time was spent in a quarrel between the two. After breakfast, Tang Qing and his party began today's trip. That was a day trip to my second uncle's company. Got out of the car. What you see is an 8-story office building, which is already considered a high-rise in Bangkok, all of which are owned by the second uncle's company, with logos in Chinese and Thai characters. On the 2 sides of the front of the building, there is a big group logo in the middle. Kaihua Jewelry Group. 6 big golden Chinese characters. Tang Tang, this is my company. Tang Kai proudly introduced. Tang Qing nodded and said, yes, it's still a shop on the 1st floor. This is the company's flagship store. It contains a batch of the company's most high-end and most expensive jewelry. Let me take you in. Tang Kai said. Okay. Finished. Tang Kai led Tang Qing and his party into it. This flagship store has more than 300 square meters. It is not small and has strong security. There are at least 8 powerful bodyguards at the door. It is by no means the kind of casually recruited security guards. The inside has no less than the outside. Security force. The contents of the contents add up to hundreds of millions of dollars in market value, but there is no accident. Fortunately, the public security in Bangkok has been surprisingly good recently. Especially here, the fighters directly control the chassis, and the petty thefts have been cleaned up, let alone Jiangyang thief. Anyone who enters this realm will be called to talk. Good morning, Chairman. The store manager of the flagship store watched his chairman come up and hurried up to greet respectfully. Well, go ahead and go shopping by myself. Tang Kai waved and said, yes. The shop manager left wittily. These are the things of the group. Of course, Tang Kai understands that he doesn't need to introduce him, but he didn't go far. He just looked at Tang Qing and his party from a distance. Rushed over in a time. I can't help but wonder who these are, and I need my own chairman to accompany me. Then, under the leadership of Tang Kai, Tang Qing and the others scoured the store's things crudely. There are no low-priced products such as gold and silver, but various jade, diamonds, red, blue, emerald, pearls, etc. The unit price is not lower than 200,000 renminbi. Tang Qing didn't have the slightest interest in these things. He just watched the excitement. If he wanted these things, they would definitely be weighed in kilograms. Things that are precious to ordinary people are nothing more than expensive stones to him. Li Kai and Feng Sun looked in awe, looking everywhere. Joshua, tell your second uncle what you like, just take it. Tang Kai said with a smile to Lin Joshua. As for his nephew, Tang Qing even wears an electronic watch, except for the one from Shengtang Group. Custom clothes, no valuable accessories. Obviously, I look down on these vulgar things. Otherwise, Tang Qing's money would not be able to afford it. Fair enough. Like him, Tang Kai basically didn't wear any accessories on his own. No way, he was a wholesaler. He had never seen any jade or gemstone. With his identity and worth, he didn't need to take these gadgets out to show off. Shame. Lin Joshua shook her head and said, Thank you, second uncle. I think these are not suitable for school wear. She is really not interested in these. Not as good as a few dollars of small accessories. The most important thing is that they are very expensive. What to do if you take it out and lose it? Tang Qing felt that this reason was familiar. Before, he wanted to buy something for Lin Joshua. Lin Joshua was this reason. It's okay, just leave it at home. Don't take it to school. Since it's here, naturally you have to choose one you like and go back. Tang Tang, you should accompany Joshua to choose. I will go up first. There is a meeting. The manager took you to my office to wait for me. Tang Kai said after looking at the time. Okay. Tang Qing said. Tang Kai made a decision, and Lin Joshua naturally refused to refute it. The store manager was greeted by his chairman and ran over quickly. This is my nephew and his classmates. Later you will take them around. Each person chooses one and keeps it on the account. Tang Kai ordered. Li Kai and Feng Sun are both here. Of course you can't ignore them. And Li Kai's father is Tang Qing's partner. and Li Kai is Tang Qing's best friend. As for Feng San, it seems that he is also his nephew's attendant, and his father is still alive. In a high position, just give something. In a nutshell, he believes that the two are not so expensive. Yes, Chairman. The manager looked at the nephew of the chairman who had never seen him in surprise. After Tang Kai left, excitedly Kai and Feng San hurriedly wandered around. How arrogant Tang Kai's second uncle is, it can be seen from the experience of the past few days. The money is not bad at all, but the two of them are not ignorant. They just choose the cheapest. Things of that grade. One intends to go back and capture Fengxing. One intends to go back and give it to his mother. Let's go choose. Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue's hand and walked around the store. The store manager introduced these things skillfully. In the end, Lin Jiaxue also dazzled. Under Tang Qing's suggestion, she chose a pair of earrings. I have to say that the polished emeralds are dripping with emerald green, drop-shaped, with heart-shaped rims hanging on them. Small diamonds are gorgeous and unusual. The price is nearly 600,000 yuan. Seeing Lin Jiaxue wearing the earrings, she was so beautiful. Tang Qing couldn't help but kiss directly, and Lin Jiaxue was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look up. The store manager smiled and blessed the two of them. He followed Tang Kai for more than 10 years. Before his wife was seriously ill, Tang Kai lent him money. Later, he worked hard to repay him, and his efforts were also appreciated by Tang Kai. Otherwise, will not be the manager of the flagship store. Tang Kai's family is just like his own family. Just set it up. After a while, Li Kai and Feng San also chose the two cheapest items. When Li Kai was packing them, Li Kai's excitement subsided, and he still wanted to return it, but Tang Qing forced it back. Li Kai never looked down upon himself when he was mixed in his previous life. In this life, Tang Qing doesn't care about anything outside of his body. After choosing, Tang Qing insisted that Lin Jiaxue wear it for one day today, but Lin Jiaxue wanted to take off such a valuable thing, but Tang Qing said, I like to see you wearing it, and the gentleness in his eyes stopped it. Then Tang Qing led the beautiful woman. Under the leadership of the store manager, a group of people came to the second uncle's office. There is a secretary here, but not everyone can go in, but this secretary went to Tang Kai's house a few days ago and knew Tang Qing's identity. The door was opened respectfully. The second uncle's office is really not small. Pity, not as big as our office in Tianyan. Thinking of this, Tang Qing thought of Tianyan's weekly report, especially the general manager Do Jiao. The email was full of resentment. A place has not been sorted out, so I opened the map to Thailand. It is still such a large group enterprise, but Do Jiao is very busy because this is not only a financial matter, but also the recruitment of talents in the jewelry industry. You have to provide consulting services. Naturally, you need professionals, plus the business information survey and collection of the jewelry industry, especially when it comes to foreign countries. There are a lot of things. Faced with the broken thoughts at the end of each email, Tang Qing also seriously replied, Come on, add punctuation marks and count 3 characters. This makes Do Jiao very angry, knowing that Tang Qing is coming to Thailand, but he has blackmailed a lot of things. But compared to Qin Shiqi's shopping list, Do Jiao is much gentler. More than half an hour later, Tang Kai came back after the meeting. Yes, it suits Jiaxue. Tang, you choose. Tang Kai looked at Lin Jiaxue with a smile on his face. Well, the masters of the second uncle's company have good skills and make them so beautiful. Tang Qing couldn't help but admire. Tang Kai laughed and said, Haha, just like it. Let's go. The company is fine in the morning. I will take you to buy some special products here. I should be busy again in the next few days. He has to sell it quickly. The network is set up and funds are raised to buy more goods from zero, to increase the company's inventory, to settle the bag, and the domestic foundry companies also have the docking with Tianyan. There are things everywhere. Good. Tang Qing agreed. This morning, the second Aunt Yuman's Chinese girlfriend passed away, and both Yuman and Tang Yinner had gone early. Coincidentally, the child of a business friend of Tang Kai got married at noon today, so they can go to a wedding banquet at noon. But it's still early. First go to buy some souvenirs, because they will go to other places in Thailand in the next few days' tourism. I will go back in about a week, but the time has not yet been determined. More than 20 minutes later, Tang Kai took Tang Qing and the others to a street. Shishan Erdeo. Tang Qing translated it this way. It's a strange name. I don't know if there is a Shishan one, but it doesn't matter to him. He is here to buy things, not to get a name. Since this street does not allow large vehicles to enter, they can only walk in and walk into the street and find that the 2 rows of shops are all kinds of Thai specialty shops, such as food, medicine, handicrafts, animal skin products, etc. A lot of it is very complicated. Many store entrances are written in Chinese, Thai, and English, which mainly means sales promotion, price reduction, and welcome. This is considered to be Bangkok's largest souvenir sales place, but it is best not to enter those shops randomly, because many shops are foreigners, the price is very expensive, the quality is not good. I will take you to a friend's shop. We are also Chinese. We have known each other for more than 10 years and have a cooperative relationship. The price is fair, and the key is good quality, Tang Kai said as he walked. Hearing this, the 2 words Zaiku appeared in Tang Qing's mind, as well as compulsory shopping and black tour guide. He did not expect that people's hearts at this time would be so unsophisticated. Think about it. As long as there is an interest, someone will do the decapitation, not to mention shoddy and random pricing. In later generations, all kinds of tourism chaos emerged in an endless stream. Black tour guides, sky-high price shops, and black travel agencies were messed up, thinking about money and crazy. After a while, the group came to the end of the street, followed Tang Kai, and they walked into a shop whose name was written in Chinese. Oriental Specialties. The name is very crude. The shop is huge, more than 200 square meters. As soon as a few people walked in, a middle-aged man at the front desk who looked a little older than his second uncle greeted him and said happily, "Yeah, President Tang. It's been a long time since I saw you. How come you have time to come to me today? What else can you do here?" Of course it is to buy things and take care of your business. Tang Kai and the middle-aged man came to hug. The middle-aged man named Hua Dongfang. A few years before Tang Kai came here. When Tang Kai came here, he had been running this shop. At the beginning, Tang Kai had done a medicinal business with him for a while, and he often delivered goods to his door. Later, Tang Kai's business mainly turned into jade jewelry, and the 2 met fewer times. However, the business of medicinal materials has not been put down. Naturally, there are medicinal materials in the local products. Some medicinal materials in this shop are also provided by Tang Kai's company. East China also feels that the world is unpredictable. Tang Kai, who had no money in the past, has made such a big business now. He is basically regarded as the richest Chinese man in Thailand, the chairman of the Thai Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and there are many other names. He was also happy for Tang Kai. In a foreign country, the achievements of the local Chinese are the pride of all local Chinese, which is completely different from that in China. "Thank you then, your big boss bought my things. It is my honor. Take whatever you want, don't be polite with me," East China said grandly. "Okay, don't bury me. This time I brought my nephew and them to buy some things and take them back to the country, thinking about your good stuff here, Tang Tang. This is your Uncle Hua, a very nice person, and I have been cooperating with me for more than 10 years. Tang Kai introduced. "Hello, Uncle Hua," Tang Qing shouted politely. Other people, Tang Kai, also introduced them, saying hello one by one. "Your nephew? That's okay. Your nephew is my nephew. Take whatever you like, and you are kind to your uncle." East China laughed. "I can't help feeling that this kid is so handsome, and he fits the girl next to him very well. Tang Tang, you choose whatever you want, and I will chat with your Uncle Hua," Tang Kai said to Tang Qing. "Great." After finishing talking, East China called a Chinese female shopping guide to take them shopping, and then went to the rest area aside to talk to Tang Kai. 20 minutes later, "I have picked everything, big and small bags, and everything to eat and play. Tang Tang, let's go to the surrounding handicraft shops again, Brother Hua. Together, here you are familiar, lest those bosses cheat their lives." Tang Kai stood up and said. East China agreed. "Okay, if there are no acquaintances here, they will specifically knock out people who travel." Finished. Putting things in the shop, a group of people went shopping again. East China and Tang Kai walked behind, let alone the fact that East China has a good face here. Seeing East China, some stores the boss even sent it straight away. Tang Qing didn't know how much face East China had, but Tang Kai did. East China has been operating a store here for more than 10 years. I used to be a trainer and had a lot of apprentices. In the previous chaos of public order, it was considered a not weak force, but it was slowly transforming into a serious business. But no one dares to underestimate East China. Because his eldest son graduated from the Valafogo Military Academy in the U.S. and served in the U.S. Army for 3 years. He retired from the rank of captain. After returning to Thailand, he has been serving in the Thai Army as an instructor and rank as a colonel. Sorry. Tang Qing and his party were walking on the street. Suddenly, there was noisy noise from the front. I saw a group of people wearing little Red Riding Hoods gathering together in front of them, which seemed to be a tour group or domestic. It's human nature to watch the excitement. If it's in the past life, Tang Qing has no interest in it, because he can't control many of these things at all. If he goes there, he will watch the excitement. It's boring. In this life, there's very little to be afraid of. Injustice, he has the ability to solve it. Walk quickly to the crowd. I saw 3 people around me arguing tit for tat. An old man, with an 18 or 9-year-old beside him who looked like a granddaughter, and a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek, looked very arrogant. Big brother, why are they arguing? Tang Qing asked a young man who was onlookers. Seeing Tang Qing, the young man hurriedly explained in a low voice. The tour guide took us here and forced us to buy things. They bought them as soon as they were bought. They were also very expensive. The 2 people didn't have enough money, so he was ironic and dissatisfied. It started to quarrel. That's it. Good old Nima. Tang Qing didn't want to care about it, and it wasn't a big deal, but he was irritated by the male guide with the sharp-mouthed monkey cheeks. Anyway, if you don't buy it today, you have to buy it. Otherwise, be careful. I will ask the police in Thailand to get you in. If you want to get out, it won't be so much money. This is the guy's original words. The business is not successful, and the threat is changed. Still threatening an old man and a little girl abroad. This is so unbearable. Sure enough, when they heard the police, the grandfather and grandson were a little frightened. They didn't know the quality of the police in Thailand, but obviously, it should have something to do with the guy in front of them. Tang Qing couldn't stand it anymore, looking at the faces of the 2 of them with fear and the face of the tour guide. Matt, what a broken travel agency. What a broken tour guide, and the owner of your sister's shop. I don't want to do it all, right? Tang Qing walked directly forward, squeezed into the crowd, and said coldly to the tour guide, "Who? You are a big man, bullying an old man and a little girl. What a skill." Seeing someone who is strong and handsome, the tour guide is full of jealousy, but he is not afraid of a Chinese coming to the point. When Tang Qing is here to travel, he has something bad in his hand. This kind of person is a little bit jealous. You will be scared. I haven't encountered it before. Boy, this is not a country here. You still want to be more nosy, and you should also see if you have this ability. If you talk nonsense, I will call the police and arrest you. The tour guide said confidently. This made Tang Qing angrily smile. I just inserted a sentence. You are going to call the police to arrest me. Damn. Is there any king of law? Is this the side of your house? I'm not so arrogant. Oh, then you call the police? I'm waiting. Tang Qing sneered. Seeing that Tang Qing was fearless, the tour guide was stunned, but only thought that Tang Qing did not believe that he was related, so he emphasized, "You have to think carefully. I know the police in Thailand. If you get caught in, think it's not easy to get out. Hurry up. What is it? Do you want me to report it?" Tang Qing said impatiently. He hates being beeping with this kind of person the most, so someone hurries to find it. So what do you do with so much nonsense? The tour guide was choked by Tang Qing's words. You, don't leave behind. The tour guide's words are not finished yet. Before the word regret was spoken, Tang Qing couldn't stand the dog bloodlines and interrupted him directly. Hurry up. Wait for you to call the police. Your words are poisonous, so talk less. Tang Qing's, your words are poisonous can make people around him amused. Haha, what a famous saying. Your words are poisonous, remember. The little brother is so courageous. He is a good man. Yes, he's handsome, but I don't know that I don't have a girlfriend. Don't think about it. I watched him and that girl come over. How can I look at you? Seeing the ridicule around him, the tour guide couldn't hold on his face, and he took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone. Tang Qing held his hands with interest, looked at the tour guide with a smile, waiting for him to call someone. He wanted to see which Thai policeman would hit the gunpoint to cover this guy. It seems this is not the first time this kind of people have done this kind of thing, and there must be many victims. Humph. Come on. No matter what monsters you are, Lao Tzu will take them all for you. And he doesn't lack the means either overtly or not. Just then, Li Kai and Feng Sun also squeezed into the crowd, standing behind Tang Qing, looking at the tour guide with a grim look, bullying the old man and the little girl, still wanting foreigners to bully the compatriots, and returning your sister's arrogance and determination don't agree. Although he looked at Tang Qing's popularity and power, the male tour guide was not afraid at all. Several foreigners were still here. How could it be possible to fight with the locals, thinking that he is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers? The little guy, be it, give a good lesson, play a majestic, the next journey will be a lot of safe. Tang Kai and East China were standing in front of the crowd and curiously waiting for the tour guide to call someone. Their nephew was out of his head, so naturally he had to help the platform to the end, and he could not lose face. Otherwise he, the richest Chinese man in Thailand, would lose face. Where to put it? Hua Dongfang looked at Tang Qing with a smile on his face. What this young man wanted, he had such a sense of justice, and he didn't panic. In this realm, he was able to do business for such a long time, not just because his son served as a soldier in Thailand. There are also many friends. Black and white don't take it all, but there is no one to provoke him. A few days ago, the bigwigs of the forces in this land entered. It seems that they won't come up with it in this life, but fortunately, they themselves were opposed to each other before. It's best to die, and there is peace here. Thinking of this, he thought of the new young deputy director, who was going to visit him someday, and he was familiar. He also knows this store that he used to do this kind of thing often, and it had something to do with the big guy before. It was covered, but the big guy had already entered, and the wind was tight. This person didn't even know how to constrain. Look. How do you win this time? Seeing a group of people looking at them confidently, the tourists were also waiting to watch a good show. The tour guide gritted his teeth and called the Thai police officer he was familiar with, who was also a sergeant in this land. Official, it's a big deal, not to lose face. Okay, no problem, I'll be waiting for you here. The phone dialed, and the tour guide respectfully said a few times in Thai, as if he had agreed to some conditions, and then hung up. Putting the mobile phone into his pocket, the tour guide looked at the crowds around the watching with disdain. He had already decided that if he lost money this time, he would definitely earn it back from these guys' pockets. Humph, no tickets for the show, no people don't. Appearance fee. Old Tang, this guy seems to be really related. Li Kai whispered. Don't worry, what's the matter? Don't forget my second uncle. He is not afraid. Well, I have something to do. Tang Qing smiled and comforted. Li Kai heard it, and looked at the indifferent Tang Kai next to him. He felt that he was unreasonably worried. Also, Tang Kai, a big local tyrant, is not a casual bully. He is from a foreign country. Tang Kai should be mentioned. It's weird if there is no relationship with the Thai government. No more words. Li Kai and Feng Sun are going to the theater. You have a kind. Don't go. You will be there later. Seeing Li Kai whispering, the tour guide thought he was scared, and his arrogance became even more arrogant, but he still didn't finish a complete sentence. Shut up. I have said that your words are poisonous. Don't talk nonsense. I will see who you can call. Tang Qing directly stared back at what the male tour guide was about to say. You? The tour guide was so annoyed that he couldn't say anything. He didn't let people say what he said, and there was no reason for it. Young man, hurry up. This person seems to have something to do with him. You may suffer a loss if you continue to stay. The old man hurriedly said to Tang Qing when he saw that things were not going well. Tang Qing smiled and said, Don't worry, the old man. Since I dare to manage, I'm not afraid of his relationship. Don't worry. For this kind of person, I think I should endure hardships. Otherwise, I think everyone is easy to bully. The old man wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to persuade him. Looking at Tang Qing and the few people behind him, there was no fear on his face, and he didn't say anything. Obviously, he had confidence. Old man, is this the first time you were forced to buy something by him? Tang Qing asked again, writing the Thai police not coming, so you can't wait stupidly. Speaking of which, the old man was very angry again, full of anger. No, this is already the third place. 2 days ago, it was somewhere else, one in Thailand's Chinatown, and the other at the floating market. I didn't have much money. I thought it was enough. It's more than enough, but I didn't expect it to be enough for these people to be greedy. The old man glared at the tour guide. It's the third time. You really can do it. Tang Qing said while looking at the tour guide quietly, his face even more ugly. Your sisters. As the saying goes, again and again, no more. Isn't this the equivalent of blackmailing this time? Damn, Nima is too much. If it weren't for Lin Jiaxue's side, he wanted to maintain his image, and Tang Qingtai flew over with a single kick. A small tree can't go straight if it is not repaired, and a man can't repair it. This is the kind of person. Looking at Tang Qing's unusually cold eyes, with the aura of source energy and neurological deterrence, the tour guide directly softened his legs, leaned on the wall, and almost fell to his knees, looking at Tang Qing in horror. This look, very scary. This is still 1/10 of Tang Qing's ability. If all of them are tried out, it will really scare this guy out of good or bad. Heart disease is all mild. It's possible to get scared in the first place. Tang Qing is now I really feel that when humans have mastered supernatural powers, how fragile and small the lives of ordinary people are. They can disappear with a wave of hands. Tang Qing's current neurological power control range is 30 meters. Within 30 meters, if he waved his hand and clenched a fist, he could deliver a full blow from a second-level fighter. His current neurological power could not be too intuitive to act on the inside of other people's bodies. Otherwise, with the strength of his neurological power, every second can squeeze a person's heart or block his blood vessels, leading to sudden death. It seems that every life has a certain biological magnetic field, which is very powerful. His current neurological power can directly break a fracture, but it cannot penetrate too much under the skin, only less than half a centimeter. No one has provided an explanation for this strange phenomenon, and the principle is not known. He can only attribute it to the self-protection of intelligent creatures. But in no hurry. Wait until the neurological thinking becomes stronger. Everything is not a problem. Seeing the tour guide's legs soft against the wall, the onlookers thought he was a guilty conscience. It seemed that Tang Qing was frightened by the handsome boy's righteousness. Well, absolutely. With the passage of time, more and more people watched. It's a pity. There is no street to do or anything here, and no one to maintain order. After a while, 2 Thai police officers came, and when they saw an acquaintance, the tour guide rushed over as if he had seen a relative, but before he took a few steps, puff. The tour guide knelt directly on the ground when his feet suddenly softened, and took the Thai policeman as well. Shocked. Damn. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, you don't need to give this big gift either. So many people are watching. The tour guide blushed at this time. Nima blamed his unsatisfactory legs, actually kneeled, in front of so many people, losing such a big person, he almost cried, and his face was distorted. He quickly stood up with his legs supported. Sergeant Sai, you have to call me the shots. He was crying, his knee hurting suddenly from his knees just now. Well, whoever makes trouble here, please follow me. Hello, Mr. Hua. Before finishing speaking, Sai caught a glimpse of Hua Dongfang, who had an unsightly face among the crowd, and quickly changing his tone. Hello, Mr. Huihua. Shouldn't I go back to the police station? What new agency is this? The tour guide didn't react for a while, but watching Sai walk towards a person in the crowd, his face was extremely flattering, and the tour guide's heart sank. He got it. This person is not small. You don't know each other. You don't know each other. I didn't see it just now. I didn't see it just now. The tour guide kept chanting and praying in his heart, and the gods and Buddhas all over the sky begged it all over. However, it was not enough to burn incense. No one came to save him. Seeing the man looking at him coldly, the tour guide wanted to kill him. The fleeting year is not good. It should have hit the iron plate. He hasn't had time to pretend to be. Sergeant Sai, is this your way of doing things? East China said, looking at Sai coldly. This guy, he doesn't have the slightest affection. He had heard of doing this with others before, but he never met him. When he arrives, he won't be able to control it either. Since it happened today, he naturally has to control it. Mr. Hua, I misunderstood. I just came to have a look when someone made trouble and disrupted business order here. Sai hurriedly smiled. His rank is a little higher than the average Thai policeman. The officer with a big fart is incomparable with East China. Other's son is a colonel in Thailand. Maybe someday he will be a general. Although he is not a pure Thai, he cannot be. Beeping. Oh. Who made the report? Who broke the commercial order? East China said with a smile. When asked this, Sai naturally looked at the tour guide whose legs were weakened again. Okay, I won't say much. That guy has colluded with this shop and sold tourist goods at high prices. I heard that it has been more than once. You'd better handle it impartially and investigate it carefully. East China does not want to talk to this guy. Talking more, Sai had been misbehaving in the past. Since he didn't listen to what he said, it would be nice to solve the immediate matter first. He is not qualified to influence the appointment of the Bangkok police. Just do what's in front of you. Hearing that it was so easy, Sai had already thought about it. This guy? It looks like I'm going to take it home, but it's okay. Anyway, the money to be given is indispensable, and he can't get away with the portion that should be given. Just let it go halfway. It is impossible for East China to trouble him about this matter. Understood. I will take him back to be investigated. Sai immediately agreed. Said. Sai quickly stepped forward, took out the handcuffs and handcuffed the tour guide, and winked at him at the same time. The tour guide immediately understood that he knew that things should not be done, and he was very cooperative, not crying or making trouble. But these expressions were all caught by Tang Qing. Humph, you guys want to be selfish about this. Have you asked me? Sergeant Sai. Please wait a minute. I want to know how you will deal with this person, what to do with the money he took the kickbacks. Please give a clear answer. Otherwise, you should wait and make it clear before leaving. Tang Qing's cold voice made the atmosphere suddenly tense. Hear what Tang Qing said. The crowd onlookers who were just about to clap their hands were a little confused, and their hands that hadn't closed yet stopped in the air. Whose child is this? The courage is so fat. He threatened the Thai police in the street. Hear what Tang Qing said. Sai stopped. His mind was a bit trapped like the crowd onlookers. What did Tang Qing just say? If it is literal, it means that he must give an explanation to leave here. This is a questioning tone. A little kid questioned himself. Can he accept it? Obviously it can't. He was afraid of East China, but what Tang Qing was afraid of as a kid? He heard on the phone that there were 3 young people making trouble, but there was no East China, so he thought that East China was watching the fun. He had already given Huadong's face to him, and told him that this young man is still not forgiving and that he is not a vegetarian either. Sai turned around. Looking at Tang Qing, his face was gloomy, and he said in a bad tone, Young man, were you talking to me just now? Tang Qing immediately admitted. I said that this person not only sold things this time, but also twice before, causing the people in the tour group to spend a lot of wrong money. Therefore, I think you have to give an explanation, otherwise, you can't go yet. Hearing this, Sai was anxious. Your sister, are you a policeman or I am a policeman? I didn't detain you. You still dare to keep me. Hua Dongfang. It's not that I don't give you face. This young man doesn't want it. Let's talk about it. Sell things forcibly. No matter what increasing local income requires turning a blind eye to the top. How can I really care about this kind of thing? It seems that you really want to go to the police station with me. Okay, follow me. When I go to the police station, I will explain it to you, Sai said, staring at Tang Qing fiercely. You want to bluff me? Can you stare at me? Obviously not. Tang Qing pouted. No fear at all. Sergeant Sai, I don't want to go to the police station. There is still something to do today. It seems that you are firmly on the side of the tour guide. In this case, you have to change someone to take care of this matter. Tang Qing said faintly. Said, at least in the area of Bangkok, the Thai policeman with the obvious role of soy sauce is so arrogant. If the future generations of smartphones are flooded, anyone can record videos. He won't be so prosperous. After all, being placed on the internet is not fun. Of course, with the gang of robots in the command room staring at the entire internet all the time, it would be difficult for someone to upload their own photos, let alone videos, and they would be discovered and destroyed immediately. Here is my jurisdiction. I am the biggest. Sai was really angry this time, and changed a person with a big tone. Seeing this, even Tang Kai and East China couldn't understand, saying that Tang Qing is a newborn calf. Don't be afraid of tigers. This is more than not afraid of tigers. It's just going to play with tigers. What does it mean to change someone to take care of it? Hua Dongfang did not dare to say arrogant words easily. Tang Kai also gave a wry smile. It seems that he is still waiting to use some relations. Otherwise, Tang Qing's field will not be completed at all, and he did not blame Tang Qing. As an elder, he tried his best to obtain wealth and power, not just wanting his family to live. Do you have to be better and more dignified? To be more noble is to benefit the people and change the world. Although it's tricky, it's not a big problem. Even if you don't use Wang Sa's relationship, he knows some people. Oh, you are the biggest. What about your chief? Tang Qing said with a faint smile. He already knew that the command room had already begun to order action. Humph, don't play tricks, come with me. Sai snorted coldly. After that, Sai took out another handcuff and prepared to hand over Tang Qing. A Chinese, who is still so arrogant in Thailand. How could he tolerate it? And no one would help this Chinese in the trouble. But before Sai took 2 steps, he felt that 2 strong men like big mountains suddenly appeared in front of him, not in shape, but in aura, and the lingering aura that was rolling and made him 2 steps back quickly. His face was uncertain. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 2 bodyguards dressed in suits and leather shoes, wearing sunglasses, looking at him vigilantly. Although they can't see their eyes clearly, they are obviously guarding him. Do young people have a lot of background? Sai secretly said in his heart. These 2 fighters were naturally fighters, or they were following Tang Kai's fighters. Someone wanted to move his own commander in command. As the characters of the highest protection order, the 2 fighters naturally stood up and stood in front of Tang Qing, waiting for Tang Qing's order. Seeing the 2 bodyguards behind him rushing to Tang Qing quickly, Tang Kai was surprised and recovered his calm. Also, these 2 bodyguards are Tang Qing's friends, and it is only natural to help Tang Qing. What are you doing? I am a Thai policeman. Don't hinder me from arresting the suspect. Sai asked loudly, trying to explain his legitimacy. When did I become a suspect? Tang Qing sneered. Hearing that, Sai was trying to find a reason to put his hat on. Tang Qing would not give him a chance, because he had already seen the people coming to the aftermath, waved and said, Sergeant Sai, goodbye. I hope you can do it yourself. Goodbye? Don't think about it. Sai was surprised, and before he could finish speaking, 2 Thai policemen squeezed into the crowd and stood in front of him. Sergeant Sai, we are the police inspectorate of the sub-bureau. You are suspected of charging facilitation fees in violation of the regulations. You were suspended by the sub-bureau. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Said a person wearing a uniform that is obviously different from the general Thai police uniform. You. Before they finished speaking, Sai was pressed by the 2 and walked out of the crowd. After that, the 2 fighters also returned behind Tang Kai. There was also a Thai policeman who took the tour guide away silently. Tang Qing felt that he was a soldier. At the same time, another Thai policeman said loudly, Okay, the tour group with this tour guide will make trouble here. We will immediately notify the tour company to send a new tour guide. You will also make a note later. If this tour guide really collects the rebate, we will find a way to recover it. 2 more Thai policemen came into the shop that slaughtered customers. It seemed that they were planning to close the shop for rectification, and there was another whirlwind inside. Things have progressed to the present, going through twists and turns. The crowd onlookers hadn't reacted yet. Their expressions were at a loss. Is that the end? Do you want to be so dramatic? This style of painting is not the same as expected, ignoring everyone's expressions of seeing a ghost. Second uncle, let's go. I was lucky today. I didn't expect this guy to commit a crime. Tang Qing said with a smile to Tang Kai. His smile was very innocent, completely different from the momentum just now. Ah, good. Tang Kai looked at the big boy with a sunny smile, a little dumbfounded. Didn't you expect it? Lucky? Think of us as deaf. We can understand Thai. Did Tang Qing didn't expect what Tang Qing said just now? Obviously not. Tang Qing must have expected it a long time ago still. Is this what he arranged? Thinking of this, Tang Kai's eyes were full of horror. Then Tang Kai and Tang Qing, who were full of doubts, left the land of right and wrong, and no one came to stop them. After Tang Qing left, the crowd onlookers immediately began to discuss, pointing and looking at Tang Qing and his group, who were only left behind. They discovered that the person who even Seiyi was afraid of just now was with Tang Qing. It's no wonder that they can be sure that Tang Qing's identity is definitely not simple. A Chinese in a foreign country is so big. The energy, quickly sending a Thai policeman in, is simply incredible. Grandpa, what did the brother and the Thai police say just now? The old man watched Tang Qingyuan go and said, he can do it for himself. Does he know this person will be arrested? What do you mean? The old man chuckled lightly. The little girl immediately suppressed her exclaim, covering her mouth. The onlookers can think of this. How could Tang Kai and China Eastern have not thought of it? But they didn't ask Tang Qing either. China Eastern thought it was Tang Kai's strength and couldn't help but look at Tang Kai a little bit. It's not too hard to get through the joints of the Thai police so quickly. What? Tang Kai thought it was the strength of Tang Qing's friend, but he didn't know what kind of relationship he was using. Being able to have such a big power in Thailand really dropped a Thai police uniform every minute. Coincidence? Hee. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Someone must be operating behind the scenes. After a while, the owner of this shop hurried over when he heard the news and learned that the shop needs to be closed for rectification, so he went around looking for relationships. Unfortunately, it was useless. The wind here is tight, and the relationship between the former boss and his back is not at all. Dare to commit crimes against the wind. The deputy chief of the Bangkok police headquarters that just came up is not a good thing. Through the interrogation of the more than 100 people who were arrested, many major cases have been solved these days, and many people have been involved. Those who haven't gone in are still busy wiping their butts, so how can they have time to take care of these little things? The travel agency also received a notice to suspend business. During the review period, no new tour group can be brought to Thailand. As for the tour guide, it has become a scapegoat for the whole thing and will not be allowed to engage in tourism work in Thailand in the future. The other side. Walking on the way back to the East China store. Old Tang, what you said just now, I didn't understand a word. Li Kai still looked confused. He didn't understand what he said just now. Naturally, he would not suspect that it was related to Tang Qing. He was worried about it, but immediately. Nothing happened. It's weird to the extreme. Only Feng's son looked at Tang Qing thoughtfully, as if he understood something. Tang Qing explained with a smile. It's nothing. It means that you won't succumb to power. If they don't handle it impartially, I will file a complaint, and then he will become so angry that he wants to arrest me and go back. I was still playing drums in my heart. I was too scared. But he did not expect that he committed crimes and was arrested by their internal inspector for committing crimes. With Tang Qing's nonsense, the corners of the mouths of Tang Kai and Hua Dongfang twitched. Really talk nonsense. Afraid? Let others shoot you. You definitely did it. It's not running anymore. Really? Li Kai still didn't believe it. Of course, did I lie to you to have sugar to eat? Tang Qing said softly. That's right. Li Kai nodded and could only believe it. The group returned to East China's shop with their own thoughts. Tang Kai saw Hua Dongfang's strange smile. He knew that Hua Dongfang must have misunderstood, thinking that he was doing the thing just now, but Tang Kai did not explain it, and this misunderstanding could not be explained. It's impossible to push on Tang Qing, because that would lead to Tang Qing's friend, and things will become more complicated, so Tang Kai chose to default, and East China would like to think about it. Turning his head to look at the smiling sunshine boy next to him, thinking of Tang Qing's change in his painting style just now, from stunned green to assured and fearless, Tang Kai really felt a bit unreal. I was able to let a Thai policeman in at will, and he was so quick and decisive that they didn't even ask them to record the confession. They were allowed to go without even asking them, as if they didn't exist. The whole thing suddenly seemed to be stepped on. The brakes were stopped, and it was over. Unprepared. This kind of feeling is like a broken chapter. No, it's stranger than a broken chapter. If the chapter is broken, the next chapter can still be accessed. You can solve puzzles, and you can continue to read it. This is directly what the author wrote. No explanation. The story is instant became. Xiao Ming went out happily and bought a lollipop with all the money in his pocket. When he returned home, he saw the girl in the class, Xiao Hong, who was ready to go up for a warm picture and present the only stick in his hand. Lollipop, it's just that this idea just came up, and then Xiao Ming death. The whole thing is so jumping. It was a little uncomfortable to be stuck in my heart. Tang Kai is ready to find time to ask questions. Even if he has guesses and grasps in his heart, he is not as practical as Tang Qing admits. At the same time, he is extremely curious about Tang Qing's friend's influence, such a powerful ally hidden in unknown places, making him very uneasy. Fear comes from the unknown. Traceability. It is human nature. And the smart Lin Jiaxue seemed to understand something, but she didn't ask, didn't think much, and didn't show it. If Tang Qing wanted to talk to her, she would naturally tell her. If Tang Qing didn't want to talk, she didn't need to know anything. Women, You only need to know that the man in front of you loves her. The male lead outside, the female lead inside. Just stay with Tang Qing. Other things are really not important. Among this group of people, only Li Kai had the nerve to believe in Tang Qing's ghost talk. Old Tang, today is really exciting. I thought we were going to the police station in Thailand today. Li Kai said with lingering fear as he walked far away, seeing that there were no Thai police following behind. It was the first time in his life that Li Kai almost entered the police station. He was from a foreign country. Li Kai was irritated to think about it, and he could take it back and blow it for decades. Do you really want to go in and take a look? Tang Qing smiled from the side. Li Kai shook his head vigorously and said, You think I'm stupid? The ghost wants to go in and take a look, but I didn't expect the tour guide to be so dark-hearted, blackmailing people from the tour group 3 times, maybe the 4th and 7th times. Anyway, I decided, I will go out to play and resolutely not report to the tour group. It doesn't cost money to buy it, and others don't appreciate you at all. When you are a fat sheep, sharpening your sword, I can't stand this grievance. Tang Qing nodded and said, Yes, but there is a good side to the group, which is more convenient. You don't need to arrange board and lodging by yourself. They will take care of everything. If the cost is only a little bit high, it will be fine, but the tourists are treated as fat sheep. It would be a bit too much. Of course, there are many benefits to reporting a group, otherwise it will not be so popular. It is just that the domestic travel agencies and tour guides are of mixed quality, and the quality of the tourism market is difficult to supervise. Going out is only a matter of luck. Tour guides are actually needed sometimes. For example, if you go to a scenic spot, historical sites such as Sank Singdui and terracotta warriors and horses, if you don't have a tour guide, you will see some gravel, tiles, and pottery. It's boring, and the culture and history contained in it are what you need to see. To see this kind of long heritage, you must have a tour guide, otherwise you will really go to see the excitement. Then the local tourism department doesn't care. Li Kai was very upset. They don't care about it. The so-called wealth is moving, but you can't manage it. Tourism can increase the local economy, and local people can make money, and it can stimulate consumption. As long as it is not too excessive, it will pass. Unless something bad affects the local tourism economy, the motivation of the tourism regulatory department is insufficient. Tang Qing shook his head. Tang Qing also thought about how to solve the travel chaos, because he had been slaughtered in the previous life, but he still dispelled this unrealistic idea. He is not a god, and he has to get involved in all major and minor matters. Sunshin.com, the charity foundation, and the critical illness insurance for the child that he fought for. One is a big issue, the other is a matter of life and death. He can intervene, and regardless of the cost, regardless of the price. However, it would be a bit too much for him to take care of things like tourist slaughter, or to set up a travel company that does not slaughter customers. Big right and wrong, he can freely, even pay money. However, he has no interest in managing such economic disputes and interest relations. It is better to leave it to the market economy, public opinion, and the country's tourism regulatory authorities to resolve it. It does not involve personal interests. There are also major companies, the local tourism economy, and so on are very complicated. For example, housing prices. His previous life was also the object of criticism. Sincerely speaking, it is too expensive for Nima. However, it cannot be because it is expensive. In this life, it is impossible to suppress and control housing prices at all costs. This is impossible. There are more people, less land, high land prices, artificial price increases, and housing prices cannot not rise. Supply and demand determine the market. The water inside is too deep, affecting the interests of all parties in the game. It is not a question of money at all. At most, he will build more houses for rent in the future. Otherwise, China's housing prices will be unimaginable and landless. When the houses are built to a certain level, the new population of the city slows down or declines, which can really affect the housing prices of a region. Yes, they all have their own calculations and their own financial accounts. They just feel uncomfortable. The ones who cheat are those who come out to play. It's bad. If I can, I will start a travel company in the future, and all of them will be well earned. A reasonable profit will do, so how about it? Li Kai said on a whim. Yes, but you have to wait until you graduate. Tang Qing nodded. That's still 4 years, a long time. No, I want to discuss with my father. I will start my own business when I am the third and fourth year. Anxiously, Kai said proudly. Haha, you want to start a business? Okay, start with a small business first, step by step. For example, how about setting up a fruit stall in your school as a freshman now? Tang Qing laughed. Li Kai kept shaking his head and said, No, I want to sell small accessories and the like. Women's business is better. Look at you. Tang Qing was joking. Li Kai can do anything, as long as he likes it. The rich second-generation Li Kai in the previous life also made investments, but they were all movies and small videos, which cost his father tens of millions, and the movie he invested in had no chance to be released at all and could only be posted on the video website. To show people, Old Tang, do you want to come with me? You can buy clothes. Li Kai encouraged. He was naturally referring to Sheng Tang Group. Don't do it. Tang Qing is speechless. He sells clothes. The clothes of the Tang dynasty can't be sold on the street. Then I might as well go to the streets to sell paintings. As far as his sketching skills are concerned, someone will definitely ask for 30 or 50 yuan. Demon City, there is no shortage of rich people. How can you not make 1,800 in a day? Oh, yes, you have passed the stage of primitive accumulation. It's just that poor me. You have to go step by step, and you have to pay for your living expenses. You have to earn your pocket money. Old Tang, you have to take care of it in the future. My business. Li Kai pouted. Yes, then you have to give me the cost price. Then how can I make money, stingy? They are all friends. Are you embarrassed to make my money? Of course it means. After talking about it, a few people began to chat about their future college life. Li Kai's mind was full of longing to finally get rid of the clutches of his father Li Jianguo, to fly freely, and to live in a two-person world with his little girlfriend and earn a little money by the way. Feng's son is thinking about studying hard, joining clubs, and making more capable friends. He has no choice in the future. He will definitely follow Feng Hai's wishes and embark on the road of politics. For this reason, his father directly passed Do family relations arranged for him to enter Shimu University in Beijing. Not to mention anything else, Do Jiao's father is a director of the Ministry of Education. It is a bit difficult to arrange Feng's son, who has not bad grades, to enter Shimu University, but it is not impossible to operate. As for Tang Qing, he is also thinking about how to lead his university life. There is no difficulty in studying. In his spare time, he can't always go to bed with Lin Jiaxue, and he has to find something to do. He just hasn't figured out what to do. Don't worry. Let's talk about it when I go to college. The only expectation for college life is the days with Lin Jiaxue. After 7 years in the university in the previous life, campus life is very good and unrestrained, but there is not so much freshness in this life. College life is leisurely, but Tang Qing has worked for so many years in his previous life, and he has been busy during the half year of his rebirth. He has long been used to it. He thinks about the future development of his company, what industry he will be involved in cooperation with the country, and the layout of Yeyuan, the theft of production materials, etc. This is what Tang Qing has in mind all day. It's quite annoying, but it's fulfilling. He likes this way of life very much. Soon, back to the East China store, a few people took the things and prepared to go back. Naturally, the money was not needed. Tang Qing knew that East China would also go to the wedding at noon today. If I think about it, Bangkok is a big place, Chinese. There are so many wealthy people in the circle, so what's weird about knowing each other? A group of people got into the car, drive towards the wedding venue. The wedding banquet was held in a small manor on the outskirts of Bangkok. It looked like a typical Western wedding. Seeing this, Tang Qing felt that if he married in the future, he would use Chinese. The culture is good for my own country, and the big red is more festive. The entrance of the manor. The relatives of the two parties stood there to welcome the guests, and of course, there were also red envelopes. Seeing Tang Kai getting off the car, Zhang Zicheng, the groom's father, hurried forward to greet him. Among today's guests, business friends are Tang Kai with the highest status. Many years ago, they were still running freely on the same starting line. Today, many years later, Tang Kai has already left him far behind, riding in the dust. He disappeared, although his assets had exceeded 100 million yuan, but compared to Tang Kai, it was not an order of magnitude at all. Chairman Tang, welcome. Zhang Zicheng stretched out his hand and said. Tang Kai handed over the prepared red envelope, which was very thin, but no one dared to doubt the amount of the check in it. For friends' wedding banquets, Tang Kai had not given out less than 50,000 in recent years. Old Zhang, congratulations, we will be full of children and grandchildren soon. Looking at the slightly bulging wedding dress on the bride's belly, Tang Kai knew that this should be married to his son. He, too. If it weren't for the good news, how could Zhang Zicheng's son be like this? To get married honestly, I would definitely want to play for a few more years. Zhang Zicheng laughed loudly and said, Haha, Chairman Tang, as you promised, this kid used to be too playful. His son was finally married and forgot his worries. It was also the idea of a bad idea from my own daughter-in-law. Otherwise, the wedding might have to wait until when it will go. Uncle Tang is good. The bridegroom Zhang Zhuai stepped forward and shouted respectfully, and the bride also shouted. Tang Kai knew the two of them too. They were all friends' children, except that the father of the woman's family was in a car accident and only left. The next mother takes care of the business alone, and she is doing a small business. Zhang Zhuai greeted Tang Kai, and Zhang Zicheng greeted East China. Tang Kai looked at the bridegroom up and down and said with a smile, You kid, you are finally married. It's 27. It's fine if you get married. Don't play around for a day in the future. Take good care of this family and settle down. If you dare to bully Xiaowei, I can't spare you. Yes, I listened to Uncle Tang. Zhang Zhuai quickly agreed. On the night that he learned that his wife was pregnant, he seemed to have grown up suddenly, and he knew the responsibility. To his wife and children, he knew that he should get married. Well, then I'll go in first. You are busy. Tang Kai watched the new guests come without blocking the door. Chairman Tang, Brother Hua, I will take you there. Zhang Zicheng said. Great. Finished. Zhang Zicheng took them to the corresponding location. The location here is not fixed. Only the area is fixed. You can't come to eat. You have to report how many people I will bring. After that, Zhang Zicheng went to the door to welcome the guests again. The sun was a little bit sunny today. Tall, simple sheds were erected in the venues, and a dozen large air conditioners were cooling. Tang Qing wanted to complain about why not holding a wedding indoors. The cooling effect of air conditioners was seriously weakened outdoors. Fortunately, they are in a good location, close to the air conditioner, which is not too hot. This kind of wedding banquet is not only gathering for a meal and witnessing the legal relationship between the bride and groom, but also a social place. Therefore, seeing Tang Kai's arrival, many acquaintances came up to say hello and chat. During this period of time, Tang Kai's rise is too fast, and his influence is getting bigger and bigger. Naturally, it is the focus of people's attention. Tang Kai also responded one by one. He is very handy. He can control the scene when he can chat with several people at the same time, and his social skills are really good. Not blowing. Tang Qing looks tired from the sidelines. He doesn't want to go through this kind of thing. It's better to be an unknown person. You can do your own things at will. You don't have to deal with these complicated interpersonal relationships, friends, allies, enemies, and cooperation. Partners, each must be taken care of. With the passage of time, there were more and more guests, and people kept coming up, but they had to pay attention to it, and could not show off, seeing the tiredness in the eyes of the second uncle. Tang Qing deeply understood why the big guys are sometimes so cold. Now, it's very simple. Tired, people are not tired, and the heart is tired. Tang Qing peeled melon seeds to Lin Jiaxue one by one, feeding her one by one. Sometimes his fingers would accidentally touch Lin Jiaxue's lips. This soft feeling, Tang Qing felt that this was life. Li Kai and Feng Sun drank their drinks boredly, and suffered the invisible mental crit from these couples. At this moment, a middle-aged man in casual clothes came to Tang Qing's table and sat down. Hello, President Tang. The middle-aged man greeted him. His tone was neither overbearing nor overbearing. He was still Chinese. He didn't know him. Tang Kai's first reaction was that this guy had just come from China. Are you? Tang Kai asked. Chairman Tang, when he is dismissing Ma Zhe, he is doing real estate business in China. The one who came here to travel is an old friend of Zhang Zicheng. This is my business card. Ma Zhe handed over his business card. Mr. Ma, hello, the domestic economy is developing fast, especially in real estate. Business is good. Tang Kai put away his business card, which said chairman of Zhidong Group. He couldn't remember this company, but it does not prevent him from knowing that this Ma Zhe is not simple, and now there is no good thing to do in real estate business in the Shanghai stock market. It's okay. Now the house is relatively easy to sell, and it is almost sold before it is repaired. Maja laughed. So fast. Then you make a profit. Tang Kai said. He didn't have the slightest envy, and he didn't have to slow down the real estate to make money. A small amount of money can't be compared to President Tang's business. Maja waved his hand and said, this is the truth. His company is worth 4 to 5 billion, which is really average compared to Tang Kai. I'm the only one who sells jewelry and can't compare with you. Tang Kai said modestly. Chairman Tang is humble. I'm also catching up with the good times. Chairman Tang has worked hard from scratch to the present, which makes me admire. Maja shook his head and said, by the way, wearing a high hat. Tang Qing listened to the two people's greetings boredly. Don't say anything. The goosebumps are all up, so sore. The Chinese approach is indeed a bit unbearable. After a few sentences, Maja also got to know Tang Qing and the others, and learned that Tang Qing was going to school in the Shanghai stock market. He patted his chest and said, Xiao Tang, come to the Shanghai stock market in the future. Uncle will be the host. I will show you around. I have something to say. I still have some friends in the Shanghai stock market. Thank you, Uncle Ma. We will definitely go for a meal if we have the opportunity. Tang Qing couldn't refuse it because of the kindness of others. But he didn't really want to go. He didn't lack this meal, just talk about the scene. Haha. Okay, I warmly welcome. Maja said happily. There are many friends and many paths, and his company is also seeking diversified development. What he is interested in is not the jewelry business, but Tang Kai's network. After a while, the wedding began. The MC gave an enthusiastic opening remarks. The bride and groom came on stage, exchanged wedding rings, and added some entertainment. Although the procedure was a bit messy, it was okay, because the most important thing was that the two were married. Looking at the two people on the stage, Tang Qing remembered her long-cherished wish again, which was to walk into the marriage hall with Lin Jiaxue, give her happiness, and have some lovely children. In her previous life, Lin Jiaxue was fragrant and perished, and there was no chance to realize it. This life, it's finally consummation. Jiaxue, when we graduate from university, I will put on a wedding dress for you and be my bride to Tang Qing. How about it? Tang Qing said seriously to the beautiful woman beside her, her eyes full of determination. Heard this. Lin Jiaxue grabbed Tang Qing's hand and tightened it in vain, obviously a little excited, but for a moment, the strength of her hand was fully reduced, but it was stronger than usual, as if she had made a decision. Okay. Lin Jiaxue nodded slightly. After receiving a response, Tang Qing was full of joy. The next banquet didn't stop either. Everyone who knew and didn't know came to toast his second uncle. As a nephew, Tang Qing naturally had to play a role stopping the wine. He would not refuse to come. Anyway, he would not get drunk. There is no difference between drinking and drinking water. Although everyone saw that Tang Qing had a surprisingly good amount of alcohol, they didn't dare to embarrass Tang Qing. They just meant it. After the wedding banquet, the guests all left. Many of them were busy people, working and doing business, but they couldn't eat here until the afternoon. Tang Qing and several people returned to the villa. Tang Kai went to the company to continue working. At this time, the second aunt and cousin have not yet come back. It is estimated that it will be late in the afternoon. Because Li Kai and Feng's son had a drink at noon, they went back to bed drunk. Tang Qing led Lin Jiaxue to her room. Shut the door smoothly. What are you doing when you close the door? Lin Jiaxue said with a blushing face. Of course she knew what this action meant. Don't do it, it's been a long time since I've been alone with you. Tang Qing said, sitting next to Lin Jiaxue, holding her hand, looking at Lin Jiaxue's face, a little light in her eyes. Lin Jiaxue lowered her head as she was seen, and Nuonuo said, I haven't seen it for a few days. In the days without you, life is like years. Tang Qing said with an expression. How to answer this sentence, I can't answer it. Lin Jiaxue is about to change the subject. Tang Qing suddenly cupped her cheeks. Then, it was a kiss that lasted more than 10 minutes. In the end, Tang Qing still held back, did not move his hands and feet, and did what he said. After that, he just hugged the beautiful woman in his arms, didn't feel too much, and didn't feel embarrassed, enjoying this rare, quiet time. One afternoon, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue hugged each other like this. Of course, it was not that they kept silent. After all, no matter how good the relationship, the atmosphere will be a bit embarrassing if there is a long silence. You have to find something in common to do. For example, watching TV. It is also the first time that Lin Jiaxue knows that Tang Qing's mobile phone can still be connected to the internet. You can watch all kinds of movies and TV shows, both domestic and foreign. You don't need to worry about the internet speed at all. Just like the downloaded one. Lin Jiaxue looked up and looked at her in surprise. Too many surprised Tang Qing. My dear, this is a test product of my friend. It uses satellite communication and does not use the network of the communication operator. Otherwise, the network speed will not be reached at all. You have to help keep it secret. This is still an internal test product. In the future, it will mainly be it is used for military communications. It's not good to say it now. If the competitor knows about it, it will be troublesome. Do you understand? Tang Qing made up a lie to show the seriousness of the matter. Now that the world is in the era of 2G communications, this is directly the 4G network speed, so he can only move closer to military convenience. Here at Confidential, it is still the technology that will be used in military communications in the future. Lin Jiaxue nodded earnestly, treating this as the secret of the two of them, and did not say that if I also get one for me, she was afraid of losing such a valuable thing. Do you trouble Tang Qing? Then, one more person knew about the mobile phone that Tang Qing could also use it in front of Lin Jiaxue. It wouldn't be long before this matter was concealed. If he lived with Lin Jiaxue in the future, Lin Jiaxue would definitely know what happened sooner or later. As for the others, Tang Qing thinks that the state of confidentiality is better, and when he thinks of ways to speed up the construction of 4G networks in the future so that the era of intelligence will come in advance, then it will be able to use it generously. The afternoon of the two ended up watching Master Xing's Kung Fu again. This is the first and only movie that Tang Qing took Lin Jiaxue to the cinema since his rebirth. It is very memorable. Although there was Qin Shiqi, a loud and noisy light bulb with sound. But I have to say, the classic does not fade. After a while, hearing a familiar voice downstairs, Tang Qing quickly turned off the online video and changed to a music listening mode. This kind of sneaky feeling always feels weird. Boom boom. Sister Jiaxue, come back. We have brought delicious food back. Tang Yin'er knew from the servant that Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue were upstairs, so she naturally knew how to knock on the door so she wouldn't see something that shouldn't be seen. Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue hurried downstairs. Although she didn't do anything lost things, but Lin Jiaxue's face was still red, and she was ashamed by the meaning of the few knocks on the door just now. Seeing Lin Jiaxue blushing, Tang Yin'er immediately thought that Tang Qing had done something bad. Although it didn't look like what he thought, it must have been a mess. So Tang Qing blanked Tang Qing's eyes. Bad brother. Go, Sister Jiaxue, we ignore him. Finished. Pulling Lin Jiaxue down, she went downstairs. Tang Qing looked innocent. I really just kissed it normally, seriously, and seriously. Then he hurriedly followed, and it was delicious, of course not to be missed. Is this what you said is delicious? It's a whole bunch of unknown things, a bit like a ham sausage being squeezed into a paste. Tang Qing looked at her second aunt human suspiciously. This was brought back from my friend. I don't know the specific method. It seems to be a folk snack from their northeast. I don't know what it is used to make it. It's delicious anyway. We brought something with us every time we went. Come back. Well, I have no appetite looking at it. Let's flash people first. In the evening, the second floor of the villa. After dinner, the family enjoyed the cool here. Li Kai and Feng's son slept in the afternoon. At night, the thief was energetic. After dinner, the bodyguards took them to the internet cafe in Thailand to experience it. At this time, a melodious piano sound rang. Yes, Tang Yin'er is practicing the piano again, and Tang Qing also realized that his cousin has such a great musical instrument talent, and he is almost proficient in everything. He wants to ask, "Are you Allegro?" Well, he didn't dare to ask, and wondered if he would be killed by his cousin with a pillow. And is Allegro considered a musical instrument? Should. Probably. Maybe. He doesn't know either. No. Thinking seems to have gone to a strange place. Tang Qing shook his head. It returned to normal immediately. Not only Tang Yin'er, but Lin Jiaxue next to her, watching her cousins carefully. There is no way. Tang Yin'er insisted on pulling Lin Jiaxue to learn piano with him. She was taught by others before, but now she is teaching others. Being a good teacher is also human nature, and she is no exception. She finally caught a student, but she tried her best to make Lin Jiaxue an instrument before leaving. Tang Qing was a little worried about the talent of her daughter-in-law. After all, she was not like herself. She basically couldn't say that everything she learned was a quick success now. It was almost as easy to understand. There was no difficulty. Well, no more grief. Sure enough, just as Tang Qing thought. The next paragraph was a slow finger of Zen piano. Tang Qing clutched his head, listening to Tang Yin'er's explanation coming from inside. He could fill up Lin Jiaxue's anxious expression at this time. Okay, my daughter-in-law, when it's critical, I want my own man to support the scene. Immediately, Tang Qing got up and came to the cousin's orchestra room. There were all kinds of musical instruments in it, both from the east and the west. Lin Jiaxue was sitting in front of the piano, looking at the score, slowly trying various notes, while Tang Yin'er was commentary behind her. At this time, Lin Jiaxue's forehead was sweating a little. If Tang Qing came to teach, Lin Jiaxue would never be nervous, but Tang Yin'er was different. This was a kind of psychological dependence, because as long as Tang Qing was there, she would feel safe. Yin'er, you are bullying your sister Jiaxue again. Tang Qing stepped forward and smiled, standing behind Lin Jiaxue. I don't have any. I'm slowly teaching Sister Jiaxue. Tang Yin'er said with a pouting mouth. In this way, you teach me. I teach you. I will slowly teach you, Sister Jiaxue, how. Tang Qing can also see that if Tang Yin'er teaches, her daughter-in-law is a little stressed, then come by yourself. Lin Jiaxue seems to be an addition to reading. I really don't have any other hobbies. It's not bad to learn more skills to kill time and cultivate sentiment. You? Tang Yin'er looked at Tang Qing suspiciously. Of course, if you play it again, I'll follow along. This will show you what is talent and what is jealousy. No, the evildoer is like this. Tang Qing said confidently. Are you a monster? Tang Yin'er discovered the uncommon words. Ahem, metaphor. Hurry up, one word, come on. Tang Qing waved his hand. Well, let me play a simple one first. No, come directly to the hardest, longer and simpler. Ha. Isn't this the talent to look down on me? Tang Qing wants to establish his brother's status and directly challenge the highest difficulty. Tang Yin'er stopped quarreling with the ignorant Tang Qing. She sat down and wanted to talk about the facts. She gently closed her eyes and put her fingers on the keys of the piano. Her temperament changed in vain, just like a devout and faithful music player. Tang Qing nodded secretly. It is indeed our Tang family's baby. If Tang Yin'er knew that Tang Qing's psychology described her this way, she wouldn't know what she would think. Next moment, one song. The ghost knows what the music plays. Tang Qing is a layman, where he knows such elegant things, and he hears what's in the mist, and it's not a familiar song. Tang Qing's eyes were staring at the thin white fingers on the keys that were almost afterimages. For this reason, he had to turn on the overclocking mode to memorize this movement and process. Really don't say it. If you are an ordinary person, let alone read it and learn it, it is definitely not easy to play according to the score and double the speed. But are we ordinary people? Of course not. This kind of skill, once, is enough. A few minutes later, Tang Yin'er stopped her flying fingers, and there was a thin man on her forehead, saying, It's so risky, I almost forgot the score. She stood up. Brother, this is Liszt's Wraith, which is a very difficult piece in the piano world. You were afraid that you didn't see my fingers clearly. Tang Yin'er rubbed the fingers that were almost cramped. Tang Qing stopped talking, sitting on the stool silently. Following the actions of the cousin just now, the overclocked brain recalled what it saw just now in 1 second, and used the brain's control function to force the muscles and habitual nerves to give muscle memory. Moment. This song is engraved in the instinctual reaction, as if it has been played countless times. Complete. Tang Qing opened his eyes. Put your hands on the keys. Down skills. Showtime. Just like just now, the light piano sounded. In order to make the image of us a big brother, Tang Qing directly increased the speed by about 30%. Now, he pretended to be a big fan. Tang Yin'er's mouth grew bigger and bigger, her small eyes staring round and round. How can that be? Lin Jiaxue is not much better. Her eyes are all shocked. Tang Qing can play the piano? That's impossible. She hadn't seen Tang Qing learn it before and probably never touched it. It's unscientific to play such a difficult tune in one go. After a few minutes, end of the song, Tang Qing looked up at the expressions of the two of them. There was nothing proud of them. They were all his dearest people, so how proud of them? No, there is a third person, and that is Yuman standing at the door. Yuman knows the skills of his daughter. The first one was that his daughter played, but the second one was definitely not. Such speed is no longer a matter of superiority. In other words, this is the speed that humans can have. This piece, even if Liszt is alive, it is probably the same. Brother, when did you learn the piano and hide it so deep? Tang Qing said excitedly in her eyes. Tang Qing opened his hand and shook his head and said, Piano? I haven't learned it. This is my first time to play. Is it difficult to say this thing? Hear what Tang Qing said. Tang Qing's face became stiff, but the first time she played, she could play better than her. If she was a musical genius, then what would Tang Qing be? Super geniuses and gods are still the monsters just mentioned. This moment, she felt that her worldview was about to be stretched. Seeing Tang Qing's expression, Tang Qing also accepts as soon as he sees it. Okay, Qing, I am now qualified to teach you Sister Joshua. Come on, play all the songs you know. I will learn it for you today. Tang Qing stood upright. Tang Qing was pressed to the seat. Seeing this, Tang Qing didn't ask any more, so as not to shock people. If this learning speed is true, Tang Qing's piano technique will definitely be the first person in the world of piano. No, it is a god, standing on the top and looking down. Common people. Such a person turned out to be her cousin? If Tang Qing really played music in the future, someone interviewed him and asked him who the master was. If it was her, that scene. Don't be too beautiful. Tang Qing's heart is beating wildly. Although Tang Qing had a quiet temperament, this matter was so exciting and completely disrupted her inherent thinking. Even she was a little confused about what she was thinking. Mom, why are you here? After a glance, she saw Yuman in the same petrochemical process. I'll take a look at who is playing the piano, and the talk is so good. I didn't expect, Tang. You have such a high musical talent. Are you interested in playing music in the future? Yuman returned to his senses, said excitedly, Make music? Tang Qing shook his head vigorously. What a joke, let him do music. And also, it's not impossible, just play it. It's just that he is not interested in it yet. He has learned a lot of skills, such as calligraphy, traditional Chinese painting, sketching, wood carving, and there will be more in the future. In the end, he can truly be regarded as a passion. I noticed it. Seeing Tang Qing shook his head, Yuman was a little disappointed. It is a pity that she did not continue to persuade her with such a good talent, because what a family of their level learns is hobby, not for making money, so don't do it if you don't like it, nothing more. No matter how good the talent is, you don't need to care about this at all. It all depends on the mood. Sister Qing, play it, I'm ready. Tang Qing turned his head and said to Tang Qing. Hearing the urging, Tang Qing's heart slowly recovered. Playing the piano is most afraid of being impetuous. After quickly stabilizing her mind, Tang Qing began to show her learned throughout her life. She could have just taught Tang Qing to recognize the score, and it was done. My son, Tang Qing can't be troubled by any music like that, but Tang Qing also wants to experience how monsters Tang Qing is. Tang Qing played a song. Tang Qing played a song. That's it. More than an hour later. Tang Qing can be regarded as a thorough knowledge of what is real talent. What is the body of being beaten up compared to other people before? She is a genius who beats others. Now she is compared with Tang Qing and immediately became the target of being beaten. But thinking that Tang Qing is his own cousin, his own person, if you lose, not ashamed. At the same time, Tang Qing began to admire Tang Qing. In the past, she only thought that this cousin was rich, handsome, and good at studying. The first two of them didn't say yes, but she didn't take it seriously. Yes, but now seeing this learning ability, she has redefined the 3 words learn well. Get in your mood. Brother, how about the violin if you don't learn something? Tang Qing had another idea. There is nothing to teach piano, so he can only change to another instrument. The humanity of being a good teacher has been exposed again. Seeing a good meowsy, I can't wait to push one's bag. Tang Qing kept shaking his head and said, If you don't learn, I will teach Joshua to play the piano first. Hear the words. Tang Qing didn't persuade him anymore. Tang Qing learned this stuff to teach his girlfriend, which was a bit of a blow, but I have to say that Tang Yin'er really admires his cousin. This willful, such a domineering love, my sister-in-law, is really happy. Really. Hearing Tang Qing's words, Lin Jiashua's heart was immediately full of happiness. Looking at the man in front of her, this is what she has loved throughout her life. She wanted to say, if you don't leave, I will depend on life and death. But the reserved, she couldn't speak. She could only meditate in her heart, expressing love with her eyes. Tang Qing also looked at Lin Jiashua's eyes, conveying his thoughts to each other. The atmosphere in the music room suddenly became warm. Tang Yin'er was trying to stop this wave of dog food. Wife, what are you doing here? Tang Kai suddenly walked into the house. He has dinner tonight, and is only coming back now. Seeing a few people in the music room happily asked, Dad, you are back. Just now, my brother learned piano from me. Tang Yin'er replied first. How is it? Have you learned how to read scores? Tang Kai asked casually with a smile. Several people were taken aback. Looking at this expression, Tang Kai thought that Tang Qing didn't even recognize the whole spectrum. It's okay, learn slowly, don't worry. Tang Kai said comfortingly. Tang Yin'er said quickly, No, Dad. It is my brother who has learned all the songs that I know, and he can learn it completely after reading it. There is no mistake, it is really amazing. At this time, Tang Kai was shocked and confirmed. Huh? What? You can learn it once? Really? For consecutive questions showed the degree of surprise in his heart. Well, it's like this. Tang Yin'er walked to his father and described what had just happened. Today, Tang Yin'er has a mouthful, and Tang Qing feels that his performance has changed the personality of his cousin. Didn't he do it too much? Tang Qing was a little confused. Could it really be exciting? After listening to her daughter's narration, Tang Kai didn't know what to say. He could only say that their Tang family had good genes, and they had two great talents, one Tang Qing. Each of them was perfect. The only shortcoming was that. Okay, Tang Kai didn't think of it for the time being. The daughter is also gifted and sensible. Thinking of this, Tang Kai felt relieved. At least the Tang family's generation will not collapse. With Tang Qing, their Tang family can still prosper for several decades. He used to want to save half of Tang Qing's own property, but now it seems that in the future, Tang Qing will not be able to value his own family business. Problem. Well, let's talk about this later. Well, you are tired from playing for so long, so let's go out and get some breath. Tang Kai said. Great. After that, Tang Qing and several people came to the large balcony on the roof of the villa, lying on the lounge chairs, blowing the evening breeze. Tang Yin'er felt that she was also much closer to Tang Qing, and took the initiative to inquire about everything about Tang Qing. In the end, she could only blame Tang. When did Qing suddenly open up? The lady stayed for a while before going to wash and go to bed. Tang Qing couldn't sleep at this time, and beside him was Tang Kai, who was also sleeping late. Tang, you have surprised me too much. I can't believe it. Did your friend do that thing this morning? Tang Qing's gifted Tang Kai didn't care about it. It was born with it, but he was really puzzled about what happened in the morning. After going to work in the afternoon, he made a few calls to his police friend in Bangkok and inquired about Sai. It turned out that it was the newly appointed branch director, and the deputy director of the general administration issued an order. He acted vigorously, not waiting for Sai to return, but go out and arrest people directly. This is obviously not in accordance with the general procedure, but it just happened. Inside, there is a lot of fog. Tang Kai really couldn't figure out how to find someone in such a short period of time, and then begged him to do something, but also to be successful. Even if the mayor of Bangkok, Kun Tai, wants to do this, it will take at least half an hour for the layout alone. Tang Qing looked at the stars in the sky and prepared the reasons that he had already compiled, and said, Second uncle, it is true. I secretly sent a text message. You also know that I don't need to look at my phone when I type. You've seen the matter, and I didn't expect that his energy was so great that he would grab Sai directly in the street. After being acknowledged, Tang Kai's heart finally became clearer. It's fine. Your friends are really friends all over the world. Tang Kai praised. He even wondered if he couldn't do this ability. Yeah, my friend is very strong, someone powerful, and he is very powerful, and his relationship network is unfathomable. But we have a very good relationship, like brothers. I will bring him to see you when I have time. Anyway, I praise myself. No money. It's also time to find a time for my friend to show up. Otherwise, it will make life suspicious if I don't see each other all the time. And I have to give this friend a stronger identity. Otherwise, it's not conducive to all kinds of lies in the future. This also requires long-term consideration. Tang Kai stopped asking questions after hearing this. Since Tang Qing said that he could be recommended, he was not a shameless person, but he should have a very high status. Otherwise, the energy would not be so huge. The two watched the stars for another half an hour. Tang Qing answered the villa next to it. At this time, the two people who went to the internet cafe had not returned, and Tang Qing watched the TV boredly. About 10 minutes. The sound of cars came from the door. It is the two of them. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Kai began to yell. Old Tang, you haven't slept yet. I'll tell you, you don't know the internet cafe environment here. It's so good. And there are beautiful women wearing more than genie serving tea and drinking water, which is expensive. Point, it costs 30 yuan an hour. It's so dark. Li Kai felt painful when he said this. Tang Qing smiled. The high-end urban community around the villa is naturally unusual in consumption and environment. 30 yuan an hour is indeed a bit expensive, a bit outrageous, but there are beautiful women to see, so it is not unacceptable, especially for the rich. To say, hee, you can be content, it would be nice to have beautiful women. Tang Qing said irritably. Hey, also, it's worth the fare, and the internet speed is good, but there is nothing fun. There are only some standalone games, which are not fun. Li Kai said, sitting on the sofa. Then don't go next time. Tang Qing suggested. No, I want to go. I want to exercise my ability to resist beauty. Li Kai said righteously, and clenched his fists pretending to be struggling. Bye. Can you be more shameless? Feng Sin also took 2 steps back. Stay away from this shameless guy, so as not to be infected. Tang Qing turned to continue watching the news in Thailand. Li Kai became the topic terminator. After a while, it was late, so they went back to their houses and rested early. Go back to the room. Tang Qing locked the door, as usual, flashed into the command room. At this time, the number of robots in the command room has exceeded 2,000 and nearly 3,000 people. The densely packed robots are working here, providing services such as strategy consulting, target monitoring, intelligence analysis and mining, and dispatch support for fighters and spy robots around the world. Very busy. The analysts are neatly dressed, wearing newly designed military uniforms and uniform. Although they are not equipped with guns, they look like a huge military command center. This kind of military uniform is exactly the same as the military uniforms in the territory, but the ones in the territory have military ranks. Except for Tang Yi's 4-star Upper Zheng military uniform, there is nothing on the shoulders of other robots. Of course, Tang Qing also has this uniform, which is the highest rank, 1 star more than Tang Yi, but he just wore it and didn't wear it. There is no way. It is impossible to wear this thing out in the command room. If it doesn't show any sense of superiority, it's better to keep it. Move. It is hung on the side of the cylindrical platform, and it's not bad every time you come to see it. Looking at the sight in front of me, Tang Qing felt intense excitement. Tusk, this is our family. In the past, he thought that such a large command room could not be used up at all, but looking at the speed of development, this worry might be a question mark, and it might even be insufficient. What should I do then? In this regard, Tang Yi has already given a solution. That is to upgrade. The only thing the command room needs is intelligence analysts, but these are basic intelligence analysts. There are more advanced, or even more advanced ones by name. Now an intelligence analyst can serve 2 or 3 fighters at the same time, but as the level of intelligence analysts increases, the number of objects that can be served at the same time will increase. And so, Tang Qing didn't worry at all. After filling up the command room with basic intelligence analysts, high-level intelligence analysts cannot be exchanged or upgraded. Although the exchange interface shows that it can be upgraded, it only means that it can be upgraded in the future, not now. Okay, fill up this place first. It will take at least 1 or 2 years, and the exchange authority of higher-level intelligence analysts will definitely be opened at that time, and everything will be a matter of course. No longer pay attention to these robots. His eyes turned to Tang Yi. Tang Yi, what happened in the morning didn't cause any trouble to the soldier? Tang Qing asked. He didn't think so much at the time. He wanted to vent his anger for the people in his country. Looking back now, He was indeed a little owed. Consider, but he didn't regret it. He would do it again. Now he was just a little worried about whether there would be any trouble. After all, the soldier had only been in power for about a week, and the police station in Bangkok couldn't just talk about it. Going back to the commander-in-chief, it didn't cause trouble. The evidence we collected before included the illegal record of this person. We planned to clean out in 2 days and let one of our fighters come up. In the morning interrogation, it was discovered that Sai E and a major case were involved. Related, this may be a good thing for soldiers. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing nodded. It's fine. Impulse is really bad. Fortunately, we have the capital of impulse and the ability to deal with the tail. Today, we haven't messed things up, we can solve the case, and we can still put our own people in. Soon Tang Qing stopped paying attention to this matter, sitting on a skateboard, and came to the training area. Looking at the thing under his feet, Tang Qing curled his mouth. It would be nice if the training area could be directly transmitted to it. Damn, I had to sit on a skateboard every time I went. Nyocha, it's so fresh, and it feels like that slowly. He is increasingly reluctant to waste his precious time in traffic. Enter the training area. Tang Qing saw many soldiers busy in the field from a distance. The 2 square kilometers of land at the door were all planted with fruit trees, and a large amount of land was reclaimed and planted with saplings in the distance. However, the area is not too large, only a few square kilometers. Since the fruit wine has not yet been sold, the cooperation is still in the planning stage. It will not be launched on the market next month, that is, in mid-July. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare in advance. He planned to use 1/30 of the land area here for planting, which is 50 square kilometers, but that is a long-term plan and the limit. It hasn't started yet, just opened up a few square kilometers of wasteland. Immediately, come to your own training camp. Tang Qing started today's training program. The following week, the second aunt took Tang Qing and her group to visit various famous attractions in Thailand. Thailand is a big Buddhist country. More than 90% of the people are Buddhists. There are many temples in the territory. Therefore, they visit the most temples. They feel the exotic Buddhist culture, their pious appearance, and compare with domestic monks. Ugh, the evil money has a strong smell of copper. Not good, not good. Give it to me, and let me save these evil bills. Amitabha. Although he has worshipped many Buddhas these days, Tang Qing's enlightenment has not improved. Human beings have desires and cannot escape the secular ties. He is now deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate himself. The 6 roots are clean. Tang Qing asked himself that it was something that he could not do in his life. It was equivalent to waiting for death. The evening of July 4th. Tang Qing and his party have basically finished their trip to Thailand and will return to China in a few days. 9 p.m. They returned to the villa, but the second uncle had not yet returned. It should be while socializing or working. The second uncle has been busy these few days. There are things everywhere. Various businesses come to the door. The goods sold by the previous agent were sold out within 2 days after they were brought back. They were sold out by the wholesaler on the next level. So he hurriedly went to the territory to buy goods and brought back 5 truckloads of things, which was considered to be in stock. Just this week, Tang Kai made nearly 15 million yuan in the sales business alone. It is also painful and happy. At the same time, the domestic jewelry agent processing factory has signed an investment intent, and the land was given by Tang Qing. Because the area of the Shengtang group was too large at that time, it can't be used up at all, so it's better to be with your second uncle. Neighbors. And this foreign exchange investment naturally fell on Qin Yugong. The investment of up to $2 million can ruin the Development Zone Management Committee. It has completed 30% of the task of earning foreign exchange a year. Dad, unfortunately, Tang Kai didn't show up, just sent a Chinese vice president of the company there. July 5th. It's 9:30 in the morning. Bangkok Airport. A group of 5 people appeared at the airport exit. 3 men and 2 women, all wearing marked uniforms, carrying briefcases and alleys. Looked like they came here for a business trip. Group leader, is this Thailand? I finally have a chance to go abroad. One of the girls looked around curiously. The calm middle-aged man who walked in front smiled and said, "What is good about going abroad? Being in a foreign land, cultural and language are different. It's okay to come for fun, and long-term stay is not comparable to domestic." Team leader, You have been working here for so many years. Of course you feel that way. I only came here for the first time. I hope that I will be transferred back to work for a year or two and then go to a new country. The girl said hopefully. Hee hee. You want to be beautiful. Our Tianyan's current business scope is only in China and Thailand. Our chairman's previous plan seems to be closed to foreign business, only to help him supervise its subsidiaries, and later it seems to be considering our business. The ability training has these businesses now. Otherwise, you are still in China now. No, it should be in another company. If the company does not have these new businesses, the company will not go to your school for recruitment. The middle-aged man said lightly. These people are the employees dispatched by Tianyan to prepare for the establishment of the Thai branch. The middle-aged man is named Tao He. Less than a month after joining the company, after understanding the tasks and procedures, he was dispatched to the Thai office where Tianyan was planning to build. Before that, he served as the deputy general manager of a trading company with Thailand. The company is not small, with an annual trade volume of nearly 50 million yuan, and the salary is not low, but it also means that he travels frequently and is even based in Thailand. Everything was fine, but at the beginning of last month, the boss of their company offended the dignitaries and was reorganized. Then the company was shut down. He naturally became unemployed. At this time, Kiakia Tianyan recruited people, and Tao He was indeed a talent, so he was recommended to Tianyan by the headhunter. From the perspective of Tianyan's assets and business scope, he didn't want to go, and he was still a small group leader, with 2 or 3 kittens under him. He was once the vice president of a company with annual sales of tens of millions. But considering that the salary is okay, although it is much lower than before, it is the result of years of hard work. It is impossible to go to a new company and want to directly take the lead. After entering the company and understanding the mode of operation of Tianyan, his mind was confused. Such a model is simply unheard of. At least he has never seen such a complete supervision and service mechanism. Especially when he knows the companies that the company supervises, he knows that he is out of luck this time. When he learned that the company going to Thailand to supervise was the Kaihua Jewelry Group, Tao He almost couldn't help sitting on the ground. This jewelry group, in Thailand, does not know which Chinese. At first he was worried about how long Tianyan would supervise this company, but when he learned that Tang Kai was a relative of his own chairman, Tao He didn't ask anymore. Obviously, this is a family. They are all local tyrants. He calculated the company currently under the supervision of Tianyan. With the addition of Thailand, the total market value of the company has exceeded 7 billion yuan, 7 billion people. Nima, how much is this? Tao He doesn't know. But he knows. This. Maybe it was a huge turning point in my life. As long as this is done with the company's resources, he is likely to work in various companies under the supervision of Tianyan, because last month there was an example of corruption by the general manager of a logistics company under Lu Qian. After being taken down, he finally hired a team leader from Tianyan to serve as the general manager. Although the time is only 3 years, this kind of resume is not measurable by money. Therefore, to the future, Tao He's heart is full of hope. Let's go. I will take you around today, and tomorrow we will go to Mr. Tang and officially start work. Tao He straightened his chest and walked toward the outside of the airport. Group leader, take us to eat delicious food at noon. The girl said, no problem, I'll treat you. Tao He agreed. Hee hee, long live the team leader. Subsequently, Tao He took 2 or 3 kittens from the Thai Eye's office in Thailand and strolled around in several places in Bangkok that he thought was good. Tao He has lived in Bangkok for so many years. He really knows that many, although not well known, are very distinctive place. Walking on the streets of Bangkok, Tao He felt a little different. He couldn't think of the difference for a while, as if some people are missing. Yes, just a few people. In the past, there were 3s and 3s of people waiting to gather or wander. Sometimes they would stare back at you fiercely. Now it seems that you haven't left for a long time. Seeing such a person, it's weird. Group leader, didn't you say that some street gangsters should be careful? Why haven't you seen one? The talkative girl asked curiously again, and she looked around and found that there was nothing. The street was pretty clean. Tao He glared at her and said angrily, do you really want to see them? The girl shook her head vigorously when she heard it, and said, I don't want to, mainly because I haven't seen such a sight in China, so curious. Tao He is also speechless for the thirst for knowledge that has strayed away. This woman's focus is not on one channel at all. In fact, there are in China, but very few, but Bangkok has always been chaotic and mixed. Fortunately, our office is not here. The underground forces over there had a reshuffle at the beginning of the year. They and petty thefts in those places are basically taught to be humans. I don't know why here. Maybe it's luck. Anyway, it's not safe to come here. Tao he explained. Oh, got it. Just when Tao he was walking around with a few of his men. Tang Qing is watching TV in his villa. I have to say that Thai TV dramas are definitely learning from the reverse of Hong Kong and Taiwan. They are short in parents, rich in grievances, property struggles, love, hatred, and hatred. One word is abuse. I'm angry when I look at it. But anyway, this is for a woman. This reminded him again of the later Thai drama, Different Beautiful Boys, an existence that once again raised the upper limit of the thunder drama by a level, and then no one can surpass its honor. If there is, then it should be its second part. It is full of accusations against the world, a critique of reality, and a redefinition of the relationship between people. The plot of this drama is more than scorching eyes, and even the soul will be contaminated. After watching one episode, Tang Qing's heart almost collapsed. The entire crew was simply coming out to retaliate against the society, causing tons of harm to everyone who clicked, and the internet was full of sadness. Tang Qing didn't know what mood they were shooting for such a drama. Anyway, he only watched Tu Cao after watching one episode. Nima, if he watched it again, he was afraid that his mentality would not be stretched. Then, he had to watch the news. These days, it was broadcast every day that major crimes were solved, how many criminals were brought to justice. The public security in Bangkok was much better, and the appearance of the streets had improved significantly. The one who mentioned the most was the soldier of the upper deputy director. Tang Qing saw that soldier speak on TV several times. The main content was severely punish crimes, maintain public order, and return a blue sky to society. There is also a bonus to that serious expression, which makes the warrior's prestige higher and higher. It seems to have become the evil nemesis of Bangkok, and all kinds of medals and praise flags have been softened. This position can be regarded as a solid position, which solves the hidden worries of exceptional promotion, and no one dares to doubt the fighter's ability. Next, if you want to get promoted again, it is estimated that you will have to wait for half a year. At that time, you will have to plan carefully. Either take the post of chief of the Bangkok Police Department or be appointed to the subordinate department in Thailand. The specifics have not yet been decided. At that time, there will be a command room to find a way to operate. In short, just one principle. If you have conditions, you must go up. At this time, Tang Qing was alone in the villa. Lin Jiaxue and her cousin and second aunt went to do their hair early this morning, and Tang Qing did not join in the fun. It was a ladies' special. He should stay at home honestly, and Li Kyla take Feng's son to see Bajini. Alone? Non-existent. Just then. Ding ding ding. Tang Qing's phone rang. Took a look. Chiron. Tang Qing frowned. Chiron called to do something. They haven't contacted for a while. But don't care about him. Let's talk about it later. Press the answer key. Young Master Chai, why call me when you are free today? Normal opening remarks, like chatting with old friends. Tang Qing didn't ask for anything, so naturally there was no intention of flattering. In this tone, Chiron felt very comfortable, and friends were what he needed. Haha, Brother Tang. No, I heard that you are about to end your journey in Thailand, so I called to ask, don't you have to pass through the capital when you come back? Why don't you come to me for a few days? Full board and lodging? The consumption is comprehensive. Chiron invited with a smile. Hee hee. Thank you, Chai Da Xiao first. But Chai Da Xiao is so free. I'm afraid it's not as simple as asking me to play. Tang Qing laughed, knowing that Chiron is usually very busy all over the world. Fei, ask him to play? There is definitely something. Hearing this, Chiron was taken aback and then admired. Brother Tang is smart. Yes, it is indeed a little thing. Then we will say how to face. Okay. Anyway, I haven't been to the capital yet. I'll go to your place and harass me. Tang Qing agreed directly. Why don't you bother? Okay, I won't say much. Let's talk about it when we meet. Chiron didn't gossip. Well, okay, goodbye. Then the two hung up. Putting away the phone, Tang Qing didn't know what Chiron was asking him for, so he should ask the expert. Then he returned to the room. Locked the door. Next moment, Tang Qing's figure appeared on the cylindrical platform of the command room. Walked to Tang Yi's side. Tang Yi, has Chiron contacted us recently? What did he mean by calling? Tang Qing asked. There are records in his telephone command room, so there is no need to say more. Tang Yi replied. Returning to the commander-in-chief, his cooperation with the African United Mining Group has been getting closer recently. He has brought over a lot of problem assets. We have helped him rectify the local situation and made him earn money. A lot of money. Even some of the minerals invested by Yunqi recently have been transferred to the name of the mining group. We guess that he wants to deepen the relationship with us by commanding you and ask you to introduce him. After all, our exchanges with him are only for benefits, and there is no personal relationship every time. So it is 70% likely to be like this. 20% may be inquiring about our situation, and 10% may be that there is another business cooperating with you, which has nothing to do with Black Prison and Tongtian. Tang Qing nodded after listening. I don't care about anything, because no matter what it is not a big deal. What he is now concerned about is African Union Mining Group's matters. Tang Yi, what is the value of the minerals currently held by the Africa Mining Group? Tang Qing asked again. Return to Commander-in-Command. Due to the first good cooperation in Congo, the 8 problem mines under Chiron's management were later assigned to the mining group. Now the total mineral reserves held by the Africa United Mining Group are worth $9.6 billion. If only the existing mineral deposits, the total profit of the mining group is expected to exceed $500 million by the end of this year. Tang Yi said, these are the total value of all mineral deposits. Some mines need to be mined for more than 10 to 20 years, or even longer, to have such a great value. Otherwise, a mineral with reserves worth $10 billion can be dug out every year. $2 to $3 billion, a profit of tens of millions of dollars, is not bad. Therefore, the total reserves of minerals do not have much reference value, and most of them cannot be dug in a few years or more. Doesn't that mean that we will be able to pay $250 million in dividends at the end of the year? Tang Qing said happily. Although it was a bit less, it was only 1 billion yuan, but it was not meat. Yes, Commander-in-Command, Tang Yi said. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction and said, that's right. So, from now on, this African Union Mining Group will only act as a cooperative transaction company with Chiron. There must be other easy access to minerals around the minerals of the local forces that we have settled, and even in the countries where there is room for operation in Africa. Tang Yi, starting tomorrow, officially launches the Mining Alliance Plan. The main task of these scattered mining companies is to cooperate with other local forces and take the mining rights of minerals for joint mining, which can give them reasonable profits. We only need 40 to 50%, and others can give local. But if they still want more, and if they don't give up, then I'm sorry, let them talk to someone else, and only leave them 30 to 40% of the profit, understand? Tang Qing ordered. Strictly speaking, Mining Alliance Program is one of the first industrial alliance programs officially launched. Others are still in the stage of reserve and deployment. For example, those soldiers sent to Africa can't go up as soon as possible. Go grab someone's things and ask for a little bit. That's impossible. It's too much. You still need to gradually become familiar with the local rules and have an identity that everyone is familiar with and recognized, and it is easy to do things before you can officially start doing things. Mining Alliance Program. The full name is Global Mining Industry Alliance Integration Plan. The main purpose is to enclose mines through various means, and the organizational structure is a mining alliance formed by large and small companies or groups, and even local forces and joint companies. Africa is just the first step of the Mining Alliance Plan. When the time is right, these companies have made money and have capital. They will start global mining mergers and acquisitions to form a joint force, obtain funds through loans in various countries, and use capital leverage, rapid expansion. Finally, it achieves the goal of having international mineral pricing power. Such a large number of scattered companies have avoided the anti-monopoly treaties of all countries, and the United Nations cannot manage them, but they can achieve the purpose of real trust. This road is very long. It's also very difficult. It is very likely to have serious conflicts with the world's major mining giants and the financial giants behind those mining giants, and even Western developed countries. But is Tang Qing afraid? Haha. With the system, what are you afraid of? In the last life, how much money did these guys make in China? In this life, trade rules are not something you can set. And I, Tang Qing. Yes, commander in command. Tang Yi agreed. After issuing the order, Tang Yi was busy distributing tasks and formulating a series of plans. There were too many things involved. Negotiations, force suppression, action scheduling, management, sharing of interests, company registration, personnel recruitment, marketing, etc. were enough. I've been in a hurry here for a while. Many of these minerals need to be mined, and a lot of money is needed. After all, it is a bit unrealistic to expect all the cooperative forces to invest in them. Not to mention that others can't get it. Just to say this behavior is a bit deceptive. Therefore, the necessary investment is still required. Of course, Tang Qing didn't need to pay out the money, but came out of the black prison. During this period of cooperation with Chai Run, there were also funds looted from various suppression and Tongtian small treasury for debt collection. Enough. Moreover, this world has a loan thing. It's done in the early stage. After a little manipulation, there will be a smooth journey. The domestic routine of acquiring land, loaning and reacquiring land is of course feasible in the mineral industry. Tang Qing leaned on the chair in the command room, rubbing his head, falling into thinking again. With the launch of the Mining Alliance program, other plans of the Mark Industry Alliance will begin to be implemented one after another, and the next Industry Alliance program to be launched is related to the food industry. After so long of layout, the soldiers sent to Thailand before have established many farming companies and purchased a large amount of arable land. Later, not only in Thailand, but also in all Southeast Asian countries, soldiers went to open agricultural companies, involving agricultural machinery, fertilizers, and planting, breeding, packaging, sales, direct stores, etc., involving the ups and downs of the entire grain industry chain, now has a certain scale. But this is far from enough. Because Southeast Asia is not like Africa, and food is not like minerals. This is not as chaotic as Africa. There is a fist saying that the process of obtaining cultivated land here is very difficult, far beyond Tang Qing's original expectations. Think about it. After all, food is related to the security of a country, so they have strict protection and management of arable land. In addition, most of the arable land for sale is controlled by various Southeast Asian food giants or state-owned enterprises. It is not what the fighters want. That's it. There is a certain order in this world, and there are many things that soldiers cannot do in a short time. So there is not much room for layout in Southeast Asia. Tang Qing aimed his gaze abroad. In the future, the mainstream of grain will definitely be large-scale mechanized planting. The efficiency and cost of artificial planting are really high. Moreover, Southeast Asia is mostly hilly terrain with few plains. Unlike Australia, the Americas, or even some African countries, a large number of them can be seen at a glance. There is not enough arable land. Therefore, Tang Qing doesn't care too much about food production in Southeast Asia. But if you want to buy a large number of farms and open up wasteland abroad, you will definitely need a huge amount of money, especially the cultivated land in Western countries. The word is expensive, and it's very expensive. In the end, Tang Qing focused his main goal on Africa. Africa has a large operating space and relatively low land costs. It is a good place, but now the soldiers sent in the past have other tasks. After the Mining Alliance plan is implemented partly, no one is available. Tang Yi, starting the preliminary preparations for the Grain Industry Alliance plan. The main target is Africa, and the secondary targets are the United States, Canada, Australia, and Brazil. As for Southeast Asia, don't give up, just advance it in an orderly manner. Internal authorized funds, 500 million Asian dollars. The 4 types of soybeans, corn, wheat, and rice will be planted in the early stage, and other agricultural and sideline products within the scope of other international commodities will be involved in the later stage. 3 months later, the plan will be formally implemented when it is ready. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander in Command. Tang Yi replied. These are the main food-producing areas in the world. Although the grain output of India and China is among the top in the world, the population of these 2 countries is large, and the grain produced is basically used for self-sale, and sometimes it is not enough. Exporting is very difficult. Therefore, Tang Qing does not plan to cultivate land in the country and India. Quite simply, the goal of the Food Industry Alliance is the pricing power, and the pricing power lies in the export, which is that you have something to sell to others, not for self-production and self-sale, not how high your output is. If you grow food in the country in India, it can only be sold to the local country, and the business is meaningless. Like the Mining Alliance, what he wants is the pricing power and influence of international food prices, not how much money you make. If you can't sell them, who cares about your prices? Even if the international prices are twice the domestic food prices, domestic a grain of rice is not daring to export, for fear that the country is not enough to eat. It is meaningless at all. What he wants is excess output, is the output that can be used for export. Looking at the busy Tang Qing was a little embarrassed to play games here, and walked back to the villa. Lying on your own bed, Tang Qing watched the TV boredly, and he watched Independence Day again, not to mention, this is the original soundtrack. Because of the simulation function of the small 2, the translation work can simulate the voice of the protagonist without dubbing at all. Just like the Americans inside are speaking Chinese, even the people on the street have turned into Chinese, which is noisy. The sound can also occasionally hear a few Chinese characters without affecting the continuity of sound quality. This Nima, absolutely. If it is introduced to the market, film dubbing actors will have to be industrialized. However, Tang Qing is not ready to launch this thing. Life is not easy for everyone, and there is no need to break other people's jobs. No, it is not kind. At night, after washing, Tang Qing came to the command room again, feeling a little excited. Today, it has been a month since the acquisition of the 2 talents at the beginning of last month. A full month has passed. This means that the mineral resources and population under these 2 sites will be recorded under his name. The issuance limit can be increased by tens of billions. Tang Qing called out personal information. Name, Tang Qing. Level 5. Experience, 1192/1600. Loan amount this month, 8/800 million. Personal quota this month, 1.6/1.6 million. Withdrawable assets, 86.51 million. Spirit, 507. Physique, 506. Origin value, 0. Convertible foreign currencies, US dollars, euros, yen, rubles. The last time I bought Nianzhong, I spent 1 billion yuan, plus the US dollar arbitrage these days. The funds reached more than 800 million yuan. After completing the loan task this month, he gained 320 points of experience, plus the experience of accomplishing the task, which resulted in the experience becoming 1192. But Tang Qing estimated that he would have to wait until the beginning of the university if he wanted to upgrade to the 6th level. If the achievement task is completed quickly, it is not impossible to upgrade before the university starts. After all, the difference is only 408 points of experience. After deducting the 320 points of loan task experience in August, as long as the achievement task has gained 88 points of experience. That's it. Then Tang Qing looked at the achievement task again. Achievement Series Tasks 1. Loan Issuance, Reward Content. Every 100 million renminbi is converted into experience +1, source value +1, completion degree, 82/. Absorb Deposits, Reward Content. Every 100 million renminbi is converted into experience +1, source value +1, completion degree, 73/. Bank Tier 1 Assets, Reward Content. Every 100 million yuan Bank Tier 1 assets are converted into experience +1, source value +1, completion degree, 62/. Currency Issuance. The total value of the new currency issued is 300 billion renminbi. Reward Content. Every 100 billion renminbi is converted into experience +100, source power value +20, completion degree, 0/3. After reading Tang Qing, she wanted to curse. Bye. Especially if you complete the first 3 achievement tasks, you will only get 83 points of experience. 83, 88. The difference is only 5 points. Simply rely on it. But the last stage of the 100 billion Asian dollar issuance mission could not be completed. Seeing this, Tang Qing no longer knew what to say, and again, 5 points of experience stuck to death, your sister. It seems that if you want to upgrade, you can only honestly wait until September. Forget it. Wait slowly. Tang What is the current limit of the issuance of Asian dollars? Tang Qing asked. With Tang Yi there, he didn't bother to ask for gold coins, because Tang Yi looked like a life, and gold coins were like a smart program, just as rigid as Xiao Air. His interest in chatting dropped sharply. Return to the commander-in-chief. Because the new territory has been included in the statistics of your total assets, the current limit of the Asian dollar issuance is 90.5 billion, of which the frozen Asian $15.3 billion can be issued. The Asian dollar is 75.2 billion, and the issued Asian dollar is 30.1 billion. Tang Yi replied. Tang Qing knew that if he wanted to issue Asian dollars, there were 4 conditions. First, foreign currency mortgages. Second, gold and silver mortgages. Third, the bank's primary assets. Fourth, 3% of the total assets of the territory. In other words, these 4 items now add up to 9.5 billion Asian dollars. It's almost doubled compared to before. It is equivalent to tens of billions more to be made. It's pretty good. The freezing of yuan is easy to understand. For example, those fighters, spies, and scientists, as long as the robots purchased in the command room. This part is equivalent to that yuan has not flowed to the market, but has become robots. Naturally, robots are not money, cannot spend, let alone sell. That is equivalent to frozen assets. These frozen Asian dollars are not included in the issuance. Now it means that a total of 30.1 billion Asian dollars has been issued, and there are still more than 40 billion that can be issued or transferred, which can be said to be quite abundant. Thinking of this, Tang Qing can only hope that the Myanmar Bank Group will make good money in the future, whether it is earning foreign currency or upgrading its first-tier assets, because the expansion of the territory has encountered a bottleneck. It is not that it cannot be beaten, but the time is not. This timing, I can't count on it in a short time. Also good. Don't just make money. With the equipment in the mall, there are even many equipment that only exist in the world, and the price is so low. If they can't make money, Tang Qing doesn't know what else can make money. Seeing the increase in the issue limit of the Asian dollar, Tang Qing was in a good mood for a while, and the depressed feeling of being stuck in upgrading by 5 points of experience was swept in calm. The big deal will be upgraded on September 2nd. What's the matter? After that, Tang Qing started today's training program again. It's been a week since I practiced the skills of mind power barrier and magnetic resonance. His progress is also rapid. The mind power barrier has been trained to the point where it can come out of mind and has no dead ends to defend. Of course, it's very funny, but it can actually keep out the wind and rain. Even if it comes to a pouring rain, he will be a dead man. He also tried to use the mind power barrier to drain the seawater and wanted to experiment with the function of avoiding water beads. Unfortunately, his current nerve mind power is too weak. Although he can drain the seawater, he faces the bottom of the water in all directions. Squeeze. This hood is useless at all, but the water gets in after 2 seconds. Finally, I can only swim up honestly. But it's not a good start. Magnetic resonance is also true. He can already form a mind node in his feet and can feel the artificial magnetic field in the training area, but it is still due to the strength of the mind force. It doesn't work if he stays in the air for more than a second. Quite embarrassing. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Qing was noisy by the phone. This is the landline number of your uncle's house. Chi-Chi, what's the matter? Tang Qing took the channel. It was not his unexplored prophet, but the soldier who protected his uncle's family and told him that there were only 2 sisters at home, and that uncle and aunt had something to go out. Brother, have I bought all the items on the list for you? Qin Shichi said in a crisp voice. Bought all, the same a lot. Tang Qing said immediately, buying almost the same when shopping around these days. As for the fruits, you can only buy them before you leave, lest it be broken. Then when are you coming back? Qin Shichi asked again. It's a dozen or so. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, if he went to the capital to play, it would really take a few days. Woo, I'm so pitiful. I don't have time until the holiday. You all go to play. Brother, can you feel your sister's sorrow? Qin Shichi said, crying. Tang Qing wanted to say, if you are sad, please go for a snack. In front of brother's strong hearing, the sound of eating in your mouth is completely exposed. Some eat, but what is sad? Of course he would not believe it. Let's talk, what's the matter? Tang Qing said directly. Brother, didn't you tell me to sell clothes during the summer vacation? I'm ready, which is strange to say. My parents and I told your friend to sell clothes, and my dad immediately agreed. Qin Shiqi voiced back to normal. Tang Qing smiled. If Qin Shiqi went to work elsewhere, her uncle would definitely disagree. There is no shortage of that money at home, and Qin Shiqi is still young, but if it is her own Xingtang group, it will be fine. I think you should exercise. I know. I'll tell my friend right away. You will report tomorrow, or at that store. Then you can go to the store manager and say your name. It will be arranged, Tang Qing said. Oh, brother, I have missed you for so many days, Qin Shiqi said in a gentle tone as soon as the conversation turned. In this tone, Tang Qing had goosebumps. Stop, you want my wallet, right? Okay, I put 1,000 yuan under the cushion under my bed. It's a holiday. I'll go buy some clothes for you and Shiyu. Tang Qing said helplessly. Hee hee, I've already found out, I spent half of it. Qin Shiqi's grinning voice came, with a touch of pride in it. I don't care, I want to call the police. Tang Qing is full of black lines. Are you a treasure hunter? You can find it wherever you put it. And it took half of it casually to confess and be lenient. Alas, such a cousin is also quite anxious. What does the police do? Qin Shiqi didn't react. Catch the thief, Tang Qing said with gnashing his teeth. Qin Shiqi is not afraid of the police, and smiled. Okay, you call my dad and see if he can catch me. Well, you won. Tang Qing pouted. Hey, you should be happy to have a smart sister like me. By the way, my sister is also on vacation. It's not fun at home. Can I take her there? She is too introverted, so she should exercise. Qin Shiqi said. Did Shiyu agree? You forced her to go, right? Tang Qing smiled. How is it possible? I definitely didn't let her go because I wanted to find a companion. Qin Shiqi's explanation was extremely arrogant. You have no fear. Well, Shiyu is indeed too introverted, but it can't be changed in a short while. In this way, I will let her arrange a lighter job for her first. In terms of salary, according to the average daily salary of their regular employees, there is no commission. How about it? Tang Qing said. Why is there no commission? Qin Shiqi said dissatisfied. Are you a temporary worker or a child worker? What commission do you want? Tang Qing took it for granted. I'm going to sue you for squeezing the working people. Qin Shiqi shouted. Go to your dad and call the police. Tang Qing said triumphantly. This counterattack is beautiful. Well, Shiqi, let's not talk about it. I will contact my friend first. Tang Qing said. Well, good. Qin Shiqi said. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing fought Yang Kai over. Chairman, hello. Yang Kai, who was in a meeting, quickly answered the phone, and the other people in the meeting room immediately booed. Mr. Yang, there is something for you to arrange. That is, I have 2 cousins who are going to the flagship store of Shangtang to exercise for about a month. If you arrange the work, they will report back tomorrow morning. Remember, try not to let they know who I am. They are young. One is Qin Shiqi, and the other is Qin Shiyu. Don't arrange too much physical work. The salary is based on the daily salary of regular employees. When you visit them, you don't need to pay a commission. Have you heard clearly? Tang Qing ordered. Yang Kai nodded quickly and said, I understand. Chairman, I will arrange it. Well, then it's okay. You should be busy. Then hung up the phone. Tang Qing called Qin Shiqi again and asked her to go to work early tomorrow morning. Don't be late. If you are late, your salary will be deducted. As soon as you heard of the deduction, Qin Shiqi, a small financial fan, quickly promised that she would never be late and went before opening the door. In the end, she sold it for a while, so she asked Qin Shiyu to tell the good news. The other side, Yang Kai was naturally very attentive to Tang Qing's face-to-face orders. Time was tight. After the meeting, he directly handed over the store manager of Shengtang's flagship store to the office and ordered the matter down, so that she must ensure that the chairman of the board. During the working period of the 2 cousins, there should be no disturbances in the flagship store, no rumors, and the status of close group inspections must be maintained at all times. Yang Kai knows the general rules of this kind of store. It is not uncommon for old employees to bully new employees. In fact, it is not bullying, just let him do more things, and his tone of voice is unfriendly when bringing new people. These things cannot be avoided at all. However, this is not the reason to show these bad habits to Tang Qing. If Qin Shiqi and the 2 get angry in the store, even if Tang Qing does not blame him, Yang Kai will think that he is negligent as a family of assets close to 1 billion. The president of the group, who manages 5 or 6,000 employees, can't handle this matter. Where is his face? Get Yang Kai's order. The store manager was also taken aback. When relatives and relatives of the emperor came to their store, she naturally had to be careful and not flattering, because Tang Qing had spoken and would not let them know Tang Qing's identity. It seems that the next one in May, some of her are busy. The next day, July 7th, on Wednesday, Qin Shiqi called her sister early. Poor Qin Shiyu was still in a hazy state, so he didn't forcibly lift the quilt, brushing his teeth and washing his face in a daze. Shiqi, don't just take a job. You don't need to get up so early. Looking at Qin Shiqi, who was cooking noodles, her aunt smiled bitterly. She didn't know what her husband was thinking, but she agreed to let Qin Shiqi, who was only 16 years old, and her sister Qin Shiyu work in a clothing store. This is not a complete violation of the labor law. Qin Yugong just said it was okay and exercised. Mom, if you are late, you will have to deduct your salary, and you will be paid. I will buy you clothes. Qin Shiqi laughed. Well, let's not talk about you. I will accompany you later. I don't worry if you two go, said Aunt. If you don't worry about it. It's in the city center, not far from here. Qin Shiqi said. All right, be careful on the road. Well, sister, come on, the noodles are ready. 30 minutes later, Qin Shiqi and Qin Shiyu appeared at the door of the Shangtang clothing flagship store. Looking at the closed door, they know. Coming early. Sister, it said business hours are 8 o'clock, and it's only 7:20. Qin Shiyu pouted. Qin Shiqi didn't think so, and said, Sister, you don't know about it. The first day you go to work, of course you have to come early to make a good impression. Moreover, this is the opening time. They must clean up and arrange the goods before opening. Yes, it should be coming soon. The voice just fell. A voice came from behind the sisters. You are Qin Shiqi and Qin Shiyu. The two turned their heads and saw a woman in a formal dress standing behind them. Qin Shiqi looked at him wearing the staff costumes of the Tang dynasty and said quickly, Yes, I'm Qin Shiqi. This is my sister Qin Shiyu. We are here to report. Please take care of me in the future. It's no wonder that there are many people. She usually laughs, but she is very measured in doing business. Hello, you are all so beautiful. I am the manager of this store. You can teach me, Sister Jiang. Come with me. I will first introduce you to the rules and regulations of the store. Each person will receive 2 sets of staff uniforms. I will take you personally. That's it. The work journey of the 2 sisters Qin Shiqi has begun. Under the leadership of the store manager, the 2 sisters can be regarded as experiencing what it means to feel at home at work. Each of the big sisters speaks well and has a gentle attitude. They take special care of them and are not allowed to do any heavy work. Good in this class. The 2 of them felt like they weren't here to work, but came to be uncles. It was quite weird, but when they thought that they had come in with Tang Qing's friends, they slowly became relieved. After all, who would be okay to seek abuse? Just when the 2 sisters, Qin Shiqi, were at work. Within the territory, Xian in town. Wei Hao got up early this morning. During this time, he did not live in a guest house, but in a newly built residential area in Xian in town. The environment in the area is very good. They are all 3-story buildings. Although they are almost decorated, they are not as good as hotels, but they are also very good. Since commercial housing has not yet been opened in the territory, except for industrial towns, almost all of the newly built buildings on the ground in each town cannot be purchased privately and can only be leased from the Burma Bank Group. This is because all the zero investment above-ground buildings in the entire territory are all placed under the control of the Bank of Myanmar and the group's fixed asset management department. Wei Hao paid the lease for 2 years at once, because it was the longest lease. No matter how much he wanted, he wouldn't let him rent even if he doubled the price. This is Tang Qingding's rule. Since 2 years later, the rental price here will definitely not be what it is now, and it is definitely not an exaggeration to double it. Tang Qing is not so stupid. 2 years, it is already at the limit. If it is too much, it will lose money. If these houses can be purchased, it is conceivable that in less than half a year, houses in various towns will definitely be bought out. This is something Tang Qing does not want to see. Therefore, in order to maintain relative fairness, it is better to control these things in his own hands. Whether it is to control house prices in the future, demolish and build high-rise buildings, or replan, they will be sold more than they are now. It's better to go. Living in a house with bright windows and clean windows, Wei Hao was deeply moved. It was only a long time, but he didn't expect electricity to be connected here, tap water, and gas supply, which is considered water. Electricity, full of gas. Of course, this is not natural gas, but liquefied petroleum gas, which is a byproduct extracted from the oil in the oil field on the Tsaisu side. After breakfast, Wei Hao drove his car to the industrial town. Of course, he drove not a good car, but an ordinary second-hand car. His money was basically invested in the two factories, and his pocket was really clean. Fortunately, after a month of construction, his brick factory has begun to produce bricks. Now the construction frenzy is happening in the territory. This building material is needed everywhere, so the sales are very good. Not only in towns, but with the construction of village passages, those villagers with a little money don't want to live in thatched or bamboo houses. They start to build brick and tile houses, small two-story houses, and the like. The demand is also increasing. It is predicted that at least in 2 or 3 years, the business of the brick factory will be very hot, and the investment of the brick factory is expected to return in a year. Nothing will lose. Now Wei Hao is concerned about his plastic products factory. He has to see it every day. With 7 turns and 8 turns, Wei Hao came to his factory. The factory building was already ready. He started to install equipment a week ago. Looking at the new high-tech equipment in the factory, Wei Hao felt a lot more at ease, feeling the light as bright as new. Equipment. Wei Hao's eyes are all fiery. Master, how long is it going to be good? Wei Hao asked the chief installation engineer in the factory. Of course, this person was temporarily carried by the soldiers. Otherwise, there would be no place to recruit suitable installation and commissioning workers. Tomorrow will be fine, and the equipment will be debugged today. In the next few days, the workers will get on the machine for actual operation, and work will start in 5 days. The soldier said as he was busy. Wei Hao didn't care at all about this indifferent attitude. As a technician, he didn't like talking, so he could do things. It is obviously impossible for a person to operate these equipment proficiently in a few days. Therefore, before that, the workers have gone through more than half a month of theoretical study, learning their own things and precautions. Although it is still a bit rush, it is not unacceptable. Even in order to take care of the cultural level of these people, the entire production line has been simplified by scientists, and then simplified. It has basically become a fool-like operation. It is necessary to ensure that it can be put into use quickly and also reduce the failure rate. Even if it is broken, it can still be repaired. These fighters are also responsible for the maintenance workers of all the equipment in the entire industrial town. There are remote scientists under the command. How can it be difficult to fix these things they designed? Okay, that's okay. I will look elsewhere. Wei Hao said with a smile on his face and stopped staying. There is no problem with production here. There is one more thing to do, which is raw materials. Only with raw materials can his factory be able to do so. Start. Since the small oil refinery under the Bank of Myanmar has already been put into operation, and the chemical plant has also been put into operation, the issue of raw materials is not big, but he still has to ask. Subsequently, Wei Hao drove to the Resources Coordination and Dispatching Department of the Bank of Myanmar Group. This is a coordinating department. The management of the Bank of Myanmar Group and other private companies in the territory of the company only sees the transfer and distribution of materials, and all procurement companies purchase. The raw materials will also be handed over to this department for distribution, which can be said to be extremely powerful. Such departments are naturally mainly responsible for the soldiers. When Wei Hao confirmed that the first batch of chemical raw materials could be shipped to the factory tomorrow, he was relieved. He happily drove to his brick factory to take a look. In the past few days, there are many bosses like Wei Hao. They walk lightly, and their faces are full of joy. After a month of construction, many factories in the industrial town have been put into operation. Wei Hao's plastic products factories are limited by raw materials, but many, such as food factories, glass factories, metal processing, grain and oil, etc., are not technically difficult at all. Raw materials come from a wide range of sources. A large number of shipments have started a week or even 2 weeks ago, supplied to various supermarkets and shops in the territory. Especially for those factories that produce high-tech products, working overtime is even faster. With the debugging and installation of the soldiers day and night, trial production started a week ago, and now there is a stable output. In the near future, after all the factories in the industrial town are put into production, the economy in the entire territory can truly realize the internal circulation, and it will truly have a certain degree of resistance and will not be caught by people. At that time, the main materials to be imported will be raw materials that are not available in the territory. And just yesterday afternoon, the first 10,000 mobile phones to be supplied to Wanza have been assembled, and we will only wait for Wanza to pick up the goods this afternoon. These 10,000 mobile phones are all produced in the current territory. There is no more. Because after the production and assembly of this batch of mobile phones is completed, the production line of each component is redesigned and modified according to the problems encountered in the entire production process. After all, the group of scientists are not omnipotent, and they can design a perfect fit in one pass. Something industrialized. Combine theory with practice. This is a path that the command room cannot bypass. As it is just starting now, there are no orders and a little time to adjust, so be sure to increase the output and quality of mobile phones to the limit under the existing technical conditions, so as not to make major changes in the future. After only 5 days, the new equipment improved by the scientists will replace some of the equipment. After the debugging is qualified, large-scale production will begin. Although the current production is a 2G mobile phone, the mobile phone is configured to support 3G network speed. Time is enough. At the same time, in the scientific research area, 4G smartphones are also undergoing intense research and development. In fact, smartphones are not too difficult. With the efforts of those scientists, breakthroughs in process technology have been rapid, and the difficulty can be said to be basically no. What is really difficult is the infrastructure of a complete set of communication networks. There are no switches, routers, servers, optical fibers, base stations, antennas, access equipment, transmission equipment, demodulators, communication standards, solutions, etc. with larger switching capacity. The mobile phone is useless even if it is hanging from Nima. Unless he has a mobile phone with a quantum communication module installed in his hand, he can provide ultra-high-speed wireless data download services through the communication server without using the physical data channels of those operators. Just like you have a Rolls-Royce. But Nima is surrounded by mountains, and there is no road. You can only start the engine to hear the sound, and slowly wait for the road to be repaired outside. Wait until the 4G era comes. As for Jobs' Apple, let's follow us and let it go. Thinking of the future generations of Apple's cash reserves of more than 240 billion US dollars, Tang Qing is a little uneasy. Mamma mia, more than 1.6 trillion yuan. He has to take a bite of this cake, and we also have to taste the meat. He was considering whether this matter should be completely operated by the territory, or he should also be involved. But no matter what, there is a premise, and that is, in the early stage, technology can never get out of him. That is too eye-catching. In the first step, he intends to allow territorial companies to establish cooperative R&D relationships with Huawei and other manufacturers to form a joint company to jointly accelerate the research and development of various 4G network equipment, provide technical support, and improve solutions. The second step is to promote the country's adoption of 4G network construction as soon as possible, and at the same time promote these devices to the world and accelerate the construction of 4G networks in other countries. The third part is related to him. By purchasing parts or technology, production lines, etc. of the territory, he produces his own smartphones, tablet computers, and their peripheral products. All the pressures let the territory withstand. One can make money by myself. Secondly, life can still be very easy. They will not be defendants every day. The future generations of Huawei and other equipment manufacturers want to enter the US market, but they have encountered various investigations and obstructions, saying that they may endanger US communications security. Huawei's various commitments are it was useless, causing Huawei's mobile phones to be blocked all the time. This life, Tang Qing wants to see if you can still be so arrogant. If you don't let my things in, I will let you lose the global communication equipment market. Price wars, come casually, and sell your things in your own place. To see who gets to the end. Okay, it was so decided. Due to the shutdown of various mobile phone spare parts factories. In the past few days, there are only busy robots in those factories, not a single ordinary person. However, the fact that mobile phones can be produced in industrial towns has spread throughout the territory, but it has caused a huge sensation. Cell phone. How tall? Was it just made out of Gadari in this corner of his own? But those workers said very clearly that it is definitely mobile phones, especially those responsible for power-on testing and functional testing. The Hublots almost surpassed Britain and the United States with the technology in the territory. It also caused a lot of misunderstandings. Noon. Seeing that the agreed time is approaching, Wang Sa quickly packed up and prepared to trade these mobile phones. After a while, Wan's convoy set off. In fact, the convoy consisted of 2 vehicles, one of his car and 1 military truck. Wanza now also has the right to drive in, but it needs to be checked and no weapons are allowed. Wang San naturally has no dissatisfaction with it. If the public security environment was in the past, it would have been an adventure without weapons. But now all the civilian weapons over there have been confiscated. Those who have weapons are regular soldiers. The military discipline is strict, so he naturally doesn't need to be afraid. 10,000 mobile phones. Take it back today and make 300,000 US dollars. Is there such a fast speed of making money under the world? The answer is yes. That is to bring back 100,000 mobile phones next time. That is not $3 million. Thinking of this, Wang Sao wants to sing a song in the co-pilot. Although most of the money has to be turned over to the family, he can still not afford it. To be honest, he doesn't know how to spend more money now. Soon, following the vehicle guidance in front, Wang Sa drove directly to a huge glass building in the northwest of Exinen town. Obviously, this is an exhibition hall, but it has not yet opened. The glass is coated glass, and the dazzling sun shines in and becomes a lot softer. In the future, it will be used as an external exhibition hall for territory products. Sir Wang Sa, please here. A soldier in military uniform stepped forward and led the way. Wang Sa nodded and immediately followed. Entering the hall, looking at the empty space, his head twitched. Not far from the door, he saw Zero, so he hurried up. Leader Zero, hello. Wang Sa went up and shook Ling's hand. Although Ling did not go out to greet him, but he did not dare to be dissatisfied. He wanted to borrow this trading port, but he didn't dare to turn his face because of it. Because the cooperation between them is not only for the two of them, but represents his family, and there are many forces in Thailand who have earned benefits from the territory during this period. Some time ago, I heard that Burma sent people there. Come to lobby and let their country give the territory a little convenience. So when entering the country, it is not he alone can decide whether to cooperate with Zero. After I swept away, I saw that on the table behind Ling, there were densely packed small boxes, and there were many large boxes with no labels, just paper shells. Obviously, the contents should be mobile phones. Sir Wang Sa. Hello? This is 10,000 mobile phones. You can ask someone to check it. Zero gave way and pointed to the pile of mobile phones. Number, let me see. Wang Sa flexed his fists, stepped forward to take apart a few immediately, turned on the machine, tried it, everything was okay, and under Zero's sign, Wang Sa randomly found a box, took a few samples, and it was all right. Looking at these high-quality mobile phones, Wang Sa's eyes are full of love. His price here is $70, and each one can make $30, which is a huge profit. Afterwards, Wang Sa put them all back into the box carefully, and he no longer checked. Their cooperation will be long in the future, and it is impossible for Zero to pit him boringly. This is not good for Zero. Yes, the quality and workmanship are very good. Wang Sa turned to look at Ling and said happily. He nodded and said, Sir Wang Sa, if the goods are okay, you can take them back now, pack them and sell them. As for the money, put it on the account first. After all, we still owe you a lot of money, and we will do it at the end of this month. Right off. I have agreed to pay monthly bills with Wang Sa before, and naturally, I don't need to pay cash for the mobile phone money. Okay. Chief Zero, take the liberty to ask, are these all your own production? Wang Sa asked curiously. Before, Zero said that he would import a lot of parts, but he found that the Zero period was he only imported a lot of raw materials here, and he couldn't understand it a bit. We are just assembling, and we also produce some parts here. There is no ambiguity, and there is no explicit statement. Can I go and see your assembly factory? Wang Sa stopped asking, and instead asked to see the assembly factory. Come here. You have to bring some valuable information back, and collect all kinds of information here. It is his daily task. No way, except for him. The people sent from Thailand were basically sent back, embarrassed to Grandma's house. Yes, please here. Zero agreed. If other core component factories, such as CPU, motherboard, and camera factories, Zero will definitely not take Wangsa. But assembly factories and some factories such as casings and mobile phone buttons will not be so strict. These are the future. The place to be displayed. Came to a corner of the industrial town. Entered the mobile phone assembly factory. Looking at the huge factory building and the advanced equipment inside, Wang Sa's mouth grew wide, his eyes full of incredible, this. Where did it come from? He can be sure that he is definitely not coming from Thailand. But is it possible in other directions? The sight in front of him told him. Possible. Otherwise, how to explain all this? It's impossible to come out of thin air. He is really sure that there must be a powerful force behind Zero to support it. Otherwise, there is no explanation for all of this in front of him, and even Burma may not be able to provide these things. As a neighbor, it's not that he looks down on Burmese. But this is the truth. Burmese is much behind Thailand. If nothing else, just say GDP. Thailand dumped dozens of streets of Burmese, which is about 10 times the number of Burmese. It is not an exaggeration. They seem to be few in Thailand. There is such an assembly line, and it is estimated that there will not be one in Myanmar. It's getting more and more complicated. Look at these high-tech equipment in front of you. Wang Sa estimated that if Burma knew about the existence of these things, it would certainly not treat Zero as kindly as it is now. Unless Burma and the forces behind Zero reached an agreement, the next stable situation on both sides would definitely be maintained. Can't help it. It would not be enough to turn your face down. It is estimated that Thailand will restrict the export of a lot of things that you want to buy. It is impossible to completely cut off this trade channel, because if you force the Zero, it will not only restore the uncontrollable before. The situation also offended the inexplicable forces behind it. If that is the case, Burmese was the one who lost the most thoroughly in this game. Wang Sa did not believe that the decision-makers on the light side would be so mentally stupid that they would break a leg. Therefore, in the short term, their trade is still fine, but in the long run, Wang Sa's family will have to consider the pressure on the Burmese side and how to deal with the behind-the-scenes forces on the Zero side. But leave him alone. That's what the think tanks and bigwigs of your own family should consider. Just do your own. Chief Zero, why? Didn't work start today? Wang Sa asked when he looked at the assembly line of 2 or 3 kittens. Looking at the neatly arranged chairs, a sense of regular beauty came to mind. No, there is something wrong with the new equipment these days. We are repairing it, and it will be fine in a few days. Ling said casually, don't say anything about the transformation of the production line to scare Wang Sa. When Wang Sa heard it, he nodded to express his understanding. These high-tech things are troublesome. The Zero staff are illiterate people who have just converted from agriculture to industry. It is inevitable that mistakes are made. If there is no mistake, there will be ghosts. This kind of high-tech equipment is also the most difficult to repair. It's normal. Boss Zero, how long will they be able to assemble a mobile phone? Wang Sa had to ask. No one was assembling it. This is an assembly line production method. Each person is only responsible for one process. At present, it is trial production, and about 3,000 units can be assembled every day. Zero reported a relatively low number, which is the speed of normal factory operation for 8 hours, and still in the case of unskilled hands. 3,000 units. Wang Sa's eyes were sharp. Many. If it were all through his hands, it would be a profit of $90,000 a day. This may not be the limit output of the factory. It is said that it is trial production. The official output is definitely higher than this. He decided that after he went back, he would let this phone go to the market as soon as possible at all costs. Only in this way could he make a lot of money quickly. Zero boss, if your phone is of stable quality and good sales, I will buy a lot from you. Wang Sa said, yes, you will buy this phone from me in the future, and it will remain unchanged at $70. If there are other models of mobile phones in the future, we will discuss the price. Not only that, I told you before, we can provide mobile phone customization services from inside to outside. You provide design drawings, performance requirements, and appearance solutions. We provide solutions, but if it is customized, we will charge $500,000 to $1 million for production line adjustments expenses. After all, We may have to increase and modify production lines, which are all costs. Zero said slowly. Of course, the customization matters will not be so simple. Now it is just a description of the business. After all, if it involves major changes, there will be patent issues and other issues that may be involved. It is not the end of the design and production. No problem, it can be customized. By the way, do you sell the parts separately? Wang Sa asked the question he had prepared for a long time. This is also what the Kolai family wants to ask. After all, how can it be cheaper to buy parts separately and assemble them yourself? Ling shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Chief Wang Sa, we don't have enough parts by ourselves. We don't have any excess output to sell. We only sell the whole machine. If we are tight in production in the future, we can consider outsourcing the final assembly business. Here, zero rejections. Wang Sa was a little disappointed. But this is not his business. It was just a question on behalf of someone. It was almost as expected and was rejected. Okay, then I'll take it back and try it out first. Wang Sa didn't ask any more. Okay. Subsequently, Wang Sa took 10,000 mobile phones and left in a hurry. Back at the camp, Wang Sa did not stop, but directly led his men and drove towards Chiang Mai, the capital of Chiang Mai province, where it was the place of delivery agreed with the Klai family. Approaching the evening, Wang Sa's car drove into a courtyard not far from the center of Chiang Mai. There is an office building in the front and a warehouse in the back. This is the property of the Kolai family, which mainly stores the electronic products they represent. The car drove into the yard. Wang Sa saw a young man standing at the door of the warehouse, smiling at them from a distance. This young man is a member of the Kolai family. His name is Keki. He is the son of the business spokesperson of the Kolai family and his future brother-in-law. Although he is a representative, he is not a relative. Got out of the car. The two gave a hug. Look at Keki's eyes to look towards the car. Wang Sa didn't talk nonsense and quickly asked someone to move the things into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Wang Sa opened the package and took out boxes one by one. Keki, this is the mobile phone they assembled. You can let someone check if there is any problem with the quality. I just checked it immediately before. It's pretty good. Wang Sa pushed the box in front of Keki. Wang Sa, you are so lucky, lying down to make money. But with a wave of hands, someone came forward to unpack the boxes and then sampled them for inspection. There is no logo on these mobile phone boxes, so they still need to be repackaged. Fortunately, with the previous 10 samples, the corresponding packaging boxes have been produced. As for the ID and legality required for these mobile phones, is it an issue for their family? It doesn't matter at all. As soon as Wang Sa heard it, he put his arms around Keki's shoulders and laughed and said, Haha, Keki, aren't you? You earn a lot more than me. From now on, we will be regarded as a family, so why not make money? These mobile phones can be taken together for $100, and it is not a problem to sell 167, but considering that they have sales channels and various costs, the two can be regarded as making similar profits. Yes, let's go for a drink. They estimate it will take a while after the test. Kuchi led Wang Sa to a pavilion outside the warehouse and ordered some wine. There were some side dishes on the table, and the two had a drink. How about there? Kuchi asked with a toast. Wang Sa and Keki took a sip of wine, and said, It's great. I have the opportunity to take you over to see it. I heard that there is an investment conference there in a few days. Then we will go and have a look. There are gains. Yeah. But Chi Ruo thought, thinking about the pros and cons and the purpose of this investment promotion. Although he was also confused, one thing is certain, it should be that there is a shortage of money or things. The two began to chat again. More than half an hour later, a middle-aged man walked quickly. Boss, no problem. Among the 100 mobile phones that have been sampled, the call quality, video, sound, chip, and camera are completely okay. It is very good, and the quality is very good. If it is $100, we will make a profit. The profit is at least 50% or more. The middle-aged man was a little excited. He was Ku Chi's father's assistant, so he was naturally qualified to know the purchase price of $100. But they said calmly, Okay, all packed in the box, shipped back to Bangkok overnight, repackaged, and labeled with various labels. The day after tomorrow, it will be listed directly in major stores in Bangkok, and at the same time, we will do a good job of publicity. He directly abandoned the routine of first publicizing and then listing. because these phones are just testing the water and need to be tested by the market, and time is too late. It is better to sell and boast. If the sales are good, then large-scale advertising. Yes. The middle-aged man took the order and left. Haha. Kachi, you're going to make a profit this time. Wang Sa smiled, blushing. Neither are you. If the sales are good this time, I will buy from you again. If the quantity is available, I'll talk about it at that time. By the way, what is the output over there? Kachi laughed. In fact, there is not much worry in his heart that the mobile phone will not sell well, because this mobile phone is definitely the best choice in terms of appearance, performance, and cost-effectiveness. If it is him, he will buy this type of mobile phone at the same price. Others imported high-end machine, tusk, expensive, and ugly. Not to mention anything else. Just say that the 2-megapixel camera and handwriting touchscreen function can hang almost all the 2,000 yuan mobile phones on the Thai market. They said it is now in trial production, about 3,000 units a day. Wang Sa said, 3,000 units. It's not bad, if the supply to Thailand is just barely enough. Kachi continued. Well, the money will be, as I said before. If the quality of this batch of mobile phones is no problem in a week, I will give it to you all at once. Okay. Wang Sa doesn't matter. Anyway, he can't afford it. He doesn't need money urgently, because he didn't spend a penny on this batch of mobile phones. There are still more than 20 days before the checkout time. Subsequently, the two stayed in a hotel belonging to the Kolai family in Chiang Mai, while the middle-aged man escorted the car back overnight to pack and deliver the goods. More than 4 o'clock in the morning in the evening, after the middle-aged hurried back to Bangkok, let the workers in the shift start to pack up. Keki's order is to complete the packaging of all mobile phones this morning and deliver them to major stores and partners in the afternoon, as well as new product training, billboard production, and new machine promotion. Work like that. Early the next morning. These mobile phones are about to be sold, so you can't let all the store employees familiarize yourself with the products at night. So time is quite tight. July 9th. On Saturday, early in the morning, in Bangkok and several larger cities in the surrounding area, dozens of mobile phone stores of the Kola family and partners have a large advertisement erected at the door, which is very eye-catching. After yesterday's emergency rush, they posted this one. The mobile phone advertisement of the own brand was produced. Quite hastily. Of course, this advertisement is definitely not redesigned. Instead, the background and introduction of the previous advertising plan was changed. With the template, the change was made quickly. With the addition of photos and retouching, the designer completed it in less than an hour, which was more than half a month ago. It was still on paper before. When 10,000 mobile phones arrived yesterday and they were checked for error, they immediately sent the design drawings to the printing factory and hurriedly produced them. Yesterday afternoon, they followed the mobile phones to various stores. Looking at the mobile phone that appeared in the sales catalog without warning, all the clerks were still in a state of confusion, not knowing the origin of the mobile phone. If a mobile phone is launched in accordance with the general process, the news must be sent out at least 1 month in advance, and training will be conducted for half a month with cash withdrawal. At the same time, various media advertisements will begin to work hard. But this, your sisters, without a little precaution, he was suddenly added to the catalog. When did the company's efficiency be so fast? Last night. In order to get familiar with the performance of the mobile phone as soon as possible, everyone took a prototype back and used it according to the manual. In the face of the urging of the superior, what else can the employees say? Carrying the old sales rhetoric. They don't know why. This product is actually listed as a priority product. That is, there are customers who come. This mobile phone must be the first recommendation. Not only that, at the same price, other mobile phones are used as a negative example to say, okay. They don't say much. According to the introduction on the manual, this phone is simply a magic machine in the cost performance. At the price of a mobile phone equivalent to more than $160, it is really dominating. No other machine can do it. Ratio. What they didn't know was that if it were other machines, the Karai family could earn between $20 and $30 per machine. But the profit of this machine was directly doubled. They had no choice but to work hard to sell these goods because of other machines. Either expensive, although the profit is higher than this, but the sales volume is low. But this phone is different. It's mid-price, top-level configuration, high quality, and not low profit. All fools know what products are the main products. Looking at the big new machine sign at the door, many people wanted to see the excitement. And then, after reading the salesman's spicy comments, the appearance was very good. After comparison, many people paid a deposit on the spot and went home to take the money. Because the clerk said that there are currently only 50 mobile phones in the store. If you wait for the next batch, it is estimated that you will have to wait for more than a month, and the price may rise. Now try a low-price promotion. 50, in fact, are really very few. Then, many people who want to pick up the bargain are a little bit calm. They have the goods in the store and hurry up to pay for it. Because according to the salesperson's introduction, the price of a mobile phone with the same performance is at least 50% higher than this. This price difference is really tempting compared to expensive products such as high-end mobile phones. So without large-scale publicity, the mobile phones produced in the territory are slowly becoming popular, but it is just the beginning. It is impossible to sell out in one day, and the reputation and advertising effects will still be fermented for a while. Noon. Kuchi, who was drinking tea at the Wangsa camp, received the mobile phone sales data for the whole morning, for 109 units. No more, no less. It's a little bit more than he expected, but not too much. After all, the price-performance ratio of this phone is there, and the internal and external workmanship is exquisite, and it is not surprising that it is sold more under the first recommendation of the salespersons. It can be considered a good start. In the 2 days of the weekend, Keki aims to sell more than 2,000 units. See Keki hung up. Wangsa asked curiously. How is it, Kuchi? How many have been sold this morning? More than 400 points. Keki replied. Hearing that there were more than 400, Wangsa was relieved. It's not that sales are bleak, and smiled. Yes, if we follow this schedule, 10,000 mobile phones will be sold out in less than 2 weeks. Do you want to make a reservation today? A batch of mobile phones. No. Wait until a week later and look at the sales data and user feedback. I'm not in a hurry. If it's really good, I will start to let the media take advantage of TV and print ads. Kuchi is not in a hurry in the future. Because the market in Thailand is right there, and the Klai family has a large area, and the sheep inside can't run away. If it's really out of stock, it's more precious. That's right. Let's go. Let's have dinner first. The investment promotion conference will begin at 2:30 in the afternoon. Wangsa nodded, hoping that this batch of 10,000 mobile phones will be sold out as soon as possible, so the next batch will never be 10,000. This number is up. Hey, you can increase your wallet again. This time I left Keki here for the first foreign investment promotion conference. Many other people actually arrived last night, such as Tang Qing. However, Tang Qing and his party are not living here, but the one in Xian town, in the camp where they lived last time. Thinking of that camp, Wangsa couldn't help but think of the elite soldiers, as well as those brand new weapons and equipment that were brought in from nowhere. At this time, but she suddenly spoke. Wangsa, have you ever thought of doing jade business? After speaking, they all looked at Wangsa with a smile. Heard this. Wangsa was startled. I rely on your sister. Don't scare me so, okay? Wangsa quickly shook his head like a rattle. Of course he knew Kuchi's current thoughts and quickly said, No, I am not interested in the jewelry business. And this is Mr. Tang's business, which is neither reasonable nor appropriate. Don't make this crooked idea either. Finally, he gave a warning. But she looked at this family kid a little bit amused. It's not a big deal. Does it make you so scared? It's a good idea, okay? Why? He is a Chinese who does such a profitable business, so you are not jealous. Kuchi said seductively. Knowing that Tang Qing monopolized the opposite jade jewelry channel, Chi Xin was not calm. Wangsa smiled bitterly and said, Hee, I am a little jealous, but Kuchi, I advise you not to have this idea. First of all the funds obtained from Tang Qing have bought our goods, so there is no conflict of interest. We will also make a fortune. Secondly, they have formed a stable cooperative relationship. Tang Qing is a good friend I have known for many years. If you intervene, I will not be able to be a man in the middle. Look at Wangsa so timid. But they sent one sentence together, counseling. Oh, I'll just ask, Kuchi said in a seemingly indifferent tone. Hearing this, Wangsa breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart beats wildly. Your sister? Almost scared the old paper. If you rush to play, grab someone's business. If you get rid of it, it is not me who will suffer, and I will pay how to do business. What Wang Sa didn't know was, although Qi said so, but there is something interesting in my heart. Thailand's largest jade and jewelry wholesaler, of course, he knows how much interest is involved in it. Of course, he knows that the money Tang Qing made in the past, to be honest, was also a hero of the times. He worked hard bit by bit, plus luck, and then Wei Jun as a supplier. You can be valuable. Therefore, before, he was not interested in these wild forces like Wei Jun at all, nor did he want to deal with them, because although he has a lot of benefits, he is prone to get into trouble and trouble. But now that Tang Qing's business is so large, there is still a stable supply channel on the zero side, and the zero side has expanded several times, and the output has soared. Such a piece of meat cannot be coveted by ordinary people, but Qi was moved a little thought. He was going to find the change and talk about it first, to see if he could become the second supplier of the territory, and then he would find a way to expand the share. It was not impossible to acquire Tang Qing's company, but in an instant, Qi had a package plan in his heart. Finished lunch thoughtfully. The two drove to the exhibition hall in Xinan town. This time, the previously empty hall was filled with seats and tables, and it was a lot of lively. At this time, Zero has not come yet. The scene was a bit messy, and all kinds of familiar people greeted each other, recounted old times, and greeted business or something. Seeing the arrival of Wang Sa and Keki, many people came up to say hello. For Wang Sa, the merchants in the territory did not know him, because if their goods are imported and exported, they are related to Wang Sa. Today, it is not only the businessmen in the previous territories, but also many of their friends. Seeing that the factory is operating normally and the products are selling well, many people are stunned and prepared to gain something this time. Wang Sa also called many people here, because most of the goods he sold to the territories were products of equalization of interests. Many of Wang Sa's suppliers came to see with curiosity when they learned of any investment conferences here. Of course, part of it is curiosity. Another part is ulterior motives. During this period of time, the development in the territory has attracted the attention of many interested people, especially the upper class in Thailand, because Burma sent people to greet them personally. If they don't pay attention to this place, they are not worthy to sit in this position. Therefore, their various forces have sent spokespersons over to see, not necessarily investment, but also to gather intelligence. In addition, there are many Chinese friends introduced by Tang Qing. As for Myanmar, naturally, some people were sent here. Godin had already passed the news back. He wanted to deepen exchanges with Zero. Economic exchanges are naturally a good channel, because before, Myanmar said that loans can be provided. Now, Zero didn't care at all, even without mentioning a word. He was pushed back when he was sent to the door. This is so embarrassing. So Burma also sent some businessmen with official backgrounds to deepen the relationship between the two sides through economic exchanges. Even those neighbors around have sent people to investigate the reality, because this is the only time their people can enter the territory so far. As before, ugh, don't mention it. When they think of it, they seem to be crying, simply losing their wife and losing their troops. None of the companies under the Myanmar Bank Group have come, because industries that require complete control of their own people have long been classified as private land by the Bank of Myanmar. The company has already occupied the whole, and will not use it to attract investment at all. What can be produced are trivial projects. The main purpose of this investment promotion is not to allow them to invest and build factories in the territory. This is only a secondary purpose. These people are businessmen outside the territory, and they are far less obedient and have a sense of belonging than those born and raised in the territory. The main purpose of this investment conference is to improve the territory's supply and marketing chain. That's right. It is the supply and marketing chain. Complete means supply chain and sales chain. The supply chain includes the supply of various raw materials, the supply of industrial semi-finished products, the supply of services, etc. In the future, a large amount of external raw material resources will definitely be needed in the territory, because there are many things that are not available in the territory. Industrial semi-finished products are also easy to understand. For example, industrial semi-finished products such as steel, aluminum ingots, and tungsten are either not available in the territory or the output is not enough. Although those things outside are counted as industrial finished products, it is impossible to sell these in the territory. Processing is all classified as industrial semi-finished products. Service provision is also a literal meaning. The assembly outsourcing of mobile phones or other things is one of them, as well as labor dispatch and design outsourcing. There are many, some are not needed now, but the shelf is set up first. The sales chain, as the name suggests, is to sell things. The territory is not directly aimed at external consumers. Just like the cooperation with Keki, I only produce and do not intervene in sales. And this time, the territory is well prepared. After dealing with all kinds of businessmen, Wang Sara rushed to the front row. The businessmen who come here have a report, so everyone has a fixed seat. Tang Kai is naturally the big businessman sitting in the first row. Wang Sa and Keki are next to him, and on the other side are Tang Liang, Wei Jun, and others. It was the second time that Tang Kai saw Keki. The first time he met was when he arrived at Wang Sa camp last night. He hurriedly got up. But Master Chi, hello. Tang Kai greeted a little respectfully. Of course, he knew how strong the Kalai family was. He had heard that the Kalai family had this royal bloodline, and he didn't know if it was true, but the credibility is high. Living in a foreign country, he is a Chinese. No matter how rich he is, he can't get arrogant. He is not Tang Qing. If it is Tang Qing, don't say that you have a trace of blood. Even if you are a member of the Thai royal family, you still have to look at his mood. If you are in a good mood, you have a good attitude. If you are a friend, if your attitude is arrogant, if you don't want to face, roll as far as you can. Want revenge? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Anyway, he would never die first, Tang Qing. Of course, Tang Qing would not be that axis. It is impossible to wipe out the royal family of a country. The upper layers of this world have certain rules of the game. Destroying the flesh is the last method of breaking the net. Once done, it is not fear, but the boycott of all people. The lower-level beings die when they die. They don't care too much, but for the bigwigs of the world, they are never allowed to kill the top-level people at will and get into their ranks. This is the bottom line. Therefore, Tang Qing made him feel jealous at most, and his sacrifice made him so painful that he didn't even dare to think about it. Ms. Tang, take a seat. How is the business? Have you selected the goods? Kuchi-yu said gently. As the next generation manager of the Kalai family's business, how could he lack quality? Yesterday, I heard that Tang Kai had come to choose the goods, so I asked this question. Tang Kai sat down and said with a smile, I have already selected almost, and my appraiser is still in the process of appraisal. If there is nothing wrong here, I will leave tomorrow. During this period of time, Tang Kai came again, borrowed a lot of money, and finally bought back about half of the things he was looking at in the warehouse. But looking at the newly mined jade and jewelry, it slowly filled the empty space again. Tang Kai is painful and happy. The pain is that the money is getting more and more nervous, but the goods are getting more and more. The happy thing is that he is the first pick for these things, and he feels strange that the jade output of the territory has suddenly increased these days. What Tang Kai didn't know was that with the recent increase in the territory's infiltration and threats to several surrounding forces, the other party also thought that the well water would not violate the river water. Under Zero's request, many of their output was handed over to the Zero generation. So, especially in the territory of Kai Su, the deepest penetration is basically equivalent to being under the control of the soldiers. All of Kai Su's henchmen were thrown back to the furnace for education. Kai Su was also imprisoned. Soldiers were there 24 hours a day. Protection next to the body. Only this sign. It can't move for a short time. Even if everyone doubts, the confirmation that Saisu was taken by Zero, but as long as Saisu is still there and no public surrender is announced, all doubts are just doubts. Therefore, this is equivalent to a huge increase in output on the basis of the original. So Tang Kai felt that the goods were replenishing quickly. That's good. I guess I will go back to Bangkok tomorrow. Or should we go together? Kuchi said. Tang Kai nodded and said, Okay. We will make an appointment at that time. Okay. Just then, in the noisy exhibition hall, it quieted down slowly, but within a few seconds, the needle was almost audible. Tang Kai and the others quickly turned their heads and saw a group of Lingyi's subordinates stepping in neatly. The leather boots hit the tiled floor and made a consistent sound, as if someone was walking. Elite. This is the unanimous feeling of everyone here. Everyone got up quickly. These merman fish and dragons were mixed. They didn't understand the rules of the territory and didn't know whether they should applaud, but under the lead of some people, The audience remembered the roar of applause. Tang Kai and Wang Sa also smiled bitterly and were brought a wave of rhythm. Applaud. Tang Qing, who was far away in Bangkok, looked at the scene from his mobile phone and couldn't help laughing. In this situation, there was always an inexplicable sense of sight, as if the leaders were entering the venue, which looked strange. Zero's expression did not change. He walked slowly to the podium, pressed his hand lightly, and immediately stopped applause. Sit down. Seeing everyone seated, Zero straight to the point. First of all, welcome everyone to participate in our investment conference. My time are precious, so I won't talk about the opening remarks and go directly to the topic. I invite you to come this time. The first purpose is to attract investment. As you know, our side is waiting to be revived. From the poor and the white to the present, security issues, currency issues, system issues, infrastructure issues, and rights unification issues have been resolved, and the investment environment has been greatly improved. However, due to the small size of the place, many resources are in short supply, so hope. Zero said to himself for 10 minutes. I praised the territory vigorously and briefly introduced the development process, various economic data, industrial layout, and Asian yuan strategy, etc., and the people below were stunned. These data have never been released to the public before. Listen now, Nima. Although you have been mentally prepared, you are also developing too fast. The self-sufficiency of so many commodities, the large number of establishments of various factories, and the appearance of many factory owners just now all show that there are many opportunities hidden here. Look at the project catalog that was posted the same as last time. The businessmen who participated in the last investment promotion meeting were very excited. During this period of time, they have completely dispelled the worry of losing money because many factories have already started production and profitability, and there are zero industrial quotas, which ensures that there is no sudden appearance of a large range of competitors, which basically guarantees the sales of products. As people in the territory get richer and richer, their consumption concepts are also quietly changing. They believe that under the leadership of Zero, they will definitely live a good life in the future. Therefore, the last investment is now gearing up and ready to win again. Project. No way. They only have one place now. Looking at the interested merchants in the territory, many people don't know where Eamon's confidence comes from. Looking down at the product catalog in their hands, many people don't know how to choose because, it seems, the investment is so big. That's right. This project is different from last time. Last time, many industries' quotas were all selected, and many projects with low investment and high yield were also selected. The rest are not investment. Low, but the businessmen in the territory have already got a Zero promise that they can use their existing factories to make mortgage loans to offset the equity funds they need to make up. Otherwise, this time they are really going to be spectators on the sidelines. Tang Kai, Wang Sa, and others also looked at the list with curiosity. What Wang Sa cares about is not the price, but the things on it. Can you provide it with Zero? With so many equipments, it seems that they are not on the Thai road. Where did they get them? Headache. Tang Kai looked at the list with interest. His investment is certain. With so many benefits from the territory and the sales agency rights of that kind of fruit wine, he will naturally have to pay off. He has already decided to invest about $10 million here. He had chosen the project early and chatted with Zero last night. After talking about this, under the instruction of Tang Qing, Zero gave Tang Kai the order. In the end, Tang Kai chose a tire factory, a special metal products factory, and a lead-acid battery factory, with a total investment of $12 million. Lead-acid batteries are mainly used in electric vehicles. Lithium batteries for mobile phones belong to a controlled project. They are widely used and have high profits. Subsidiaries of the Bank of Myanmar have long occupied this pit. For these three projects, Tang Kai didn't really want to make more money. He just wanted to have a good relationship with Zero. It didn't matter whether he made or how much he made. But he is Tang Qing's second uncle. Even if Tang Kai didn't want to make money, Tang Qing would never let him lose money, and on the contrary, he would make more money. Seeing Tang Kai looking at the project list with a smile on his face, Chi asked curiously, Ms. Tang, what are you going to choose? Tang Kai froze for a moment, thought for a moment, and said truthfully, But Master Chi, I have already chosen. When I had a drink with Leader Zero last night, Leader Zero was probably happily drinking, so let me choose first. Not only him, but even Tang Liang and Wei Jun, who followed him, chose the project. Hearing that Tang Kai had gone through the back door, he had already chosen, but she only accepted it when he was surprised. Also, people are so familiar with him. What's so strange about choosing first? He asked curiously. Mr. Tang, you chose the one. What project? At this time the dust settled. There is no need to hide it. There are 3 factories in total, a tire factory, a special metal factory, and a lead-acid battery factory. Tang Kai explained that this is not exactly what he chose. It seems that he was selected from the projects recommended to him deliberately and actively, and the remaining ones he chose were packaged by Wei Jun and Tang Liang. What he didn't know was that the projects Zero recommended to him are all projects that will occupy a large position in the territory's industrial planning in the future. They are just non-core technology projects, but projects that are easier to make money. A little expansion, electric bicycles, electric motorcycles, electric cars, etc. will use these things in a large amount. Here these 3 items. But she only discovered that there was no item in the project catalog in his hand. Obviously, these 3 were for Tang Kai alone, and the others were not allowed to interfere. Thinking of this, Chi said with envious expression, Mr. Tang, congratulations, don't have to fight with others. Haha luck. Tang Kai could only respond with a smile, not daring to scream. But she did not ask any more, and immediately looked down at the investment projects. Obviously, if judging by the number of people, these projects are not enough for them to be present. But Kuchi also knows that these people are sincere and have the strength to invest. The people are only a minority. 10 minutes later, after various battles between heaven and man, the businessmen sitting there each handed over the items they wanted. Still the original method. If they bump into each other, they will be dealt with. Fairness and justice depends on luck. No one complained. After half an hour, after several rounds of voting, most of the projects have been selected, especially the delegation of the Thai Chinese Chamber of Commerce brought by Tang Kai. Everyone who followed had confidence in Tang Kai because they knew that Tang Kai had paid a lot of money to go in. Since they have all followed, they can't survive without investing in face. All of them participated, but only half of them invested in 2 projects. After all, as a businessman, there is no shortage of caution. Not to mention, Wang Sa also invested in 2 more promising projects on behalf of his family. See completed project investment and investment promotion. Immediately after Zero, he started the second item and said loudly, Okay, the investment project is finished. I thank you for your support. You can rest assured that we can guarantee your investment interests. As long as you follow the rules, you will not evade taxes, fake or inferior products, and do not compete maliciously, and abide by our rules and regulations. Half of you will not lose money. All investment projects, please register with the Xian and Township Administration for Industry and Commerce within 3 days, and we will arrange the corresponding follow-up matters. Okay, let's start the second item. This time it's not an investment, but a contract. Now you have the goods that we need to purchase in bulk, involving most of the raw materials and service items we need, and we will open it in the future. Part of the catalog of products. If you want to be a supplier or agent, you can quote and purchase qualifications. Speaking of this, Zero stopped. There was another buzzing sound from the people below. Looking at the 2 documents in their hands, the people present were even more shocked than before, and their eyes were about to stare out. Damn it! What did they see? In the first purchase list, dozens of industrial raw materials are listed impressively, involving metals, non-metallic minerals, chemical raw materials, etc., which are very mixed. The purchase amount of each raw material is not small, especially many rare metals. Your sister, you actually bought tons of things that are more expensive than gold. This purchase list is a purchase list submitted by all companies under the Myanmar Bank of Asia Group, plus most of the business owners in the territories. After being handed over to the purchasing company for review, the total list was submitted. What's inside is the estimated amount of raw materials purchased in the territory for a year. Together, the purchase is a price concession for a large number of purchases, which is also convenient for management and statistics, and has many benefits. Of course, these raw materials will not only be purchased from these people in the future, but a 1-year contract. 1 year later, the influence of the Bank of Myanmar is definitely different from today. At that time, a global raw material procurement negotiation will be held again. Now, let's use money to appease the surrounding forces and stabilize the neighboring relationship. Read the list. Many foreign businessmen here are not calm at all. Your sister, the total value of the goods on this purchase list has exceeded $1 billion, which is a bit too much, but how to settle the money? If it is real money, it is definitely big business. But if you are the Asian dollar, there are many people who want to consider the pen and paper that is issued by itself. Then, someone can't sit still. Chief Zero, the total value of these goods is too great. I don't know what you will pay for. It seems that this brother has not finished reading this report, so let me explain first. For the purchase of these items, we will pay you at the market price. I forgot to tell you that the foreign currency reserve of our Myanmar bank has exceeded hundreds of millions of dollars. I think this is enough to pay for all the items on this list. Ling said blankly. This sentence, thunder resounded through the hall, resounded in their minds. $1 billion. I'm good. In this era, this is the term for Big Macs. They are also the first time they have seen the wealth of this power. Even Kuchi almost jumped up in shock, because their family assets add up. Not so much. It's incredible. But since it is said, I think it should be similar. Only the insiders of Wangsa and Tang Qing knew the news, because the last time they came, Lingyi and the others said that they couldn't help but feel refreshed when they looked at the faces around them that they had never seen the world before. Know the strength in the territory. The man had no more problems. He sat down, picked up the list, and quickly flipped back to see if there was anything missing. It shouldn't be as embarrassing as before. Sure enough, on the last page, the payment method is stated. These goods are the purchase list from this year to next year. The contract is only signed for 1 year. The above said that the payment will be settled in accordance with the contract every month. You can choose the equivalent non-Asian dollar currency or the Asian dollar for settlement. But except for the merchants in the territory, everyone else looked down on Yuan, thinking about who wanted something that yen was not guaranteed. Chief Zero, there is a small amount of chots in the foreign currency you mentioned. After all, you also know that Myanmar has a backward economy, and it is not easy to exchange chots for something valuable. Another person stood up. It seems that this gentleman hasn't looked at it carefully again. Please see the second sales list. Zero did not explain it kindly. The man blushed. He was here to make soy sauce, but he asked questions in his mind. Then he sat down awkwardly. Open the second list. The people present also hurriedly looked at them. The others who had already looked at them were full of enthusiasm in their eyes, and they didn't even care about that person's wicked question. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.